टीम P6 की हम इनकी बात ही कर रहे थे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कि क्या डोमिनेट करा था इन्होंने लॉबी को। ये ग्रेनेड काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया, क्या उन्होंने वो स्विंग करा के ग्रेनेड फेंका, बट अगेन वहां पर एक प्लेयर डाउन जरूर से रहने वाले। फ्रैगर भी यहां पर डाउन हो गए टीम P6 डोमिनेट करते हुए राउंड 2 की तरफ, बट शायद किट ने वहां पर देखा नहीं कि एक प्लेयर मौजूद है। शेल्बी यहां पर आगे जाएंगे जरूर से, इजीली एक और नॉक निकाला जाएगा। मेरे ख्याल से आखिरी प्लेयर वहां पर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं टीम P6। चलिए वहां पर ज्यादा देर वो नहीं लगाएंगे, इजीली एक स्क्वाड वाइप करते हुए 4 फिनिशेस, एक क्लीन फाइट हमें देखने को मिलती हुई।
फेरोसिटी के पास चलते हैं, बहुत करीब आ चुके हैं DMES के पास। आईजेल अभी के लिए इंतजार कर रहे हैं, देखना उनको जरूर पड़ेगा, क्लच निकालने का मौका बन सकता है। फेरोसिटी को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाता है, नारू स्प्रे देने की कोशिश करते हुए।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर आईजेल अभी भी मौजूद रहने वाले हैं। एक नॉक उन्होंने निकाला जो प्लेयर व्हीकल लेकर के पीछे की तरफ आए थे, और अब नारू के कंधों पर एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी, ये ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बिल्कुल बनाएगा। जी नहीं, वहां पर वो ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन शायद नहीं बनाया। फाइनली वहां पर जो नॉक है वो हमें जरूर से देखने को मिल जाएगा। सॉलिट्यूड अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हो, लेकिन अब एक स्लैमिंग जो है उनको पर आ चुका है। 2v2 का सिनेरियो यहाँ पर है। नारू इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग, डाउन करेंगे एक प्लेयर को। 1v1 यहाँ पर है, नारू विल बी क्लचिंग इट आउट। और यहाँ पर अभी भी जो टीम के सेवियर का रोल है वो अदा करते हुए 14वें पायदान पे टीम डेथमेट ई-स्पोर्ट्स का एलिमिनेशन और 3 फिनिशेस टीम सॉलिट्यूड के पास। असला वर्सेस टीम डेथमेट स्पोर्ट्स, ये फाइट अभी भी चालू।
टीम की स्क्वाड की बात कही जाए, 3 प्लेयर अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे। हैरी को एक बार फिर से वहां पे डाउन किया गया, अभी थोड़ी देर पहले रिवाइव किया गया था, बट फिलहाल के लिए असला की बात करें, टाइगर डाउन है, एक और प्लेयर उनके डाउन रहेंगे। सामने शान वाइटी मौजूद रहेंगे, उनको भी डाउन किया गया। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जी नहीं, वहां पे वो मौजूद रहेंगे। लास्ट प्लेयर शायद अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हुए नहीं, एक और प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। सैन बचे रहेंगे, बट डेथमेट देखना क्या यहाँ से आगे निकल पाएंगे या फिर नहीं। बट मोस्ट प्रोबेबली मुझे लगता है एक लौते प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे, यूएमपी के पास रहेगा, बट सैन को अपने आप को हील करना मत, केवल एक आखिरी बैंडेज उनके पास बचा रहेगा। फ्लैश बैंग का भी इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, वहां पे पूरी तरीके से ब्लाइंड किया, रश करना चाहिए था, उनको पता था प्लेयर यहाँ पे मौजूद है, वो फ्लैशबैक उनको हिट किया गया। बट लेजर बॉय लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। दूसरे साइड पे बात करें, रॉयल को वहां पे डाउन किया, ग्रेनेड परफेक्ट हो सकता था, बट पूरी तरीके से कुक नहीं था, व्हीकल को भी लास्ट किया गया। अभी भी कोई ज्यादा आउटकम निकला नहीं है। लेजर बॉय अभी भी अपनी टीम के कमान संभालते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। शान वाइटी एक्चुअली वहां पे रिवाइव कर रहे हैं अपने प्लेयर को, बट लेजर बॉय अभी भी वो आगे गए नहीं है। बट सैन को ऐसे निकलना पड़ेगा, उनके पास ज्यादा एचपी बची नहीं है। और हीलिंग्स की बात करी जाए, मात्र केवल एक फर्स्ट एड हमने उनके पास देखा था।
1v2 का ये सिनेरियो है, जो रिवाइवल है वो भी वहां पर एग्जीक्यूट किया जरूर से जा रहे हैं, और वो ग्रेनेड आगे आ सकता है। देखते हैं लेजर बॉय यहाँ पर क्या करेंगे, ज्यादा मौका भी उनको नहीं मिला। इजीली वहां पर जो एलिमिनेशन है वो आएगा। के पास एक फेयर एडवांटेज है मेरी इस फाइट को जीतने का, क्योंकि वो कहते हैं ना कि वो जो जोन है वो उनके फेवर में रहते हैं और प्लेयर्स को बिल्कुल ओपन में आना है। कोई भी हमें दूसरा वहां पर जो कवर है वो देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। और मेरे ख्याल से टीम P6 यहां पर निकाल सकती है चिकन डिनर। वो बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाएगा, एक खिलाड़ी डाउन, एक 2v3 का यहां पर सिनेरियो देखने को मिलता हुआ। एक और ग्रेनेड जो है फॉलो अप ग्रेनेड वहां पर जाएगा जरूर से। क्या रिवाइव करने के चक्कर में अपनी जान गंवाते हुए नजर आएंगे, वो देखने वाली बात। लेकिन सामने से भी एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड आएगा टीम P6। यहां पर वो अपना एक भी खिलाड़ी नॉक करवाना नहीं वो ले सकते हैं डैमेज। वहीं अगर हम बात करें शेल्बी की, उनके पास प्लेयर आएंगे जरूर से। ये ग्रेनेड बिल्कुल ऑन पॉइंट जाएगा। कजामा की बात करें वो एलिमिनेट, और अब एक 2v3 में कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है फाइट। इंफॉर्मेशन बहुत अच्छी है, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे टीम P6। वेल दे कैन टेक इट होम, दे कैन टेक दैट बैक टू बैक विनर चिकन डिनर इन देयर फेवर। बट अभी भी एक 2v2 का सिनेरियो बचेगा। जो बाकी के 2 प्लेयर्स हैं वो आ चुके हैं सर्कल के अंदर। अब अगले सर्कल बनने का इंतजार, लेकिन वो ग्रेनेड जाएगा, कनेक्शन बनाएगा टीम P6। यहां पर वो चिकन डिनर छोड़ने वाले नहीं है। शेल्बी ऑलरेडी 5 फिनिशर्स निकाल चुके हैं, आखिरी खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करेंगे। 2v4 क्लच के बहुत ही ज्यादा करीब रहेंगे। वहां पर जो फिनिश है वो सिक्योर भी किया जाएगा। और अब देखते हैं कि वो जो आखिरी प्लेयर एरिस बचे हैं वो कितनी देर तक सर्वाइव करेंगे। डोमिनेशन, ग्रेनेड, ये सारे रोल्स अभी टीम P6 के पास जाते हुए नजर आएंगे। बट पूरी तरीके से वो जो कंसंट्रेशन है वो उनके अंदर देखने को मिलता हुआ। अभी भी टीम P6 के जो प्लेयर्स है वो तलाश करते हुए इस आखिरी खिलाड़ी की वो आखिरी रोड़ा जो अभी भी सर्वाइव करता हुआ उनके और चिकन डिनर के बीच।
बस मुझे कभी ये जब मुलाकात होगी तो जरूर पूछूंगा कि ये आखिरी सर्कल में इतने सारे थ्रोएबल्स वो लाए कहां से, जो इतने सारे ग्रेनेड्स उन्होंने यहाँ पे इस्तेमाल करे। अभी भी आप देखें स्नाइपर उनके पास, मॉलीज की कोई कमी नहीं होने वाली। वहीं पे बात करें ग्रेनेड्स, क्या वो खत्म हो गए ग्रेनेड या नहीं, अभी भी देखना बाकी रहेगा। कुछ ग्रेनेड बचे हो तो इधर उधर थ्रोएबल्स का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा। बट P6 की बात करिए, अभी भी सर्कल के बाहर है। दोनों प्लेयर को सर्कल के अंदर निकलना पड़ेगा। एरिस वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे, क्या उन्होंने देखा? जी नहीं, अभी तक उन्होंने स्पॉट नहीं किया। एरिस अपने आप को हील भी नहीं कर रहे, उनको पता है कि शायद कहीं ना कहीं से हाथ दिखाई दे जाए। बट स्नाइपर स्पॉट कर सकते हैं, एरिस जस्ट सामने मौजूद रहेंगे। बट सामने गए, उन्होंने देखा, देख लिया, शेल्बी ने वहां पे देख लिया एरिस को, इसी के साथ खत्म किया जाएगा। बड़ा आसान सा विनर चिकन डिनर यहाँ पे जाता हुआ P6 के नाम। बट
यहाँ पे एरर स्पोर्ट्स को फायदा मिला। जिस एरिया पे वो वहां पे थे, वहां पे वेस्टर्न लाइन से बहुत सारी टीम्स आती आपको नजर आई, और एक एक करके सबके ऊपर इन्होंने फिनिशर्स निकालने की कोशिश यहाँ पे जरूर करी। अभी भी सिको गेमर्स स्प्रे करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे करते हुए डियर को वहां पे स्पॉट किया, बट कहीं ना कहीं दूसरी तरफ से उनके ऊपर भी स्प्रे आया और उनको भी यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। गॉड्स एंट्री लेना चाहते हैं, एक फिनिश में निकाल चुके हैं। लियो यहाँ पे नॉक कर दिए जाते हैं। फ्रैग बॉय आगे बढ़ने के लिए नेट का सहारा यहाँ पे जरूर लेंगे। एक स्मोक भी उनके आगे हो चुका है। एरर स्पोर्ट्स बैक फुट में जा सकती है, स्प्रे करने की कोशिश पियर की तरफ से। एक और प्लेयर को नॉक करा गया नेट के साथ, यहाँ पे प्लेयर नॉक होते हुए। बट अभी के लिए बादशाह द लास्ट वन स्टैंडिंग, क्या बादशाह एक किंग साबित हो सकते हैं एरर स्पोर्ट्स के लिए। जी नहीं, एक बहुत शानदार तरीके से गॉड्स जीत के जाएंगे और उनको हेल्प मिलेगी एक और टीम से जोन के अंदर जो थी पहले से। देखिए जोन का डैमेज पड़ेगा, जोन के अंदर जाना बहुत जरूरी बन जाता है। बट मैवरिक्स की बात की जाए, नूबी के हाथ में एक बहुत शानदार नेट आपको देखने को मिलता है। जिगेन वहां पे अभी भी होल्ड करते हुए, बट वहीं अगर लियो की बात की जाए आगे वो बढ़ जरूर सकते हैं। यूएमपी उनके हाथ में जरूर है, लेकिन ये जो एरिया है ना, ये नेट फ्रेंड एरिया बन जाता है। अगर आपके पास नेट्स है तो आप बहुत ज्यादा वैल्यू यहाँ पे निकाल सकते हैं। बट अभी भी मैवरिक एक और शानदार स्प्रे फियर की तरफ से, जिगेन को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग यहाँ पे मेरे ख्याल से नूबी बन चुके हैं। क्या वो यहाँ पे कुछ मैजिक कर सकते हैं? स्मोक उनके हाथ में जरूर देखने को मिलता है, बट यहाँ पे अगर कुछ जादू करना है तो एक क्लच की दरकार है। बाहर जाने की कोशिश की, नॉट द लास्ट स्टैंडिंग, बट अभी के लिए बिस्कुट जरूर बचे हुए हैं। जोन के बाहर वो यहाँ पे फंस सकते हैं, किल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं मुश्किलों में, क्योंकि ये दोनों प्लेयर उनके ऊपर चढ़ के बोलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, गॉड्स एमकेवी की बात करें, वो फिलहाल अभी थोड़े भूखे और बिस्किट को भी वो फिनिश ऑफ करते हुए नजर आएंगे।
जो स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी देखने को मिलती हैं इस मैप के ऊपर। बट वहीं ज़ोडियाक ई-स्पोर्ट्स की बात की जाए नाउ, ये वो टीम है जिसको जरूरत है इस विनर चिकन डिनर की, क्योंकि पोजीशन पॉइंट्स अभी तक इतने अच्छे उनके आए नहीं है। बट वहीं पे अगर बात की जाए एसएनएन, इनको भी चाहिए यहाँ पे एक अच्छा गेम आ जाए। 3 टीमें 7 प्लेयर्स आपको देखने को मिल जाती है। अभी भी मैं कहूंगा यूपी50 के पास एक शानदार मौका एक विनर चिकन डिनर लेके जाने का। स्प्रे थोड़ा सा ओपन में जरूर आए थे, स्प्रे उनके ऊपर करा जरूर गया, बट स्मैश अभी के लिए वो जो स्मैश होता है ना, वो फिनिश होता है, वो नहीं निकाल पाए।
जोन की अगर हम बात करें, वो यूपी50 से थोड़ा दूर जाता हुआ नजर आया। देखते कि कितना ज्यादा क्रूशियल रहेगा। बट ज़ोडियाक ई-स्पोर्ट्स का एलिमिनेशन 7 फिनिशर्स के साथ वो तीसरे पायदान पे इस लॉबी को छोड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। और अब टीम यूपी50 के लिए एक परफेक्ट स्टोरी ऑफ विनर चिकन डिनर हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएगी। बस देखना ये है कि वो जो 2 खिलाड़ी मौजूद हैं, क्या वो जोन से फिनिश ऑफ होते हैं या फिर टीम यूपी50 के खाते में वो जो 2 फिनिशेस हैं वो जाते हुए नजर आएंगे। मात्र 15 सेकंड का टाइम बचता है, उसके बाद टीम एसएनएन के प्लेयर्स को सर्कल के अंदर आना ही पड़ेगा। अगर हम बात करें टीम यूपी50 की 11 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले हैं। जब पिछली बार 11 फिनिशेस निकाले थे तो चिकन डिनर थोड़ा छूट गया था उनके हाथ से, लेकिन इस बार अच्छे तरीके से पकड़ा जरूर से। वही अगर हम बात करें सरकार की, वो थोड़ा ज्यादा अग्रेशन जरूर से दिखा रहे हैं, थोड़ा बाहर की तरफ जाएंगे, एक भी फिनिश को छोड़ना चाहेंगे नहीं, लेकिन ये थोड़ा मुश्किल भरा साबित जरूर से होगा। चलिए, एक नॉक भी निकाले और अब रॉयल आईजीएल बचते हैं आखिरी खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करते हुए। और उनकी जो एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन है वो टीम यूपी50 के प्लेयर्स को जरूर से मालूम रहने वाली है। 4 फिनिशेस निकाले। अगर हम बात करें रॉयल आईजीएल की, लेवल 3 का जो वेस्ट है वो काफी ज्यादा डैमेज। और सरकार को देखिए, वो जानबूझ के करीब आ रहे हैं अपने प्लेयर को, वो जो लोकेशन है वो मार्क करेंगे ताकि कोई भी यहाँ पर भूल चूक ना की जाए। अभी भी एक 1v2 में कन्वर्ट हो चुके इनफैक्ट ये फाइट स्पीरो, और कुछ भी हो सकता है क्योंकि अगर रॉयल सर्कल के अंदर आ गए तो मुश्किलें बढ़ा सकते हैं।
पिछली बार भी यही हुआ था, एरांगल का मैच था, यूपी50 के प्लेयर्स ने ओवर एग्रेशन दिखाया जिसकी वजह से उनको वो चिकन नहीं मिला। नंबर्स गेम का एडवांटेज था वहां पे, बट रॉयल आईजीएल ये यहाँ पे एक बेहतरीन क्लच करके वो दिखा सकते हैं। सवाल बनता जरूर है, पर प्रॉब्लम क्या है, वो जोन में नहीं है। अगर यूपी50 यहाँ पे पेशेंस दिखाते हैं, एक आराम से चिकन डिनर उनको मिलने वाला है, लेकिन क्या वो पेशेंस दिखाने वाले हैं? जवाब मेरे ख्याल से है हाँ, क्योंकि अभी के लिए कोई भी ओपन में नहीं जा रहा, बस इंतजार करा जा रहा है। शायद अपनी गलतियों से सीख रहे हैं यहाँ पे अंकी, आपको क्या लगता है?
अब बिल्कुल देखिए, 2 प्लेयर्स फिनिश ऑफ उनके हो चुके हैं, उनको पता है कि 4v2 से अब 1v2 हो चुकी है फाइट, और 1v2 कभी किसी के फेवर में जाता नहीं है, कुछ भी हो सकता है वहां पर। बट रॉयल जिस तरीके से वो अभी भी यूपी50 के प्लेयर्स की नजरों में नहीं आए हैं, सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, बट क्या उनको रेज गॉड ने स्पॉट किया? जी हाँ, किया जरूर से। चलिए, वहां पर जो फिनिश है वो सिक्योर करेंगे और आप खुशी देख सकते हैं बिल्कुल वहां पर जो फेस कैप था। और ऐसी टीम जिनको अब जो फिनिशेस है वो निकालने पड़ेंगे, और इस मैच में मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर भी रहा था कि हमें थोड़ा ज्यादा अग्रेसिव जो टीम्स है वो देखने को मिलेंगी। वही चीज यहाँ पर होगी। वो ग्रेनेड उनके ऊपर आया, उन्होंने देखा, बट स्प्रे देने की कोशिश थी, डाउन किए जाएंगे। टीम सॉलिट्यूड वापस से यहाँ पर बाउंस बैक करते हुए।
एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड वापस से गया जरूर था, बट मुझे लगा जो प्लेयर सीआरसी के थे वो थोड़ा पहले रुक गए। ये वाला ग्रेनेड क्या डैमेज देगा? जी हाँ, एक और प्लेयर पैनिक को डाउन किया गया। सामने जस्ट अभी थोड़ी देर पहले एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ फ्लैश का। सीआरसी देखते ही देखते पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पे एंकी बिखर सी गई, और मुझे लगता है सेकंड्स नहीं लगने वाले। और इसी के साथ सीआरसी सबसे पहली स्क्वाड जो इस मैच से बाहर होगी, पूरा जो श्रेय जाएगा वो जाएगा पिका को और फ्लैश को, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल करा गया। बट डेथमेट उनकी भी स्क्वाड आपको आती हुई दिखाई देगी। वहीं पे अगर बात करी जाए एरर ई स्पोर्ट्स की, वो भी हमें देखने को मिलने वाली स्मोक थोड़ा सा हवा में ही फैलता हुआ दिखाई दिया था, बट फिलहाल के लिए वो चीज सही होगी। बादशाह अभी एक बार फिर से कोशिश करेंगे यूटिलिटीज का इस्तेमाल करने के लिए, बट सीआरसी आंखों के सामने से ओझल होते हुए समय नहीं लगा। जिस तरीके से ग्रेनेड्स एंड बाकी सारी चीजें इस्तेमाल करी गई हैं, वापस से रिप्ले आएगा जरूर, हम वो चीज देखेंगे। बट कार्तिक की बात करी जाए, केएसआर के द्वारा डाउन किए गए फ्रैगर जिस तरीके से जा रहे हैं, दबे पांव वो निकल रहे हैं। सोनिक का स्पॉट कर सकते हैं? जी नहीं, सोनिक ने अभी तक उनको स्पॉट नहीं करा। फ्रैगर वो बड़े आसानी से पहला जो फ्रैग है वो अपनी टीम के लिए निकाल भी सकते हैं। जी हाँ, वो निकाल के जाएंगे। पिका ऊपर मौजूद है, उनके पास यूएमपी इस वक्त आपको देखने को मिलेगा। रीलोड वाली जो सिचुएशन है वो हमें देखने को मिल सकती है। पिका के आखिरी प्लेयर बचे अपनी टीम से, जी नहीं, उनको और भी प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। फ्रैगर को निकलना पड़ेगा, उनका जो हेलमेट था इस वक्त खत्म हुआ। वेरासिटी सामने मौजूद रहेंगे, केविन के हाथों डाउन किए जाएंगे, बट सामने एक और प्लेयर रहेंगे। फ्लैश उनको यहाँ पे डाउन करने की कोशिश थी, बट कामयाबी हासिल नहीं हो पाई। फ्रैगर अपने आप को हील करेंगे।
बॉट्स को देखते किस प्रकार से वो होल्ड करते हैं अपनी पोजीशन को। एक और टीम का एलिमिनेशन लेकर अगर हम बात करें मिस्टर आईजीएल की, वो यहाँ पर आएंगे। एक बढ़िया जो नॉक है वो उन्होंने निकाला जरूर से, रीपर आगे की तरफ आते हुए नजर आएंगे। और अब जो बाकी के प्लेयर्स हैं उनकी जो मुश्किल है वो बढ़ सकती है, बट ये ग्रेनेड आएगा, 2 खिलाड़ियों को डाउन करेगा ड्रैग ओपी का। और अब यहाँ पर वापस से टीम टेनेसिटी जो वो आ चुकी है ड्राइविंग सीट पर। 2 प्लेयर्स वापस सर्वाइव करेंगे, आगे की तरफ जाकर के वो जो नॉक है वो निकालना पड़ेगा। बढ़िया नॉक यहाँ पर आता हुआ, ड्रैग ओपी इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड करके 2 प्लेयर्स को डाउन जरूर से किया था। एक बार फिर से वो जो सर्वाइवर का रोल है वो अदा करना पड़ेगा।
बट आप देखें इसी बीच में टीम सॉलिट्यूड के जो स्क्वाड है वो विनर चिकन डिनर के बहुत ज्यादा करीब जा चुकी है। सोनिक की बात के फेरोसिटी मुझे लगा था एक बार के लिए जोन के बाहर रहेंगे, हील बैटल करेंगे, बट वापस से वो सर्कल के अंदर आए। रीपर जॉर्ज जो यहाँ पे डाउन थे, पूरी तरीके से फिनिश किया गया ऑटोबॉट्स को, वहां पे सारे के सारे प्लेयर यहाँ पे रिवाइव कर दिए जाएंगे। 6 आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं, बड़े आसानी से उनको रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा। बट टीम सॉलिट्यूड की बात करें कि 14 टोटल फिनिशेस उनके पास आपको देखने को मिलने वाला। बट नेक्स्ट सर्कल क्या सारी टीम को छोड़ेगा? जी हाँ, सारी टीम को यहाँ पे सर्कल छोड़ता हुआ सबके सब जोन के बाहर आपको देखने को मिलने वाले। फॉक्स की बात करें, बहुत ज्यादा अकेले चले गए, आगे के साइड पे डाउन किए गए, पर मिस्टर आईजेल वहां पे मौजूद थे, डाउन किए गए, और इसी के साथ पूरी स्क्वाड एलिमिनेट होती हुई टीम सॉलिट्यूड लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगी अपनी टीम से। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एक लौता प्लेयर वहां पे फेरोसिटी बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, और शायद 13 फिनिशेस के साथ ऑटोबॉट्स इस मैच में विनर चिकन डिनर निकाल के जाए।
वही टीम्स अगर हम बात करें सॉलिट्यूड की, 14 फिनिशेस वो ऑलरेडी यहां पर निकाल चुके हैं। मेरे ख्याल से काफी ज्यादा खुश रहेंगे और इनफ भी रहेगा, और जोन के अंदर वो जो है वो जाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। वही अगर हम बात करें टीम ऑटोबॉट की, चारों के चारों खिलाड़ी जोन के बाहर। फेरोसिटी के पास अभी भी एक मौका है, हालांकि बहुत मुश्किल चांस है, 1 in a million चांस है। बट अगेन लेट्स सी कि क्या वो इस पर्टिकुलर जो क्लच है उसको कवर अप कर पाते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल ओपन में जा रहे टीम ऑटोबॉट के खिलाड़ी। अब बहुत मुश्किल होगा, स्पॉट ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, गन जाएगी रिलोड पर। टीम ऑटोबॉट्स यहां पर एक बार फिर से एक बेहतरीन विनर चिकन डिनर निकालेगी, अपने फेवर से लेकर के जाएंगे। वही बात करेंगे
से उन्होंने एक सिंगल मैच में जो विनर चिकन डिनर निकाला था एरांगल के मैच में, मुझे लगता है कि इसीलिए वापसी उन्होंने की होगी कि हाँ ठीक है चलिए, एक मैच में हमने बहुत बढ़िया खेला था, दूसरा मैच भी हम अच्छा खेल सकते हैं। तो फिलहाल के लिए सीआरसी की जो फाइट है वो आपको आरआईएस की स्क्वाड के द्वारा देखने को मिलने वाली। आरआईएस अभी तक उन्होंने फिनिशेस ज्यादा नहीं निकाले हैं, बट प्लेसमेंट अच्छा खासा वो लेके जा रहे हैं। बट सीआरसी इनको थोड़ा सा सावधान रहना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इनके भी उतने अच्छे मैचेस गए नहीं है। बट सामने वाली टीम 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ डाउन है, मात्र बचेंगे 2 खिलाड़ी।
जी हाँ, इट्स अ 2v4 सिचुएशन, और यहाँ पे रोजो के अंदर ये 2v4 निकालना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल हो जाता है, बिकॉज फ्लैंक एंगल्स आपको काफी देखने को मिल जाते हैं। स्मोक के अंदर प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे क्रॉस करने का कोशिश कर रहे थे, लेकिन यहाँ पे भी इनका रैंडम स्प्रेज उनको एक एक करके टेक डाउन कर सकते हैं। एक प्लेयर को रैंडम स्प्रे के साथ बी ने टेक डाउन किया, एक प्लेयर को पैनिक टेक डाउन करते आपको नजर आए, बट अभी भी स्प्रेज यहाँ पे करे जा रहे हैं। इट्स अ 2v4 सिचुएशन, आ रहा है, इसको पीछे जाना ही पड़ेगा, कोई और ऑप्शन मेरे ख्याल से उनके पास बचता नहीं है। बट पीछे जाते जाते भी उनके ऊपर काफी ज्यादा शॉट है, और ग्रेट एक अब अटैक करने पे उतर आए हैं। ओपन में जाना गलती साबित हुई, एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे बचा हुआ है, एंड आई थिंक यहाँ पे जो लास्ट प्लेयर है नूबी, काफी जल्दी खत्म हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि कोई ऑप्शन उनके पास बचता नहीं है।
जी बिल्कुल, मुझे लगता है कि हीम शायद उन्होंने देखा भी है कि वो जो प्लेयर था एक्चुअली में मौजूद का है। हीम बहुत ज्यादा तेजी में जा जरूर है, बट चलिए किसी और ने जरूर देख लिया, पैनिक ने देखा, और इसी के साथ नूब ओपी को डाउन किया गया। आरआईएस की स्क्वाड सबसे पहले इस लॉबी से बाहर होती हुई।
की बात की जाए, फ्रैगर बहुत करीब आ चुके हैं, और स्लैमन सीधा यहाँ पे आता हुआ सीको सीधा घर में जाएंगे, और यहाँ पे ऊपर में जाना गलती साबित हुई। केविन को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाता है। सीको गेमर कप आउट में आ तो चुके हैं, बट बिल्कुल अकेले हैं अपने यहाँ पे। क्या वो सोलो कुछ गलत करके दिखा सकते हैं, बट कहाँ देख रहे थे, शॉट्स उनके ऊपर आ रहे हैं, समझ नहीं आया मुझे हुआ क्या। बट सीको को भी नॉक करा गया, और सीको को भी खत्म करा गया। अब एरर ई-स्पोर्ट्स बहुत बड़ी परेशानी में आती हुई।
फुटस्टेप्स उतना कुछ खास वो सुन नहीं पाए, इसलिए उनको भुगतान करना पड़ा। बट अभी एरर ई-स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें, मात्र 2 प्लेयर के साथ सर्वाइव करेंगे। फ्रैगर एंड ड्रीम वहां पे बचे रहेंगे। फाइनल कॉल, शायद उन्होंने फ्रैगर को भी स्पॉट किया, बट चलिए इसी के साथ ड्रीम ओपी कम से कम एक प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे। टीओएक्स को उन्होंने डाउन किया। ड्रीम अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हैं। जी नहीं, एक और प्लेयर रहेंगे। फ्रैगर नाम लेते ही फ्रैगर को भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया, और इसी के साथ वो खत्म हो जाएंगे। कम से कम ड्रीम एक जो फिनिश था वो यहाँ से निकालेंगे। 2 फिनिश उनके पास हमें देखने को मिलेंगे। फाइनल कॉल, जिस तेजी में बढ़ रहे हैं ड्रीम ओपी, उनके लिए दिक्कतें थोड़ी सी ज्यादा बढ़ सकती है। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड कुक करते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे, बट सामने से प्लेयर जो मौजूद है ड्रीम ओपी, उनका एक केस हो सकता है कि वो यहाँ से निकल भी जाए, बट अब पूरी तरीके से वो फंस चुके हैं, कहीं जाने का कोई मौका नहीं। टॉक्स आएंगे, खत्म करेंगे ड्रीम ओपी। चलिए हैरी आईजेल के द्वारा वो खत्म करेंगे, और एरर ई-स्पोर्ट्स इसी के साथ 15वें स्थान पे 2 फिनिशेस के साथ बाहर।
As the multiverse fever sweeps across the nation, we have a multiverse of our own as well. It is none other than iQOO BattleGrounds Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. My name is Salty and with me is Arka. Arka, this is day 2 of round 3. We had an exhilarating affair in the first day. Of course, I'm going to pose a few questions, but first of all, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely, geared up to go and see which are the teams which is going to be performing and blowing our mind up, just like how one team yesterday did in the final game itself. So I know you're going to be shooting some questions, so I don't want to reveal any names, but still, yeah.
So of course, just like you mentioned, there were certain teams that were under our limelight, right?
Yeah.
You got to see two different tactics right from the start till the very end. You have got a P6 approach where you sort of start dominating from the first game itself. You get yourself those big chicken dinners, you get yourself that second position as well, and after that you sort of have the freedom to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
The second approach is the Kratic approach, and what they did was something extraordinary. They were sort of average throughout the day, to be honest. And when every team had sort of given up, they were the ones who kind of shoot beyond the stars. Of course, talking about shooting beyond the stars, this device that I'm holding right now also shoots beyond the stars. Of course, it is a very friendly affair that the boys from iQOO as well as Loco have come and joined us in this journey. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small word from our sponsors right now.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it looks like. iQOO Z6 Pro. It's got the Snapdragon 778G 5G with it, and then we have 66 flash charging. The best part about this, you charge it, you take a 5 or 10 minutes breaker, and then you come back and you're going to have so much of charge. It's equivalent to, playing another 4-5 games straight. And then we have the flagship LC liquid cooling also coming with it. We spoke about this with 12 degrees dropping down and surface temperature going down to 3 degrees. I believe that this is the phone you need to have when you are grinding in the game of BGMI. Now, 40 vibration, game vibration with linear motor. This is what is, which blows my mind the most. When you're playing a game and you are on mute or something is going wrong and you want to know from which side your bullet is being shot, just switch on this mode, and then if somebody is hitting you from the right, the bullets, you get a vibration from the right side. If somebody's shooting from your left, it's going to be bullets from the left side, or the vibration from the left side.
It certainly it is, but we have a small word from our sponsors once again, and we'll be back very soon.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Woo! Amazon specials is where you're gonna find this device right under 20,000 bucks. Now, this kind of surprises me, right? This is such a premium looking device with specs, to be honest, out of the roof, and this is the India's fastest device under the 25k segment, and this is just priced at 20k. So this is probably a steal. Of course, a lot of players who are back at home who might have budget constraints, might looking for that mid-range device, this is something you can go for. But coming back to the game itself, Arka, this is round 3, right? And we have already established the fact that only 8 teams of the 16 teams qualify, which sort of means that you've got that headroom, right? It's not as difficult as round 2 where you had to shoot for the moon and probably, go for the top 4 finishes every single time. You can sort of cut the slack off. One good performance should be able to kind of take you forward, isn't it, Arka?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we get into the details of these teams and everything, it's time for us to look at the format to find out how the things are. Until now, I know most of you have already watched this before and you guys would have known this better. We might sound like a broken record, but it's necessary for us to understand how the format of BMOC runs. In the round 1, we had a total of 512 teams competing with one another, where we drained down to 256 teams, and in 256 fought out with one another. Now, in the round 3, we have 64, which amongst them we're going to be draining again down to, and these 64 teams is going to be like a division, right? Around 32 teams are going to be coming in from round 3, and 32 are going to be the invited teams coming in, and that is when the fight is going to get intensified, because ultimately 24 teams are going to make it to BMPS, where the big stage is going to explode.
It certainly is, of course. Just have a look at this. 64 teams are going to play round 4 overall, including 32 invited teams, right? But only 24 teams actually make it to BMPS. So there is a high chance that even not a lot of those invited teams are going to make their mark in BMPS. Most of the underdog teams who are coming in from BMOC, it's an extraordinary opportunity to kind of outshine those teams and make their name inside the community. Of course, this BMPS Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series is going to be a a 3-week affair, with the grand finals being just 16 of the upper echelon of Indian BGMI. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the points distribution, which again is a staple. You guys know about it. It's just about the division. I've always talked about it. Your finish equals 1 point. Your placement 1 gets you 15 points. It's the best that you can offer, of course, and that is the best you should be shooting for. But you need to find a good balance between good placement as well as finding those finishes early on in the game, so that you just have the average of maybe 10 to 15 points every game. You're very, very healthy to qualify to the next round.
Absolutely. Now, you have to concentrate on coming into the top 6, because that is where the number of position points actually matter. 4 points of placement points from the 6th position onwards, and having a finish points of 4 points, an average of 8 in every game, is going to give you a new ray of hope. Now, how are the teams going to fight out with one another? Where are they going to fight out with one another? That is where the schedule is going to come into picture. The first map is going to be Erangel, and so will be Erangel played 2 other times. That's going to be the 4th map and the 6th map. We have 2 maps of Miramar on the map 2nd and the match 5th. But ultimately, the game changer, as always, comes in match number 3. That's going to be the map of Sanhok, where the mid-range and long-range aren't working out. Try to make sure that you play those close-range battle, get some finish points for yourself, and ultimately, when you're thrown back into the map of Erangel, you're going to be geared up to do something different, which we saw from a lot of teams yesterday, that the mid-range bracket and the lower mid bracket, the way they started to perform as soon as the Sanhok map was over, that was exceptionally well.
That is the case always, right?
Yeah.
And I've always thought about, right, when you've got 6 matches to be played throughout the day, and when you have 3 maps, it's easy math, right? 6 divided by 3 equals 2. Like, you play every single map twice. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna flex my math skills later on. We'll focus on the teams right in front of us. Now look at this. You've got Elite Squad, right? One of the elites from round 2. They've made a mark on the broadcast days as well. They've got a plethora of finishes to their name. If I am right, they've got 62 finishes to work with in just round 2 itself. I can see Team Invincibles, who have a logo which kind of resembles Team IND. Now, Fix is my friend right there. He would be sort of worried. What's happening? The logo kind of looks very, very similar. But we've got a lot of other teams that we've got to talk about. You've got Retribution RTR, you've got Greek Gods ESP as well. We saw all of these teams during the broadcast days. Any particular team that actually stands out for you, Arka?
At this point of time, there are a few teams which stands out for me, like Warmania, then we have Redemption Crow, then we have Vicious Annihilators. These were the teams, who actually held on to their strategy really well. They did not want to showcase their complete potential from the beginning, so they kind of balanced it out every single time they played in the game. Some games did not go in their favor because of their early skirmishes, but sometimes they came out to prove themselves that, they are capable of taking into the next round, and that's why they're over here. So I'm waiting, when these kinds of teams who have the same kind of mindset clashing out with one another, the game is going to just intensify into thrice.
Absolutely, and that is the case with every single game of round 3 that we've been observing, right? These are the teams who are probably the upper echelon of the underdogs right now. Only 64 of the 512 teams have been filtered into this round, and it's not easy competing against the best of the best. Initially, it was round 1, round 2, where you had to just go all out. You had to display your gun skills, right? This is where you've got to make the right decision. We saw an occasion of Autobots as well, who were capable of getting finishes yesterday, but also were getting eliminated quite early. It's not just your gunpowder and your 4v4 battles which you need to undertake. You also have to sort of get that decision making right, get yourselves good position inside the final circle, because at this point, the skill level becomes very similar. It's all the teams, they are neck and neck, and you just can't manage to beat every single team in every single 4v4 fight which you undertake. So you have to be very wise in that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed on this point. There are few teams, who blankly rush in, just like Elite Squad did in their group, They just go all in from the beginning itself, make sure that they get the first 2 initial knocks. Even though they're losing 1 player down, they don't have an issue with it. Losing in the sense 1 person knocked out, they're not going to have an issue with it. But ultimately, they tend to get those finish points as quickly as possible, making the opponents vulnerable with the first or second or the third knock, and then ultimately dominate on it. Now, we have been speaking about Warmania as well. The one thing which I love about Warmania is that is one team which concentrate on the balance of placement points and finish points as well. So there are several teams like that which finds a balance, like Team Glacier, Team Warmania. So I'm looking forward for how things is going to turn out in this lobby.
Exactly, and with that being said, we are of course looking at the beautiful, beautiful map of Erangel. We're having a look at the school basketball court, of course, where no more basketball is played. It's more like the hunting ground of all these players who are going to drop in, soldiers ready with their arms. Again, the school apartments, you can also call them hostels as well. Nobody stays there. Water City being completely destroyed. We've seen these sceneries before as well, and I kind of am feeling a little sad that Erangel had to see these days of destruction. But of course, what comes out of destruction is some good action, and who doesn't want that, isn't it? The audience is just waiting for the proper action to begin, for the matches to begin as well. And I'm pretty sure most of the audience, most of the kids who are watching it from home as well, they're waiting for the invited teams to come in as well. They're waiting for round 4. We want round 4 started right now. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first game of day 2, round number 3. Let's have a look at the flight path in just a few seconds. My name is Salty. I'm going to be your captain for the day. With me is Arka, my co-pilot. Sir, what is the plane trajectory like?
The plane trajectory is a little bit shocking for me for the map of Erangel. Somewhere I felt that, it's going to be going right to the center of the map, trying to challenge everybody. It's going a little northern from the side of Yasnaya, ending towards the side of Hospital, the least expected according to me, because ultimately when this zone is going to take a southern shift, this is the kind of flying path we saw in the final map of yesterday. So I was not expecting something to start off like that, but still, if the zone is going to take a southern shift towards the side of military base, every team is going to get challenged, because ultimately we all know, look at that early jumps, this is what I was talking about. A lot of team tends to go for an early jump, try to land first and make sure they have the right kind of guns, just in case there's an early skirmish, they can dominate on it. And most of the lobby is already empty, and we can see that there are several teams choosing to go to Kameshki, a good thing to see. One team is going towards Severny, that is also a good thing to see. But shooting range in Zarki has always been abandoned from before, and I think that's going to be the same case now.
Again, it kind of depends where the circle falls, right? If the circle sort of moves towards the military base area, then I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams would be in trouble, especially the ones in the northern hemisphere of the map itself. You can see Team VRI is moving towards Severny. They've sort of opted for a split drop. You've got Team Invictus who are towards Yasnaya as well. And I'm pretty sure Yasnaya is a good place to loot, considering the sort of flight path that we got to see. But having said that, pardon me for that. This is Team Invincible. I kind of slipped my tongue over there. But considering the fact that this team was sort of in towards a mid-range of their respective group, especially in round 2, I feel like this team would be actually fancying their chances of moving towards in the next round.
I strongly feel that, they need to stick on to what they were used to do before, Try to get the good balance between placement points and finish points. Look at the circle. It's telling a different story altogether. I told a southern shift, but I never expect a southern-western shift towards the side of Quarry, where it's kind of a mini Miramar, according to me, because ultimately there's not much bushes for you. There's not much trees for you for cover. It's all about the dunes which you need to rely on in the side of Quarry. Ferry, towards the northern side of Ferry, there's a little bit of a small mountain over there which kind of looks like a potato mountains. There are a lot of woods over there, so if the circle is falling there, then we can expect a little bit of a Sanhok also to be entering into this map. So that part of the map is pretty much challenging according to me. As of now, Vicious Annihilators, they did hear somebody pass by, but still did not choose to go in for an early skirmish. That's a good thing to see, but ultimately we have to remember this: if there are no early skirmishes in the first 2-3 circles, then I think so by the 4th or the 5th circle we can expect a huge war to take place.
Vicious Annihilators. Only 3 players joining the lobby. What is more important than joining a game in day 2 of iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge? Round 3, I'm not really sure what the 4th player was thinking, but sadly, all the Tigress suits on the Panther jerseys, none of them are really going to count if you don't have your final player. Of course, right now we're looking at Elite Squad, right? Of course, one of the elites. They've really shown us what true firepower means in round 2. And I would expect a similar performance from them in this round as well. We've seen the team P6, who was sort of dominating in round 2, also dominated the entirety of yesterday as well. But it's sort of disheartening that we start off with 63 players, but having said that, the circle though is a rather basic BMOC circle that we have been able to see so far, right? Towards the Gatka area, towards the ruins area as well, just like you mentioned, might just be around the vicinity of the Gatka region where there's completely empty, there's not a lot of cover to actually work with. So let's see how these teams actually pay that out.
Yep, and at the same time, looking at the side of Team Faith, one thing which I want to speak about this team, they are a team which looks out for placement points. They tend to play a little safe because the previous time they played, they had 28 finish points, but rather 33 placement points. And I do believe that, these are the teams to watch out for because the first time they play, they're going to make sure that, they learn from their mistakes the second time they appear. So this is the second time they're coming in. They know that they know their way around the map. Probably the first two maps they will want to play a little safe, but ultimately when the time is right, they're going to strike in hard and make sure they get those finish points earlier itself. So not earlier, probably in the mid game itself, so that it becomes easy for them. But as of now, Team Ironside is going to be playing as quickly as possible, trying to run around the side of school. They're pretty confident about this terrain. We can see that they're not into hard covers. Rather, they're trying to come out in the open and rotate around, trying to fist bump, punch fists in the air as well. But yeah, they have to watch out for the other teams because this is not a lobby where they met all their friends. It's just all the foes trying to pick up some free kills running here and there.
Absolutely. Now, again, it's just about getting that initial battle started, right? No early skirmishes, and considering the fact that I can have a look at the map feed, and I pretty much am sure that there is no team who are in the vicinity of others. So it's pretty much an open battle right now, right? It's all about getting your loot right. It's all about getting your loads right as well. You can see all the players, they're sort of starting to opt for the UMP and the M4, a combination which kind of reinforces their short range as well as the mid-range game. Of course, when Miramar comes into play, we get to see a lot of those DMRs action. You get to see a lot of Mini 14. Mini 14, of course, with the 8 times is also used in Erangel, but not that much. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, yesterday's moment is which comes to my head, where 1v4 was clutched out with a Mini 14 and an 8x, and from then on, anything is possible in this game. If you know to use the right kind of artillery, I think you'll do the damage well. At this point of time, we're able to see a close call coming in. This could be the skirmish of the moment, as it's going to be level 2 esports trying to taunt out another team, due to which it's sticking together. The basics again comes into picture. We have always spoken about this. In the beginning, you try to stick together, make sure that you have each other's back, and then, avoid those initial fights, avoid those initial finishes. And I think that's going to help the team. But right now, losing a player, level 2 esports, one of those teams who have always played for placement points, losing a player is going to force them to play on the defensive side.
It certainly is. Now, it kind of reminds me of those arcade games that we used to play. You kind of raise your levels from 1, 2, and you then meet the final boss. It's like the Last Legend, the final boss that came in when the player was just at level 2. So yeah, not really the ideal level where you want to fight the final boss. But never mind, jokes apart, the circle once again, and have a look at this. Most of the teams, they are on their traversal routes, right? They are on their vehicles. And of course, it's all about those early rotations. We generally don't get to see most of the teams start rotating this early, especially in the first circle. But I like this approach. Get yourself that cemented position. You've seen this circle quite a lot. You've played this circle against multiple lobbies. Of course, this lobby is a completely different situation. But having said that, I kind of feel like most of the players know where the circle is going to end up in. We've seen these Western circles. But again, have a look at this. It's Team VRI once again who are taking some pot shots against Team ALC. Damon might actually be caught in the middle of a warfare right now, as most of the teams, they're looking to drive by him. What do you think, Arka? What's going to happen? Do they get the first knock?
I don't think so. It's going to be easy for any kind of early knocks, but one thing is for sure, the team which chooses to take that early rotation will have an advantage of gatekeeping somebody who's trying to make it inside the circle. So I'm looking forward for version 1 to actually do it. Make sure that, they get early access of the corners of the circle, try to play it over there. And when you're passing by and you get shot, that's like a welcome, invitation for a fight inside the circle. So let's see whether that's going to happen, as Vicious Annihilators are actually doing the same thing with the side of Faith. They're just trying to give away their location, telling that, we do exist over here, so dare not come close to us. But ultimately, they also have to realize that at this moment, you're just giving away some information to the opponents, and that's not going to be easy for them.
It certainly is. Vicious Annihilators, they're in a good position inside the circle. For them, it's not going to be as difficult as others. And as they can see, most of these teams rotate. They can obviously take those pot shots, can obviously love to take those risks. Have a look at this. We're still in Milta, and Team Mysterious X, they're still Mystic X rather, I'm not really sure. Yes, Mist Official, pardon me for that. They are the ones who are starting to rotate pretty late, which kind of begs the question. What are they thinking? Are they going to play from the edges of the circle, or are they going to force the issue and maybe force their position inside the circle? But have a look at this shift. Have never really seen this hard shift, especially for a western circle like this. It shifts even more towards the western part of the map, right at the edge. We've got the shores. Now even a lot of Pochinki area has been left behind. Teams will be forced to go towards Georgopol, towards the Everest, towards Ruins. But teams, especially in Gatka, they have to be wary of so much competition coming their way.
Absolutely agreed on that point. You know, they have to watch out for every look and corner in that open field. Sometimes just one peek through a window, your location is going to be revealed, and it's going to be hard for you. Now, Mist, I want to see whether this team is actually doing things right. Mist Official are actually coming late. There was a team which just passed by when we saw the map, and we saw that there are chances of that team trying to gatekeep them just in case, but ultimately we have seen those teams which prioritize the zone earlier itself to try to get some hard compound win a circle like this are always rewarded with better placement points and a little bit of finish points here and there. So it's important for us to watch out for those teams who are actually having some hard compound in this area and try to tag out people coming in. LL versus the side of Team ES, both of them in close proximity with one another. Both of them are not daring to fight out with one another. Good thing to see, because ultimately all four of the players are in different vehicles. So there's no very less or a bleak chance for you to change your seat and then try to take a fire against the moving vehicle. But ultimately, it's going to be hard for you to take any fight.
It's just pleasant times, all these teams taking a ride across the map. All of them just starting to picnic here and there. And I sort of have a personal favoritism towards this western part of the map itself, because it's just so pleasing to watch, right? You don't get to see all those cities. It's lush green fields, and you've got these sandy dunes. You've got a few trees here and there. It's such a nice location where you want to set up your camping zone if you want to do that, of course, in a competitive lobby. But Last Legends, they've sort of spotted Team Faith here and now. And I believe that shots might be coming pretty soon. They will go on the offense as Shantanu69. Pretty nice name over there. Just tries to go for a M4 red rod spray. Of course, not really going to connect at this range. But all that they want to do is get that opening knock for themselves, right? So that they can maybe push in forward. Look at Arrow, though. Has taken quite a lot of beating over there.
Absolutely. We have to look at the map over here, because look at the number of teams close to one another on the shorelines. As you were referring to, those are the places where you can expect a fight to happen. But for now, it's going to be a different fight altogether. Team IS versus the side of the Vicious, if I'm not wrong, who are going in for a fight with one another. And I expect them to perform better, as ultimately it's Iron side who are picking the best of this fight. Now, we have to see whether, these initial rotation clashes which take place and you lose a player, is that going to hinder the performance of the team? Because ultimately, losing a player, you'll start to wonder whether we have to go aggressive or not. Rather, defensive gameplay is always given to any team which has 4 players standing. Now, with one man down, I really want to see how that team is going to be playing it. But Ironside also have to realize that the team on the opposite side will also be waiting for redemption, and that's going to be version 1. I'm so sorry, a team which lost a player. They're going to be waiting for redemption for sure.
Again, have a look at this. I can have a look at the finish feed where Longclaw has been confirmed over there. And that means that version 1, they're going to lose more players, 2 players down right now. I'm not really sure where are they taking a beating. They're quite split approach. And this certainly is not going to be the case. Now, I understand a scouting mission. I understand a mission where you're sort of looking to get some information from a compound and then letting the cavalry follow behind you. But when you are 4 players in 4 different directions, that just doesn't really make sense, especially at a lobby of this caliber. And this is exactly why version 1, they're paying the hefty prices. Speaking of the circle, once again, still stuck towards that edge, still stuck towards the shorelines of the map itself, where most of the teams are starting to huddle across. Now, this is a dangerous thing to do, especially their shorelines, a completely open area towards the sands. And I'm not really sure how are they going to set up the defensive fortress over there, but for sure the teams do have such a plan, because this circle we have never really witnessed in iQOO BMOC so far.
Absolutely. Now, I really want to see whether teams will be able to, try to hold the center of the circle. Like Our elite squad right now are trying to hold right to the center of it, expecting the zone not to, take a drastic shift away from this place itself. Now Team INS, Team Invisible versus the side of Team ES. It's gonna be so hard for Team Elite not to take this fight, because ultimately it's a wake-up call for the side of Invisibles, trying to taunt out the big dogs, according to me, because ultimately we have seen that Team Elite squad, they had a total of 62 finishes, so they're gonna be on the aggressive side, and I believe that this time if anybody tries to taunt them, they're not gonna step back in trying to take the fight, a frontal battle.
Exactly. Now you've got 3 teams in the vicinity. You've got Team TUB, you've got Team Elite Squad, as well as you've got Team Invincibles. Now, most of them would be looking to get control of this entire place, right? This is the central region of the circle. We have the map feed, and that is exactly the reason why we know it. You've got some compounds to work with. You've got it completely surrounded with the ridges, which is an ideal situation to sort of hold and probably survive for the next 2 circles. For Team Invincible, though, they're not really taking in a lot of movements right now, with Team TUB coming in from the back lines. It's just for us to find out if they can scavenge on some of those finishes if this fight does take place. But I love this approach from Team ES. They've done this from the start as well. They always play this 2-2 split, which kind of enables Parmar and Simple to come in from the back lines. Godwin, though, gets taken down and gets knocked out as well. Here it is, Nightmare kind of doing the same as knocks get exchanged, and here it is, Parmar just going absolutely berserk, but his bullets are out of chamber. But finally seeking redemption. 1 loss for 3 finishes. I believe it's a healthy trade-off.
Absolutely. Now, this is the time where Invisibles could have struck in, tried to come and take down the side of Elite Squad, because ultimately, once you realize that you're trying to take a shot against the team and they are coming into a skirmish with someone else, that is when you try to strike at movement. You just come a little bit closer and try to see whether you can get up some finish points. I do understand it's a little bit of a distance problem which they had to cater around, but ultimately ALC is trying to, taunt out the side of Team TUB at this point of time. The Unstoppables are one of those teams which I love the most, because they are the team which play for placement points rather than finish points. In the previous group where they played, they had got 40 placement points in compared to 25 finish points. So they know to place themselves, not to avoid unwanted fights. But ultimately, when you're trying to jump around, this is where you're going to pay the price. Missed officials want to take the fight. They've come a bit more closer. They know they've already done the damage. The second person is already in the crosshair. He's going to get taken down as well. Fragger OP trying to live up to his name. Baymax trying to run away at this point of time. I don't know whether it's going to happen, as Arthur jumps off in style, but doesn't find Baymax in his crosshair. Final moments, can he do it? No, he cannot. And that's gonna be, defensive gameplay completely coming in from the side of RC. They're gonna be trying to play for placement points from here on.
A fast and furious escape over there from Baymax. What a jump it was from Sparta, to be honest. Or was it Arthur? I'm not really sure. Man, that guy just jumped off his buggy looking for that finish for himself, but that didn't happen because Baymax was in his vehicle and he was nowhere to be found. Of course, he's got that little corner inside the circle, but he missed official. They're going to push onto him pretty soon. They're the ones who will have to follow up on it. So Baymax, you better watch out, because these guys, they're not really leaving you alone over there. Be hot on their tails, but look at this. The circle sort of moves away from the shoreline right now. Most of the teams who had set up their camping over there, they would also have to abandon those regions, have to abandon those fortresses and sort of move inside. I just wonder what this game is going to look like.
I think that it's going to just start to get chaotic at this point of time. Godspice gets down on his knees, and ultimately there are skirmishes taking place in every look and corner. Faith has also got into a fight. Invisibles probably against the side of Gods are being already, grenades are also being tossed off at this point of time. But let's see which are the teams which will be trying to get the best out of this chaos, as level 2 esports is trying to push in for some finish points. Very rare for me to see a team like this trying to play for, finish points. Rather, there's going to be a push coming in from the side of Drago. Does connect 2 of them, but ultimately he walked just right into his crosshairs and had to pay the price. I believe that's the end of that's the end of version 1 by the hands of level 2 esports. Version 1 goes down with no finishes whatsoever, so the next match is going to be a pretty harder one for them.
Absolutely. I mean, it sort of is a hard beating where you lose players early on in those early skirmishes. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got another one brewing up for us. Hitman, he's got this small little bit for himself, but he's trying to play across it. But it kind of invites all those artilleries. Have a look at those trails of grenades that come in his way. Molotovs being thrown in as well, but there is no follow-up because Bunny has been taken down. This fight is happening across the edge of the circle. This is, moreover, for the control of this edge of the circle right now. Either of those teams have to go in for the commitment. bit. Hitman is just playing with fire at this point. I'm not even sure how long his life is gonna last, especially when Warmania is on the fly. These guys are very sly in looking in for those third-party finishes for themselves, but Fate Spear is slowly trying to move in, slowly trying to close in the distance. I hope he's got reinforcements in the form of backups available so that they can actually go in for the knocks.
I just hope that, you know, this fight doesn't brew up a little more further, because ultimately once the circle is going to be touching, once the blue zone is going to be touching the circle any second soon, and that is when both of them will realize a good grenade had been tossed in right behind the side of Fate Spear. But we all know once you're boosted and you have the right kind of, you know, ammunition, you don't have to worry about anything. Missed on the other side has already put an end for another person, and I do believe that, you know, they'll be looking forward for it. This is what I was speaking about, right? Once the zone starts to touch the corner of the circle, that is when, you know, you realize that this is not the fight for us to take, and ultimately Fate's tension has been shifted away, and it looks like they're looking towards the side of Redemption and Elite Squad. Elite Squad and Redemption, both of them holding the center of the circle so far, will not be playing like that anymore. So RTR Doddy puts a beautiful grenade right to the center of Paramar and Simple, where Simple is going to be confirmed now. Jod has a lot of job to do. I don't know whether it's going to be going in for restricting the opponents to come in closer, or it's going to be going in for the revival, but ultimately I believe that, you know, John has a lot of healing for himself to do, and then come out and try to save his teammate. That's going to be very, very hard, as Dodd is already rushing in to confirm the Paramar, and I think it's going to be easy for them.
It's not going to be that easy, Arca, especially because there are so many third-party teams out there. Retribution, RTR, they have to be very, very clear of what their priority is. Do they go for those finishes, or they go for a good position, a healthy position inside the circle? For him right now, he's doing a magic trick right there, trying to go in for the revive at this point, buying himself some sort of time. But right now, what was that, John? You jumped right in front of your opposition. Nade just explodes as he explodes himself to shreds. And RTR for them at this point, it's just a cakewalk. But cakewalk against ES. For the rest of the teams, they're still looking to scavenge across. Entirety of this battle is happening across the edge of the circle, where level 2 esports are also trying to make their way in. But it's not going to be easy, especially when Last Legends are also sort of getting some vantage point.
Now this is where the third party finishes are going to count, and level 2 esports at this point of time are trying to push in, try to be that slithering snake throughout the journey so that they don't get tagged off. Now putting smokes at this point of time, I don't know how well that is going to help them out, but it's going to be getting spotted, and I do believe that Faith really knows the information, really knows the position of this one last player. They'll be looking forward to finish him up as quickly as possible, rather making him the thorn, the unwanted thorn which they want to look forward for. RTR versus the side of L2 also taking place somewhere far away. L2 gets erased off, if I'm not wrong, as Faith has confirmed one more for themselves. It's going to be Paramar again getting taken down. Finally, the nail has been put to the coffin. It's going to be Retribution trying to come in. I love the way they executed this plan against them. You know, they knew that Elite Squad is one of those strongest games. We have to take one player at a time, and that is how they executed it. And even though, you know, there was a time where they could have just rushed in and taken a player down, they didn't want to do it, because ultimately they don't want to lose a player, as they're going to be fighting it against the side of Elite Squad.
Oh, Joker OP just trying to disguise his presence with a couple of smokes, but of course they would know there is a guy there. I'm not really sure what his plan is and how long he wishes to survive over there, but Alchemist in this region, they are definitely in some trouble. They've lost a brother over there, definitely under the crosshairs of Mr. Official, who would be looking to get those finishes for themselves with the taps that they are shooting away. Not a good position, especially the high ground that they are holding, inviting a lot of attention from different third parties and fourth parties. That is happening. Just one player that is going to be aggression. Look at them just slowly tapping away them out of the server.
But somewhere from far away, someone else is going to be stealing those finishes, because ultimately you need to concentrate on this one thing. If you're going for a knock, either of your support is going to be should be ready to take those finishes, or else it's not going to be easy. The Unstoppables, on the other hand, have got a very good corner to hold off, a good hard cover for themselves, but ultimately they need to realize that, you know, they need to look at the right direction. If their backlines are not guarded off well, then it's going to be a very hard story for them, as Mystic Officials is going to be rushing in, picking up more finishes for themselves, with all 4 men standing, 9 finishes already. and they look the strongest in the lobby right now.
They certainly do. They've got 4 players alive, and slowly they're pushing forward to get the circle for themselves. But again, an open area. Most of the teams have had to battle this every single time. Warmania, though, up against Retribution RTR. But this was a sort of a recovery. But again, third parties happening left and right. The play zone also playing a part. But thankfully, these guys have got a soft corner for themselves right behind that Wizard Tower. Team Faith as well. They have sort of lost a player in the process on his knees, but he will be saved as well. Right in front of Team Invincible, who've got the small hit. Have a look at this! With his pants down, a spray comes in. Krish gets an off for himself, but confirming these knocks would be extremely difficult because this terrain is not easy for the third party. You've got so many ridges, so many different sort of territory, so many different sort of topography that you've got to battle against. Glacier on the offense, 4 players still alive. They're looking for more as well. They've got 5 finishes already to their name, and everything is happening inside the circle right now. The circle plays a crucial role, especially with the water body that is inside. I'm pretty sure most of these teams will have a very hard time inside our cup.
I mean, for me, the most important thing for us to watch out is which team is not going to allow the other to steal those finishes. But ultimately, we need to realize this. No matter how many leads they're going to pour, they're going to pour it in one thing in mind. That is going to be making sure that they're going to eliminate as many teams as possible to play for placement points. But ultimately, Mystic Official versus the side of Invisible. This is where things are going to get intensified against the side of Invisible, as Mystic Officials have already found the equation right and they're executing one team at a time. Team Retribution is going to get eliminated as well. We just have 4 teams left out, with just Faith having 1 in their name. And we know that, you know, it's going to be Glaciers far away, who have been all silent, who've been all safe inside a hard cover, will be coming in late. They've got 6 finishes. It's not that they've done a bad job. They've got 6 finishes, a decent amount of finishes. But how will they make it into the next circle is going to be the big question, because Unstoppables actually know their location. They have a very good hard cover. They can actually take more than one fight at this point of time. A divided attention in the circle is something bad, but they can actually do it. As Mystic Official right now, Spartan Jot gets taken down and also gets finished off. It's important for Mystic to stay together, or else each of these players from different teams is going to be rushing in towards them to get those finishes as quickly as possible.
Oh my god, it's a 4v3v3 situation right now. Apart from Faith, the lone remaining survivor. Have a look at this, Unstoppables. Their location has been given out. Fragger OP just trying to deploy the nade. Takes a little bit damage, but elsewhere you've got Max Forever, who has been taken down right now. Divided attention, just like you want to say, but this smokes aren't really going to help. The topography is just way too weird, especially for the likes of Unstoppables to actually make it inside. Pardon me for that, for Glaciers to actually make it inside, you have to cross this stream, you have to climb the mountains. It's not easy. It's like those age-old novels that we read, where the protagonist has to do so much to actually attain the objectives that are right in front. Player 3 just showering in their artillery and destroying them one by one. Thankfully, Max Forever is not going to survive for long. You've got On Hit, who's actually crossed the stream and is slowly proceeding to actually get inside on top of it. But nades exploding left and right as the Unstoppables have been shaken right now. They might have just been stopped. Mist Official, they're slowly making their way in. They've got 3 players that they can work around, and this is the biggest numbers advantage that they've got for themselves. They have the control over the entire circle as well as the topography. They can finish these players from Unstoppable one by one, and that is exactly what they're looking for.
I think that, you know, they're going to be getting all these 3 finishes which are lying in front of them. Fragger OP already got 7 finishes, with the total coming up with 15 finishes for the team. I really love how these players are turning the tables around. They're taking one team at a time and they're executing to take away all 4 finishes, not giving away anybody. In the midst, we did see that, you know, they lost 1 or 2 finishes because of the hard work which was done by them. But ultimately, with those plays, Fragger OP will be finding another one for himself with 8 finishes already. Team Mystic Official looks the strongest, having mad advantage, having only one of the other players on each other team. They're going to be looking forward to finish this off, as Unstoppable is right now going in for a heal. Let's see whether Unstoppable as well as Glacier is going to team up to take down the 3-man squad coming in from the side of Mystic.
No real opportunity for a heal battle right now. They don't have the first aid kits to go about it. Just a couple of bandages that they can utilize. you mentioned one good fact. They might just tag team together to take down Mystic, but do they have that communication? Of course, they don't. But for Mystic, I feel like it's very, very important for them to be very cautious of their surroundings right now. Just holding the edges of the circle, both Glaciers and Unstoppables. What they can practically do, just try and hold them calm. The circle is at their mercy. Pava is doing a beautiful job in trying to guard this entire ridge for themselves. Art OP right at the top of it all is controlling the central vicinity. We have someone
Oh,
watching the back
there
lines.
it is.
One player being spotted, being taken down as well. It's just Glaciers on hit. We're still waiting for that opportunity. Needs to isolate those frags. 1v1 should wait for errors coming in from Mist Official. Pava OP goes in for the offense. Does not really spot him. One player goes down. Wait, it might just be the thing, but no way. Glaciers has been taken down, and that is a winner chicken dinner for Mist Official once again. What a beautiful display it was, wasn't it, Arka?
I mean, I
Dominating
just
right
loved
from the
every
start.
single moment of that final fight. I really thought that, once they rush in blank, there could be a finish point which will be taken in from the side of Glaciers, but still, he did not go for that finish point. Rather, I know that he went in for the knock, but I don't know how come, he did not go for the finish point. But yeah,
probably could have.
Yeah, probably could have. And this is what I speak about. In the midst of the game, you remember Elite Squad was just one man down and the other person was reviving,
Yeah.
but still Retribution did not go for a push. And this is exactly what I speak about. In case Retribution had gone in and they had got a knocked and a finish, that is an unwanted finish point given away to the opponents. So it's important for them to realize that, each and every game they play, they have to make sure they stick together, not make any small mistakes as such that, they'll be losing a player.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a look at all those action once again as we have a look at the highlights. And this is where we'll watch the action unfold once again, right from the start of it all. You've got team Last Legends right at the start of it all, right? Level 2 just couldn't really deliver to the occasion. You've got two of these teams, Level 2 as well as Version 1, and both these teams were rather eliminated in a very sad manner, right? These players being caught out right out in the open all by themselves. There's no support whatsoever. It's not just the ideal way to die, especially in such a high-octane, action-packed match like this.
I mean, this is where, everything comes to a point that you need to hold on to your nerve. You need to be consistent. You need to be composed. And we see that that's coming in from the side of Miramar in this game, where he actually went in and struck at the right moment. Mystic Official on the other side, they just had one finish at this point of time. And from here on, the way they started to rush in, Fragger OP was actually leading it. The Salto was actually taking every single crosshair to an enemy's head, and he was pressing the trigger to put them down. Now, on the other side, this was a very, very challenging terrain as always. Level 2 Esports TX, the way they put an end for this team was also, commendable. But ultimately, from this, I don't know how come Mystics were blessed with some corner where they're not going to be questioned whatsoever.
Yeah.
No team was there to third party them, and that's the best way for you to enter a circle. And I do believe that, Elite Squad at one point of time, when everything was looking good for them, one good grenade, and it was all the opposite way.
Absolutely. That is how you start a fight, right? Retribution just laid down the guidelines on how you approach a 4v4 battle. But of course, Level 2 did try their luck out, especially with those sprays, especially with those counterfires. But nothing really worked their way, right? Battling the circle at one point, battling multiple teams at one point. And this is what basically the setup was like, right? Teams in the vicinity, teams on top of the edges of the circle itself were taken down first, and then you sort of move towards a down ridge, which is sort of contrary to what we get to see on other maps, where most of the teams who are towards a down ridge or towards a lower ground get targeted first. But since there was a vantage point, since they were so vulnerable from all different directions, third parties just went absolute bizarre in this map itself. There was so many third parties and fourth parties happening, Arka.
And amongst all these third-party, fourth parties, I really love how grenades and vehicle blast actually contributed in that violence and chaos as well. So there are times where, Team Invisible was looking actually living up to their name and trying to take down as many finishes as possible, as many people as possible. But ultimately, once the circle started to shift away from them, that is when Team Glacier was blessed with the circle perfectly. They were having that hard cover. There were many chances where Glacier could have come out, but they did not choose to do so, due to which ultimately at the end, all they had to live on was for the second position with the limited amount of finish points they gained. But Mystic Official on the other side, every corner, every look in corner, the went through, they had someone or the other in the crosshairs, and they knew how to dominate against them. Team Glaciers on the other side, as I said, they held on to that down ridge inside that hard cover for a long time, and this is what happened to them. Look at that, 6 smokes right in front of them so that they can make it inside. But that's an actual trail where Unstoppable actually looked over there and they were like, obviously this is where they're going to be walking out. Let's put our crosshairs over there and start firing, and picked up 2-3 finishes for themselves.
Exactly, but things weren't really so simple for Glacier, right? They had to cross the stream, they had to climb this outrageous mountain as well. I'm not going to call this a mountain, but this terrain, this topography is not easy to climb, especially Mist coming in from the backlines, completely wiping the floor with the Unstoppables who had such a nice position inside. It's just because of confidence, right? Mist official, rather, pardon me for that. They're the ones who've had so many finishes to their name. They were the ones who were trying to wipe down every single team in the process of them making their way inside the circle. I feel like that sort of builds confidence, right? You get to see where in the final fight, in the 1v3 fight, they were still going in for that ban as well, right? Yeah. I love to see when players are confident and they're going for that ban, not in a way where you've got to maybe, try and do some disrespect to the other team, but rather just, boost your own confidence and prepare yourself for further fights.
Agreed on that point, but ultimately, yes, there's a question of sportsmanship which does come into picture. Is that going to be hurting the ego of the opposite team, and that is going to be triggered throughout the lobby? If that is not happening, then I would love to also pan some heads here and there, because I really love the sound of that hitting some heads. But yeah, coming back into the game, many wow moments for me ultimately, because Mystics coming in from the right corner was one wow moment. Glacier holding on to one corner of the map where nobody's going to be touching them, nobody's going to be taunting them. That was a wow moment. And ultimately, in between Invisibles, even though they had a very good chance of picking up all the knocks given in from the side of Mystics, did not choose to, but rather took their own fights, was a wow moment for me in one way, because ultimately they wanted to eat, the food which they have cooked. And that's very rare for us to see in a lobby like this.
Exactly. Now, speaking of one of those wow moments which you mentioned, of course, Glacier kind of making their way in from the circle. Had the circle shifted away from the high ground, it could have been something completely different.
Yeah, agreed.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we have one wow moment right in our hands as well. This device kind of screams wow, right? But before we actually mention about the specs, I feel like it's very important that we have the word from our friends as sponsors, iQOO, right there.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Doesn't it scream wow every single time you watch that promo? It screams wow inside me, because this device is something crazy, right? You've got so many talking points right there, right? You've got the 550k plus and 2-2 score, which is the fastest in the 25,000 buck segment. You've got the liquid cooling as well, which is absolutely crazy, right? When you're gaming for hours and hours, devices get pretty hot, but the liquid cooling keeps it pretty cool and warm, just like he says. He has some insights of how many degrees of temperatures.
Yeah, 12 degrees in total inside the motherboard itself, and 3 degrees on the surface itself. And we have been seeing before, whenever you're played, you keep it right in front of the fan and you play it so that the temperature doesn't rise and you have some frame drops. But ultimately, this has got the solution for it. And when you're grinding, I believe this is going to be the mobile for you. And ultimately, where do you find all these things? It's going to be on Amazon special. That is the only place for you to find this. Once you go in there, probably you'll find something more special for yourself as well.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we have something more important for you, right? Let's get back into the day and let's have a look at the point standing, where Erangel sort of gave us our first win, and that's going to be Mist official with 33 points right from the start of the day itself. Now, Glaciers, we talked about them. It was a good rotation coming in from them, right? Using the edge of the map to enter inside the circle from the other end, rotating early. And that is one of the reasons why they got those 12 position points for themselves. The 7 finish points kind of came as a product or a byproduct of their positioning, where they could third party here and then could scavenge those 7 finishes. 19 points, still decent. If they keep up this average, I'm pretty sure they are going to, cross the line, cross the borders. But of course, you've got certain teams to talk about. Retribution RTR, brilliant in their 4v4 battles. Brilliant in the way they opened up Elite Squad right there. Unstoppables once again. Try to catch the best territory, try to catch the best real estate right from the start of the game itself, right from the start of the final fight itself, but then Mist Official came in from the back line, just completely wiped them off.
Yep, and the second half is the point of concern for them. The scope of concern falls into all these teams because Alchemist, they were in the corner where nobody was there. They were in a corner where they did not want to kind of get any kind of skirmishes, and that became a little bit of a problem for them. This is what I always say. Sometimes you need to make sure that you have the right kind of finish points and placement points for yourself. So in the corner where they did not find any teams, they played it too safe. Ultimately, in the late rotations in the final circle, they had to pay the price. Level 2 esports on the other side, they picked up a finish and then lost their confidence. Redemption Crew was something I was looking forward to perform much better. They did not do it as well. But version 1 was the first team to actually say good night, for the first map itself. Now, let's look at the iQOO MVP of the first map of the day itself, and that's going to be the Fragger OP. 8 finishes with just 983 damage points, 4 headshots, and 1 assist at the survival time of 26. We saw him, right?
Yeah.
Let it be an uphill battle, he was there. Let it be a downhill battle, let it be about picking up those finishes, spraying around and making sure that he has information everywhere. Mystic X Fragger OP was there.
He certainly was, and these players were also present in the top 5 of our day itself, right? Fragger OP, 8 finishes just like you mentioned. Sparta Jord providing very good support over there, as well as Power OP. All 3 of them combined have 15 finishes to their name. Of course, from Faith, you've got Angur. From Team Glacier as well, you've got Daddy as well, with 5 and 4 finishes respectively. Of course, the damage and the conversion rate has to be talked about, but we're going to talk about that when we have more statistics, when you've got more queues coming in from different maps itself as we move further onto the day. But for now though, we're going to have a look at the match summary, which is going to give us a good idea of how this Erangel game went. A clean 8,000 healings. Very clean right there. I love what I see right in front of me. 3 grenade finishes to work with, 67 knocks, and 2 airdrops looted. Anything that stands out for you, Arka?
38 rescues is something which stands out for me. That means to say that, every time there was a chance, team did not hesitate to go and pick up their, teammate, and that's a very good thing to say. But the ratio of knocks and finishes were 67 to 57. That is something which kind of shocks me to see that, they were not looking out for those finish points. Now, squad face-off comes in against the side of Glaciers and Faith, where Glaciers were the team which was surviving a little longer and not going in for any kinds of finish points or fights, and that is why they're going to be betrayed with a little bit of a damage as well. 1 headshot with 8 assists. Worked smarter, trying to be safe, but Faith on the other side worked harder and, went out earlier itself. So, somewhere Faith is going to be happy with the performance they've gained in this game and would want to capitalize on it as days go by.
Absolutely, but ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the squad spotlight, the one that has actually performed the best in the first map, and it has got to be, it's a no-brainer, right? It has to be Mist Official. 18 finishes, 2,800 points of damage, 5 headshots and 8 assists. Now, these are stats which might just have been for teams for the entire day, right? You're going to have a lot of teams who have 18 finishes for the entire day itself. But Mr. Official, right? We don't need the entire day. 1 Erangel is enough to actually show what we are made up of.
Agreed. Now there were teams like Level 2 Esports in the previous round had just 15 finishes, but a lot of placement points to make it into the next round. And those are the teams who need to wake up and understand that, sometimes when we perform like this, which they are capable of, and that's why I speak about this, if they stand out and perform like this, I think they're going to have a better day. And for now, looking at the side of Mystic, they've done the hard work in the first game itself. Absolutely. From here on, it's going to be just trying to, chill around in the map of Miramar and Sanhok, try not to get finished off earlier itself. The strength for them is the map of Erangel. And sometimes this is what I speak about. Your team has to understand which is the strength. Is it the map of Erangel, Sanhok, or is it the map of Miramar? Now you understand it's a map of Miramar. Try to perform the best in those 2 maps. The rest of the maps, that's going to be the map of Erangel being the most played throughout the day. Try to find an average in that. And Sanhok is not going to be an issue for you. Or rather, you commit from the other way around. Which is the bad map which you play? Which map doesn't suit your team? Try to, avoid that and concentrate on the rest of the maps and try to make sure you score the highest over there so that it balances it out when you get finished
Yeah.
off earlier itself. So such kind of mind calculations, if the IGLs are doing right, I believe they can easily make it into the next round.
This is exactly what the plan should be, right? From the
Yep.
boot camp where you're playing or the drawing room where you're playing, right? You have to get a game plan for the
Yep.
day itself. What are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? We always talk about this. It does not matter if you're playing iQOO BMOC or you're playing BMPS or you're playing some international tournament. You always have to have the game plan. Speaking of game plan, right now we have a change in game plan where Arca is gonna set out. He's gonna go for a small little break, and Fixis is gonna come in. Now I'm gonna pose a few questions in front of Fixis as well. But for now, though, you've got Elite Squad once again. The limelight is gonna be on them. You've got Invincible as well. You've got Glacier, who have sort of performed really well. I love the fact that Missed Official, the team that we weren't really looking at for a very long time, have performed brilliantly right at the start of the game itself. But Fixis, I want to come back to you. You've watched this game throughout from the sidelines itself. Any team that sort of stands out right from the start of the day itself?
Has to be Mystics officials, the way they've been playing, right? There's no second questions of that. But then again, I sort of felt really Redemption, the boys, and even Retribution. So
Retribution.
this is one of those teams that I had to, sort of have to feel that they have what it takes, to get a lot of finishes to their names. It was a huge start when they started off, getting a lot of good knocks out there, especially with Elite Squad. But you're talking about knockouts. Now, this one phone is absolutely going to knock you out of your mind, because our friends from iQOO still do have a message for you guys right about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Whoa, I was knocked out actually. I had to get back into my seat.
We all were.
We all were. Because this beast is somewhat gives you that knockout punch, right? During the WWE days when I was a big fan of it, there used to be Big Show who had his finishing move, which was a knockout punch, and this sort of delivers that. This one with
In a
that
good way, though.
in a good way, right? In a good way. You've got that humongous 550k plus anti-2 benchmark, which is crazy.
I'm not going to be lying. I went back to my hotel and I started playing on this
Oh,
phone,
you did?
I did get one apiece, and I was rather surprised, right? It felt as if it's a premium phone out of the 50 to 60,000 segment. I did not feel a single jitter while I was just constantly playing for 4 hours. And mind you, that was even without the charge, and I still had a lot of juice left. But getting back into the battlegrounds, Salty, it's going to be Miramar this time. Now, we've been talking about how the first game really panned out, right? The circle absolutely just throwing everyone away from what we've usually been privy to.
Yeah.
This time, getting that swampy circle, because the moment I saw that, I was feeling it. It was either the shorelines or heading towards the swamps. Now, this is where I really loved how Mystics sort of played it around, right? They were on the edges. They were trying to play it very, calm, and it was subtle, right? Where they took fights where it was starting off, and where they felt like, yeah, this is one of the fights I could take. It started off with that one Wizard Tower fight. They just rammed in, got those squad wipe, and then from there onwards, there's never seemed to stop at all.
This is what good decision making does, right? You've got to look at the team right in front and decide, is this a good fight or is this a bad fight? You can't really engage in every single one of them. And Missed Official did a good job in kind of deciphering which one is good for them right at the start of it all. But ladies and gentlemen, this is no more Erangel. We are into the lands of the deserts where it's going to be very hot, and I'm pretty sure the action is going to be hot as well as we look at these beauty shots of this beautiful map itself. After the rework, it sort of looks even prettier, especially the kind of graphics that we get to see. These drone shots give you that premium feeling. But of course, when most of the players land in with their loadouts and everything, they're gonna turn it into an absolute brawl fest.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you've got to give shout out to the production,
Yeah.
for us to be witnessing these beautiful glimpses of this desert. Usually, this is what you're not really hoping so when you head on and think about a desert in your mind. But that put aside, you've got the players of Mr. Officials, right?
right in front of our screens as the Big Bird, like I love to say, ladies and gentlemen, is up in the skies. And as you can see, the flight path trajectory all the way from Crater Fields towards Impala. And this is where, you've got to start, looking for a more of a rather default Miramar circle, right? Something not out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Because now, already starting off with a bang, you've got a circle completely going down to the western side. A lot of teams, I felt, had a lot of trouble dealing with that particular zone, how to approach it. Few of them, like Unstoppable Squad, were in such a good vantage point, and they capitalized upon that. The players of Glacier, they were surviving for quite a long time, but they still could not come up because they had to travel that way, and they had been making a lot of noise though. So they had been heard and they eventually got taken down. So for now, it's going to be eyes on teams like Elite Squad, I must say, who've not had rather a good start, like a start that they would have ideally hoped for. Let's see what happens in this matchup.
Absolutely. The circle, just like you mentioned, is going to play a very, very big role. But I'm also looking forward for more of a default circle towards the northern side. It's got El Pozo, it's got Crater Fields as well. La Cabrera in the mix, which is not really a very ordinary occasion.
I mean, this one particular circle is kind of something that we've also seen in the past, even in BMOC, right? Something around Monte Nuevo. I really like how the players of Greek Gods have positioned themselves right from the very start. Now, if they get a decent amount of loot over there and just come up and take over those hills, they're going to have a really good advantage right from the get-go. But, my eyes do look out at the El Pozo region, because you've got the Unstoppables, you've got the Last Legends, both of them sort of fighting it out in that huge city. But one good thing about both these teams about there, they've kind of had this little bit of a pact between themselves, right? You've got the Unstoppables looting around the entirety of the city, where Last Legend sort of realized that they've got some unfriendly neighbors. It's better to keep aloof, better to loot around the peripheries, get some basic loot done, and then move ahead.
And that is the best part about big cities like El Pozo, right? You can kind of divide it into two different sections. One team can loot the interior, where the other team can kind of loot the exterior as well. But so far, so forth, we're sort of expecting a very slow start, especially with the kind of circle that we have. There are compounds here and there. You've got water treatment. You've got a couple of other places as well, Cruz de Val as well. So most of these teams, they would sort of look to get that early vantage point, look to get themselves stationed in one good position. Of course, Baymax has to be very worried. Redemption Crew, not really the ideal start in the game. They've lost players in the process just like this. They tend to kind of go far away from their teammates, as a result of which they lose bodies in the process. And once they do that, it just makes their life so much more difficult when the final stages of the game comes by.
Oh yeah, it certainly does, right? Redemption Crew, if you remember how they really played in round number 2, it was those first few games, they were completely silent. They were not making a lot of noise. We really never thought that they're going to be in contention to qualify, especially when you had only the top 4 teams heading on towards round number 3. And then from game number 4 and game number 5, I do not know what sort of a spirit was channeled or what did they manifest into their bodies. But
they were possessed.
Yeah, they were certainly possessed, and somehow found their way inside round number 3. And this is where, again, question comes down to this one beautiful team, Vicious Annihilators. Now, if you talk about this one particular team, this is one of them that did not really get a lot of chicken dinners. In fact, I believe they had nothing. But they had a really good balance between the position points. If my memory serves me right, 36 position points is what they had accrued, which is pretty decent enough to make you qualifying to the next round. Now, consistency has been the go-to mantra for a lot of teams, and missed officials. I'm going to be honest, I was caught a little off guard with this because I was really not expecting such a humongous start for them. Because to be honest, if you take a look at their past performances, especially in round 2, they just managed to get 35 finishes and 29 position points. And now they're already sitting at 33 overall points. So this is a dream start for these guys. They're on a whole different high right now. I think I'm going to expect another chicken dinner from them throughout the next course of matches.
It's just about converting one to another, right? When you've got the momentum towards your side, when you've got that numbers advantage towards your side as well. And just like you mentioned, they had that healthy balance in round 2. It didn't even look like this team was going all out in the map of Erangel. It was just a couple of good decision making, which sort of enabled them to kind of find themselves in a position where they're racking up the finishes for themselves. It's not about pushing in 44 in every single direction where the eyes go, but good decision making, I feel like, is always always a byproduct of a lot of finishes to their name.
Yeah, you know, the best part about Mr. Officials over there was the areas that they were holding on to, right? They had that southeastern side where we did not see a lot of teams because majority of them were sort of anticipating the circle to be going towards that western side, and it was clustered over there. They had that little bit of a room and freedom to work around with, and they had nobody on their backlines. They did not have to focus on anybody on the northern side. All they had to do was just look out for all those finishes, you know, any knocked out players out there, try to steal a few here and there, but a little bit of a bullet exchange between the players of Vicious Annihilators and Redemption Crew, as one of them somehow has managed to, you know, pass on through. But the big question over here is, what on earth is happening? Why are they still playing with just 3 players?
It's not just one this time, it's Last Legend as well as Vicious Annihilators. Now, we're only playing with 62 players in this lobby. Not really the ideal start for Vicious Annihilators in the first game itself, and a bad start, I must say, in this one as well. But so far, for Team Faith as well, right? This was one of the teams who we were looking forward to, especially in round 2. And now that they are in round 3, I feel like the job should be easier, but these teams are sort of making it tough for themselves, especially with the amount of complications that they are bringing in. We'll send a player ahead, he's going to be the scout, we're going to scout out different locations by ourselves, take information. I don't really think you need that amount of complication, especially when you have top 8 out of 16 qualifying in the next round. I feel like if we stick together and play as a whole unit, it's just much easier.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to stick to the basics, right? I've always been telling about it. At least till round number 4, do not be off to any sort of shenanigans, you know. Do not tend to overthink, because this is where, you know, even the opposition has it in his mind, right? When a push comes in, am I going to be confident enough to get those knocks, get those finishes done? Everyone has fear struck in their heart. But it is all about, you know, sticking together. Even if one of your player gets knocked out, let's say, there's going to be someone who instantly comes in for revive. But that being said, you know, you've got to be watching out for those pesky grenades coming in, because one of those things, I think one of the players of Retribution did that. I think it was
Elite Squad?
Against Elite Squad. He got 2 of those players, you know, one of those grenades just had ricocheted out and instantly just decimated 2 of the boys, and that was the tipping point for Elite Squad. That is where they felt really vulnerable. That is where they felt, you know, now we're in dire circumstances.
Now, I love what Elite Squad sort of trying to do, right? Every single game they play a 2-2 split. Now, that is something which I sort of would recommend certain teams as well, right? You play in a 2-2 split, but not in a very long distance way that there is no trade potential whatsoever. You are in a split where even if the grenade had exploded, the final player is still alive and he might just go out and gather some sort of placement points to work with. Also, especially when a team pushes in, you've got a different direction and the team might not be anticipating that, but so far we can see some sort of vehicle reversion. Now, this sort of circle does not invite a lot of distance travel on the vehicles, because you can find yourself good compounds right from the start of it all, and it's rather a basic circle. Most teams have understood it. So right from the first circle itself, I'm not really anticipating a lot of vehicular movements, but looking at these teams, I feel like it just might be otherwise, because they're sort of starting to huddle around the San Martin region right now.
Yeah, I mean, that has been pretty much evident, right? We've seen a lot of teams trying to rotate around. It's basically them just floating about, still waiting for that 3rd circle or maybe that 4th circle to hit. And that is where, you know, we've been talking about those curveballs, right? This is exactly what I was talking about right from the very start. Now, for teams like Greek Gods, this is where they can really start capitalizing. You've got that little bit of a western high hill to capitalize upon, you know, just go there, set up camp and look out for everybody else. Now, the Unstoppables, they also have a really good vantage point over there, you know, heading off. But now we're going to see those little eastern teams trying to slowly kind of get inside the zone. What would be really interesting is what route do they prefer for themselves? You know, are they going through Hacienda del Patron? Are they going through San Martin? But now Redemption Ruthless just absolutely blowing up the vehicles, and the Alchemist, I did not know they need to perform some sort of an alchemy to stay alive at this point.
I have no clue. That spray was spot on and the vehicle just explodes. Redemption Crew getting that initial one for themselves. Good start to the game, of course, for them, because it didn't really start well on the map of Erangel. But this time I feel like BMOC and others, they're doing a good job just holding themselves together. For Alchemist, though, not really ideal, having lost their player in the process. Now, we do see this on the map of Miramar quite often, right? Vehicular movements, and then a spray comes in and it just spreads apart the vehicle iQOO just turns into pieces and gets into a total barbecue.
Oh yeah, I mean at that particular moment, what I loved about Redemption Crew was they knew which one to go for, right?
Yeah.
Now what we've always seen with all the other teams, a lot of rookies making these mistakes, they get confused whom to target.
Yeah.
And they go after shooting on 4 different vehicles. Now,
Yeah.
if you have all your players shooting at one vehicle, you're gonna get that knock, get that vehicle exploded. Because in Miramar, as it goes, even with the pickup trucks, you've got the Mirados, they're sort of delicate darlings, right? Instantly sort of tend to explode, and that was the case with Alchemist. What could have done? It was, of course, an avoidable situation. Now, he had to, try to keep away from that little higher ridge that he was going on. Had he taken that low ridge, could have been a whole different story altogether.
What I love about Glaciers is this team always prioritizes the zone right from the start of it all. Even in the map of Erangel, they knew that the zone was going to, stick to the shorelines and work like a magnet around it. And they instantly got control over it. Right from the first circle, they had their long rotation from their drop location toward the side. And from then on, they started slowly and slowly pushing their way inside towards the Soms region. So once again, they've got that high ridge advantage to work with. They are probably somewhere around the center of the circle. They've got some certain hills around them as well, which is going to prevent them and not really put them in a vulnerable spot against certain third parties. But all it kind of turns out is if the circle is going to stay on them or is it going to move outwards, because if it does so, problems start to arise when you're on the high ground.
The best part about Glacier that I've really loved is they're the most consistent team in the lobby. Now, these are just statistics from round number 2 we were talking about. They managed to get 40 finishes and 42 placement points. And the best thing to top it all was not even a single chicken dinner was acquired from them. This shows in volumes as how consistent they've been throughout the entire 5 games that they've played, right? So clearly, Team Glacier is one of those teams that you're going to be anticipating to look more of even in round number 4.
Might just be, and they might qualify as well, especially with the kind of performance. They got 19 points from the first game. They look well settled. And this is one of the teams who sort of does not like to play on their nerves. Just look at a team traversing by right from the right in front of them. They're not really going after them at this point, right? Few bullets fired, some pot shots taken against them, and that's about it. No commitment whatsoever. And that's what I like, right? You don't really want to commit way too early in your life, do you?
Pretty young to make such a bold statement. I really hope your family and friends aren't tuned in. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of issues off stream, Salty. But, alright, so a lot of teams are gonna have issues right now because it's got a certain shift, right, towards the certain side of wanting to Evo as the Unstoppables are trying to get stopped at by the players of Greek Gods. Now, we've got to see if they've got what it takes, because it was not a really good start for them. Now, we've seen how good Shanks is, right? He's shown some really good gun power, even in those previous initial rounds that we did see them, as the Unstoppables just trying to relieve a few teams out of the mobility that they have. But we've got a little bit of a trifecta coming in. You've got Vicious Annihilators, you've got a few other teams, we've got Glacier on those lower ridges. It's going to be really interesting if they sort of try and engage early on into the fights.
Yeah, but of course there's no compulsion, right? They've got the escape strategies ref. I'm kind of not really sure what Invincibles are going to do, right? They only had 2 vehicles, and Christian Spider are already on the move, whereas the 2 other players are sort of left behind, right? 1 vehicle was sort of exploded, so they might just have 2 more left. But anyway, I feel like Vicious Annihilators are not just going on the offense as of yet. Even Glaciers, for that fact, they're sort of stepping back. And this is the right approach. Just have not really all your attention focused on one team at this point. Just have a look at your surroundings, if there are some snakes lying around. But ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here? Towards this region of Power Grid, you've got Iron Sights, only 1 player. I can't really... Oh, okay, so fine. It's all 4 players in this side. You've got Insane right at the start of it all. Invincibles, they've rotated into the mix right now. 2 players versus 4. What do you think, Fixes?
No, I would really love it if the players of Ironside take that Eastern compounds to themselves as well. But elsewhere, we've got War Mania going after level 2 esports as things have opened up. This Tipul is just spraying around as Drago comes in from the backline. But has the damage being done? Yes, sir, because already 2 players have been knocked out. One of them already finished off. Now, it all comes down to Drago, who's all by his lonesome.
He certainly is. All by himself. I'm not really sure if he can pull off a lot over there. Warmania's X still cooking up the nade. I think for him, the first priority would be to get his friend back up because this is the third circle. The damage starts getting a little more from the blue zone. You don't really want to battle that right now, but you've got Last Legend just scavenging upon. Makes life more difficult for Warmania as well. Even though they might just finish level 2 esports, it's life still difficult. But Last Legends, I love this. They've got their priorities set. Get back inside the circle, but right in front, there's Gracious.
Yeah, and they are really exposed. Very vulnerable. Daddy.
The
taken down
Mirado.
to sleep, but gets into cover at the right time. And this is where, I love what Last Legends did over there. They found a little window, a little bit of a room and opportunity. But has to be really careful because, you still have the players just right beside you of VR1. Now, VR1 is one of the reputed organizations that we have even seen in the previous renditions of BGMI so far. Now, Psych OP is definitely one of those players to look out for. But now going for a revive at the 4th circle, you certainly need to patch yourself up. But before that, comes in out of nowhere as Shantanu will be taking a few shots at him, eventually just finishing him off. And I think that is going to be marking the end of version 1. Back-to-back really 2 bad games.
0 points from 2 games, not the ideal start in round 3, but for Warmania though, they've just got one player left, SG7, as the vehicle tumbles right across from the edge. Could have exploded had had this been proper real-world physics, but yeah, he's gonna get in. He's got 5 bandages to kind of wrap himself up, but that's never gonna be enough.
So much copium for him right now. And I'm starting to wonder if is he going to survive because, Shantanu has also joined the fray, but he's also at very, very low HP. But the players of Unstoppables, I really love what they did in the first game, right? They knew they had to sort of put that elevated point to themselves.
Yeah.
And then, just once they get that room, they get that opening, that's when they make that mad dash into the circle. Having a top 3, I mean, I really love what they did. But finally, SG7 OP has managed to use all his 5 bandages to himself and now is well settled inside his
Respectable HP.
Lamborghini. And
A lot of people say you wouldn't really be sad inside a Lamborghini. Shantanu says otherwise because he doesn't have health inside.
wish I did have some meds to myself. Just trade it off. Take the vehicle. But right now we've got Miramar who spotted out, I believe, the players of Flash OP and gets a beautiful knock out there, opening things up. Now this is where, Ironside, they were doing good at Power Grid, right? The moment they come out, now they're under fire.
They certainly are. Team Invincible also in the background. They will be looking to take pot shots against Elite Squad as well. And this sort of prevents Elite Squad from going all out against Team Faith, right? You've got Team Mist Official as well in the backdrop. You've got Team Vicious, Annihilators, and all these teams sort of start building, start huddling up right next to each other. This is where you start to play very cautiously. You can't take moves. You can't commit to a particular fight all out and go in the open in search for those finishes. But right now, I feel like for Mist Official, it's very, very important to get those placement points. They've got 3 finishes already to their name. They've got those 3 essential points. It's just about getting inside the top 8 so that they can back up that initial performance at Erangel with some good points from Miramar as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, Mr. Officials, one more good game. So certainly kind of trying to walk the paths of what P6 did yesterday, if you remember, right? They started off with a bang, but I really hope they do not end up like P6 because, again, with the kind of a start that this other team had, well, they kind of sort of fizzled out towards the very end, but now this is where this has to be one of the most important fights for Elite Squad, as trades have already been taken. I'll be way too ahead as the players of Elite Squad are sort of trying to position themselves in a proper manner.
He's wrapped up.
Crossfire being created as Elite Squad get a really nice advantage in this particular fight.
But Simple has been taken down, and this is exactly the point where, oh my god, Rango, he was just completely out in the open. Denny OP, beautiful stuff. And this is exactly where it counts. I'm not really sure if Team Invincibles will be able to come back at this point because Parmar and the rest of the crew, they've just completely surrounded them. Those initial knocks and coupled them, beautiful movement coming in from the rest of the team. Beautiful stuff right from the start.
I really loved what Denny did over there, right? He sort of kind of was anticipating that little push coming in here, hearing the footsteps and firing at the right point, and it was a beautiful pre-fire, I must give you that. But again, Invincibles were a little bit lost over there with Abi, really coming in. He committed, but his rest of the team was far behind as we kind of shifted to a different fight altogether. We do have the players of Retribution going ham after Glacier. Somehow they managed to escape from that little, wooden shack they had. But have they really?
They certainly have not. Retribution, though, for them, the task is quintessential to actually move inside the circle. So the blue zone, of course, starts shrinking, and they've got to press forward. Mr. Fischl have actually joined their party. Fragger OP, the last remaining survivor, is being chased down by Simple, as well as Denny OP, as Daddy, or rather Simple, would be the one who finishes the things off. But here we have Daddy, who's being knocked out, and Retribution RTR. They're just wrecking havoc, completely breaking through Glacier and breaking their back. I'm not really sure if they will be able to stand up quite comfortably after this.
No, Duty is definitely one of those players to watch out, really. And there you go, the last player. No problem whatsoever for Chonu. Quite really interesting names out here. As now instantly they have attention directed towards a whole different team altogether. But now we've got Vicious Annihilators and the players of the Unstoppables fighting it out against each other. With Shivang already knocked out and player 3 on really low HP. It's going to be one of the fights to be really interesting to watch.
And very interesting rage right in between these two teams. Now, both of them would actually shift to rather an artillery warfare, shifting to the FPP mode, still looking for those small pixels on top of that ridge. But that ridge is going to stall the fight for now a little. Look at the southern edge of the mini-map, which is completely laden with teams. I'm pretty sure shots might be pouring in from multiple directions. And this is where teams have to take a stand. They have to stand their ground and maybe just wait for some time. Let some teams get diminished and then maybe move forward. Beautiful move coming in from Unstoppables as they catch them lying down, and they are being wiped off when they were sleeping. Hit the enemy when their backs are uncovered.
And the kiss of death is what I love to say, as right now we've got players of Detention Crew. I really love those moves from their side. They have to pick their targets, right? They have to go after a particular team. Is it going to be Retribution or the one in front of them? Exovic has to be cooking up a grenade, tosses it up in mid-air as a grenade also comes in trade. As there you go, damage has been distributed, but still no knocks yet.
I love the fact that they block their backlines with smokes and they're focusing right in front of them. Teams are there certainly in the backlines. They are sandwiched in between, I believe, certain other teams. But here you have Retribution RTR still looking in for finishes. An Alchemist completely out in the open. The vehicle tires haven't been destroyed, and therefore right underneath those gearboxes, being shot down with that mini.
Yeah, he's not gonna live. He's not gonna live. He knows that he has met his right now. There's a snipe from the backlines, catching the players of Redemption Crew completely with their pants down, a little bit oblivious about the Unstoppables again taking that little bit of a vantage point and using it into their advantage, getting a lot of knocks out there, getting a lot of finishes out there. But Elite Squad, they're still putting up a huge fight with Godwin right now being pushed at by the players of the Unstoppables. Trouble having no trouble whatsoever, getting the elimination secured with that Elite Squad with 7 finishes, bow out at a respectable 7th spot.
They absolutely do, but Unstoppables, they're still looking to charge forward, and it's not going to be easy, especially when the vantage point is towards Fate. But beautiful cover fire coming in from Trouble as the rest of the players, that is Phoenix, actually draws all the attention. But now they are in the bottom ridge. They've got to lay most of the smokes that they have to try and cover in. So much attention coming in from God's crew as well, as they're coming in from the backlines. The Unstoppables right now, they have the edge of the circle for themselves. They still have to press forward 50-60 odd meters to actually move inside the circle, but it's not going to be easy, especially when left and right they are laden with lead as well as teams.
You know, I really love how Retribution have positioned themselves, but now is Trouble aware of Hitman right beside him. He opens up, pulls into, but eventually just has to deal with the wrath of that Uzi, as he knows yet another player of the Unstoppables is going to be forcing himself in. But he's going to be a little bit cautious over there, as he's waiting for the right opportunistic moment, gets that second finish secured as well, as he now has his eyes on the players of Greek Gods.
Greek Gods 3v1 situation for Hitman. One nice nade, one juicy nade falls inside this shack, and this man would turn into a barbecue. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to do that right at the get-go. But Fate, though, they are taking in shots from 2 different directions. The Redemption Crew as well as God's crew. They just a stacked team to take this team out of the equation.
Oh, indeed. And right now, you know, it's Hitman surviving against the wall. I'm still surprised how nobody of Greek Gods have paid attention to him. Redemption Crew now in a whole world of trouble. Shanks out in the open, gets knocked down by Hitman. Again, a Spicy right in front of him. All he needs to do is to step out of his cover, spray down him with the Uzi, but he still does not resort to that. But eventually, we get the damage done with that grenade, as finally Abbas realizes what's waiting for him inside that little shack.
gets another finish to his name. He actually got a finish from that knock as well, which was completely not his. The last Legends, they're still fighting. This is a 3-man lineup which actually fought their way inside the top 3 right now. And Hitman, he's got 4 finishes to his name. Is just doing the dream job for his team. One team, that is going to be RTR Retribution. They're the ones they've got to make their way inside the circle. Greek Gods have got it completely covered, and a beautiful, beautiful ridge all across to guard them from every single direction. They have no threats whatsoever.
You know, at this point, you know, Hitman could be the thorn for Greek Gods in them not getting the chicken dinner this time around, because at some point they do acknowledge his existence, right? But there you go, Hitman making things even worse for the players of Retribution. It's going to be Duty who hits the final nail in the coffin, but what a standoff for the last Legends, especially Hitman vibing out with 6 finishes to their name, as Duty finally does get a grasp of where Joker is just behind that airdrop. Does he have visuals on him? Is that airdrop really slipping by?
I guess it is. Or probably it's getting back in position. I have no clue what's happening though. But Duty, oh my god, poor guy has to come out of his cover. This is when the spray comes in his way. And Team Greek Gods ESP, beautiful stuff as they get the winner with the chicken. A very respectable game, a calm and calculated movement coming in from them, which got them that beautiful position inside the circle as well as the chicken dinner to actually work for.
You know, it was a much needed one, right? Because they did not have such an amazing start to the evening. The Erangel game was not how they wanted it to be. And they had to control situations over here. And this is one of those teams that was not the most aggressive one, but one of the most smartest one. Because if you have to talk about the aggressive ones over here, it has to be Retribution all along. The way they've been playing, look at them. And as a result of that, they've managed to take that top spot. And Greek Gods ESP, they did manage to get that chicken dinner, but those 7 finishes were not really enough as they land second at 22 points.
Now for Mist Official, this is where things get a little complicated. They've got that buffer to actually work with. They've had the 14-point buffer in the first game, but just 4 points kind of gives that advantage away once again, kind of lies them right around that vicinity where other teams can actually chase and take down the top spot away from them, especially with the Retribution RTR. They had a decent performance in the last game as well. They will be in proper contention to maybe take that spot away from them. Redemption Crew sort of redeeming themselves once again, coming back into the fray. Fate and Unstoppables once again a consistent showing, but I'm happy to see that Elite Squad is finally back in the mix. They finally see them inside the first page.
Yeah, the one fight with the Invincibles, that was absolutely nuts, right? The way it all started off, I was starting to wonder how much cojones did Abhi have really, going for a push like that all by his lonesome, especially when you're kind of not wary about your surroundings, where you're not aware of where the other players of ES were, and had to pay a hefty price, and a squad wipe at that. This is something that Team Invincible cannot really afford right now, especially them being one of the more aggressive teams. We know you love to take fights, but it is against Elite Squad who have managed to get the highest finishes. But as we take a look at the bottom half of the standings over here, version 1 Salty, I do not know, such a big name, and suddenly it's all coming down for them. I mean, they're just kind of looking to be crashing out of this tournament.
Exactly. Now, not even finding a single point in the first 2 games is what scares me, right? I'm not really scared of the 16th position. It might happen to you 1 or 2 games, that's fine. But not managing a single finish and getting eliminated at that 16th spot every single time is sort of what scares me at this point. But ladies and gentlemen, I think most of the players in the lobby, they're scared of this particular player. That is the iQOO MVP of the map of Miramar. It is going to be Hitman 45. Team Last Legend. They started off with 3 players, but what a show coming in from Hitman Fixes.
Yeah, just imagine if they had it could have been a chicken dinner game for themselves.
It could have been.
It was such a good solo standoff by this one player. And somewhere kind of thoughts me into thinking, was it just Greek Gods being really careless? Because all they needed was one good grenade, right? He just comes out of nowhere, gets knocks after knocks, and eventually earns himself a very respectable iQOO MVP as we take a look at the top 5 players. And this is where even we had the players from Retribution chime in, right? Especially Chonu and how Duty have been playing, especially Duty being that one guy in the first game of Erangel was the one who got those 2 knocks with just one grenade. And looks to be in flow even in the second one. So Retribution, definitely a team to watch out for. I'm just waiting for the chicken dinner, which is going to happen anytime soon.
It might just be, it might just come through any moment. Elite squad as well. You've got Denny will be coming back in the frame. I'm waiting for Parmar and the rest of the boys as well to chime in. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the match summary and all the action that unfolded. That you've got 6,700 healings, which is a relatively smaller numbers compared to Miramar. We've got approximately the 7,000 mark, but 2 grenade finishes and a 325 meters, which is decent, a longest distance finish.
You know, it all had to do with how the circle panned out, right?
Yeah.
It was around Montenuevo. There was not a lot of long-range skirmishes avenues out there. You know?
Yeah.
You cannot get into those, areas where you can expect to, deal a decent amount of damage, then have someone knocked out, go for a revive. But for what we've really seen in this particular game, it was all about going in with conviction, right? We did get to see a lot of 4v4 finishes, a lot of 4v4 fights happening, and it's just squads just dying out. But as we take a look at the FT graph, this has very well resonated over here as well. You know, barring Retribution and the Unstoppables and few other squads, it was not such a huge game for the other teams.
Exactly right, where they sort of participated in that fight and instantly gets extinguished. They don't really stand a chance against teams like Retribution or probably the Unstoppables as well. Now, I love the fact that Retribution can convert all those damages into 12 finishes. Unlike the Unstoppables, who sort of got dished out a little earlier, they still had 1,600 points of damage to work with, but only 5 finishes to show for it. Kind of shows conviction that Hitman had a much bigger impact with those 4 finishes that he got right inside the shack itself.
Oh yeah, he just ruined the day, right?
He certainly did.
Especially how the Unstoppables have been playing. We can have a little bit of a pattern, right? They're loving to take that high ground.
High
They're not
ground, yeah.
letting go of it till the very end. They still have one of those players, just lingering around the top of the hills, and while the other players go in for the rush. Now, what really came out of syllabus was, of course, Hitman, when they were kind of unaware, just going and checking inside the little wooden shack, and they had to meet their maker. But apart from that, it was a really good game of Miramar, I must say, especially, that little Montenuevo circle that we were anticipating. We got to see that. Now, this is where, the discussion really comes in. Greek Gods ESP, this was their game that they had to capitalize, and they did it in a good manner.
They certainly did, obviously not in terms of finishes. They had 804 points of damage but 7 finishes, right? Just goes to show that how efficient that they were, especially in the final circle. They didn't really participate in a lot of fights when the game started, right? They always focused on their circle itself, which you mentioned right from the start of as well when we were discussing statistics. This is the team that sort of kind of relies on that position points, some finish point to go with as well. But of course, we've got some sort of a device which can help you get some extra finish points for yourself, especially with the kind of processor that did boast like 778 Snapdragon G with 5G supportivity.
And you're kind of talking about, advanced technologies, even 5G getting enabled. That is a added plus that you guys have. But, we've been talking about it a lot. Let's see what the boys from iQOO have to say about that.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Well, we might sound like broken records, but this is the fastest device, right? There's no denying the fact that this is the fastest device in that 25,000 rupees segment. And you just want to have this in your pocket, especially for people like me, right? I'm not really a rich guy. I'm not really someone who can afford those 50, 60, even higher priced smartphones. This is what it is for me, right? And given the performance that it offers, I might not just have to look at those devices. Why would I? Am I stupid?
That's the average Indian story, right? Especially when you teenagers, right? You somehow going to college.
I'm not a teenager, by the way.
Still, you are.
I'm not.
Just not facing the reality. But again, once you're still, dependent upon your parents, you can't really ask them for, the more expensive premium devices like 60,000, 70. We've got devices going up a lakh as well. But this is where it really comes in handy. You want to start off in esports. You want a decent device, to get yourself going on, and with some immense features, right? Like I really said, even in the custom lobbies, do not have those jitters even coming around. But a lot of jitters were there for a few of the players out there. We can see in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, as we transitioned into that. It all started with the players of Alchemist just being blown away. Look at this. I love what they did over at Redemption Crew, because they had all their players' attention towards one vehicle and ensured that early knock. But then again, this is where it was a little bit of a fight that I really felt should not have been taken, considering they had to both get inside the circle. So it could have been avoided, because this is where, you know, the players of last level, I think it was Hitman only
Yeah.
who had the last laugh.
He certainly did, and this is where it kind of comes down to that tension in the air, right?
This is how he got started.
This is how he got started. He's lost his contemporaries already. He's just the lone survivor. He's still taking in pot shots. This man certainly has got some balls to actually work with.
Yeah.
Still survives this region as well. But, I mean, getting back to the point, Warmania and the rest of the crew who are sort of reeling back in the second page of the lobby, the tension in the air, you can feel them, right? The movement they are taking in, the vehicular rotation that they're taking in, they're sort of still understanding when to take that rotation, when to go for those rotations, and when to go for those fights. That sense of jurisdiction is still not there in them.
Yeah, and this is where even you know, I kind of give it back to Invincibles, right? You know, they were looking lost in this particular fight.
Yeah.
Right? The way, especially how they approached, they did not have anyone, you know, just pushing together. You should have been in tandem. At least one of them providing cover fire from behind if one of them is pushing ahead. But this is where, you know, even with Glacier, they were in such an uncomfortable spot, right? Nowhere to run or hide. They were really caught between a rock and a hard place over there, and eventually just got turned into shreds as Retribution just got the better out of them. Has certainly been one of the best teams in the lobby so far. Two consistent, consecutive back-to-back good games for them. And this is where, you know, you kind of have that little feeling at the back of your mind, you know, one chicken dinner is definitely coming for this squad.
This is exactly what you want, right? Consistent displays right at the start of it all, and then you can't take it up the Kratic way and just go absolute bizarre in the final few games that are still there to come. But we still have 4 more games to go. I feel like the teams who are in the bottom page right now, they still have the opportunity of maybe making a comeback at this point. But you've also got to give it to Unstoppables, right? Always finding their place inside the highest point inside the circle. We were sort of discussing this before the show started as well. There are 2 ways of approaching Miramar, and Unstoppable is probably taking the higher ridge aspect of it all.
Yeah, and you know, that has been working out for them.
Yeah.
As long as it does not need fixing, you do not really have to go forward and look on towards other avenues, right? And they've been accruing a lot of good position points. They've been consistent as well, you know. As long as you stay in that top 4, top 5 and have a decent amount of finishes to back it along, then you're going to be in the mix for the top 8, at least qualifying into round number 4. So initially, you know, teams like the Unstoppables look really good. You've got Retribution looking really good. Even, you know, had the players over there of team Last Stand, had they really also gotten themselves in, had they had 4-man squad alive and to not really have to rely on Hitman as well, I think really they've got a bright future as well.
Most of the teams inside the final circle, like, especially at this point, right? Nobody knew that Hitman was there. He was just like, alright, surprise guys! Not really the surprise you would want on your birthdays, but of course, this is where he kind of showed his brilliance. Got the first, I guess a player was knocked, yes, got the first knock for himself, and now timed the nade to perfection, where he got a finish and also got another knock for himself as well, which eventually he's just going to peek out and confirm once again, survive this nade, which by pure luck, I would say. But I feel like when you do something such brave, you pull off something as good as what Hitman did, Lady Luck also kind of tends to go your way.
Oh yeah, it certainly does, right? And this is where, you know, Hitman is going to be all high on that confidence. You know, this is where he should be anticipating his teammates to also back it up a little bit with him.
Yeah.
Get your whole squad, for Christ's sake. You know, I do not know what could be more important for these lads, because they've been hustling, they've been grinding for so long, and it's going to be such a shame if, you know, you cannot qualify to round number 4 because you did not have your whole squad with you.
Exactly, right? And in this game, it was not just one team, it was 2 teams, which kind of raises question. If it was internet problems, get yourself this device because it has 5G. I'm not really sure if 5G is commercially available or not. Is it commercially available?
It will be soon.
It will be soon, right? So when that comes in, this device is really going to help you, you know, get your internet that fast, maybe get yourself better than 20 ms ping, something like 10, something like 2. You can't even complain about the ping situation as well.
You know, what I really I'm even looking forward to, as we do have Sanhok coming up next, you know, Mr. Facials, right? One of those teams that started off with a banger and then suddenly had a really bad game in Miramar. Now, even for the likes of Glacier, right? Now, we've been talking about them even while we were, you know, having this conversation conversation in Miramar game. You know, they have been the most consistent team in round number 2, getting that perfect balance, and even without a chicken dinner, having 40 points of position points is not it's not a small thing, right?
Yeah.
And this is something that you need to understand that yeah, Glacier does have what it takes, but you know, kind of getting themselves hunkered down to that one little spot. This is something that they really need to work on towards.
Exactly, and Sanhok might just be the map of change for them, right? We've
Yeah.
seen Sanhok being that motivating factor for a lot of these teams, not just in round 3, but also in round 2 and round 1, where they sort of rejuvenate and from the lush green lands of Sanhok, of course, and they kind of come back. And now that we've got 2 more Erangel maps to go, 1 more Miramar maps, I still feel that there's a lot of room for improvement for majority of the teams, right? Once Sanhok kicks in, once you get that adrenaline of playing in those close quarter combats, you are ready to take those fights. That is when you kind of start thinking, all right, we can do this. This is our lobby, and that is when you start dominating on the other maps as well. So for Glaciers, I feel like it's just about time when they get that one good game, and it's an easy journey from them from that point on.
You know, somewhere I really think they're still in the mix in the top 8 for now.
Yeah,
You know, it's
they
not
should
the
be.
end of the world for them. It was just that one bad game, right? We've seen teams really make a comeback even in round 2 when it was such a cutthroat competition. Just the top 4 teams used to qualify. And you know,
Yeah.
we've been talking about Sanhok. You know, we should be heading towards the matchup once again, ladies and gentlemen. Take a quick gander at all the teams participating and let us know which your favorite ones are going to be. As Salty, he's going to be taking a little bit of a break. He needs, you know, check out his phone, you know, get on towards replying to all the salty DMs coming out there. As I do have Arka back again with me this time. And Arka, it was such an eventful Miramar game, right? This is where we did not get to see, you know, a team getting back-to-back chicken dinners. We are seeing some new names really popping off. But now heading into Sanhok, it's going to be such a table turner, right? This is one of the maps that completely changes the dynamics. So who do you really think this time, Arka, is going to be stepping out?
Somewhere I feel it's going to be Alchemist, Wishes, Annihilators, and then you had one of Ironside, and even one team which is performing, who have hit the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
So these are the teams, Team LL. All of these teams who can perform absolutely well, because we have been seeing from yesterday that it's a game changer for most of these teams. And also one more thing, it's not like yesterday. Yesterday we had one team dominating the first 3 maps itself. So the top 2 or the top 3 teams, to be specific, they were the teams dominating. Now
Yeah.
the change of pace in the second game itself is going to give a lot of room for the other teams to perform. But at the same time, by the end of the day, we can expect the teams from the game 1 to perform much better and retain the spot which they were holding.
You know, so Arka is going to be a dreamer, and so am I, right? A lot of teams we really thought were going to be performing haven't really shown up yet. But
Yep.
we do know Sanhok is one of those maps where it all changes, right? Where it all kind of changes, where you have to make sure that you've got that center of the circle to yourself. You get those little compounds to your name, and whoever
Yep.
does that, whoever has the blessings of the BGMI gods is the one who turns out as the victor. But you know, there's another thing, you know, that I'm really looking forward to is Bloodbath in Paradise Resort, which we did say yesterday as well.
Yeah, and this is one thing which keeps, you know, lingering around my head. Is that the only place in the map of Sanhok where we can expect something like that? Because towards the side of Ruins there was a time when people wanted to challenge out one another in the map of Ruins, where inside those you know, tomes there were a lot of places for you to go farming. You know, you'd get a lot of guns, you get a lot of throwables, to be specific. So it's important for teams to actually go to such places, towards Tambang, towards Ruins, dominate on the western side of the map a little, and then take that, you know, element of doubt, as nobody's coming in from that side, and take
Yeah,
away.
absolutely.
And another element of doubt coming on our screens. We'll be back.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Now, what element of doubt was I speaking about? Where do we buy this beast? You know, every single time we go in and we speak about this mobile, and then I was sitting back watching you two cast, and I was like, they're speaking so much about the mobile, and where do we actually find it? We can find it on Amazon special exclusively. That is where you find a lot of good things for yourself as well. But this is something which you need to have in your hands. I mean, it makes me look stylish. That's a different story.
Yeah.
But the way it's gonna help you out with that specifically one feature of 4G, you know, it does boost a lot of confidence that, you know, vibration does give you a sense anymore. All these time it was all about your hearing and your seeing. Now vibrations, you can start to feel from which angle the bullets have been shot, and that's a huge thing. That's a
Yeah, I
big
mean,
game
the
changer.
4D vibration motor really helps you
Yeah.
out. But what really comes in handy for me is that 66-watt flash charge, right? You know,
Agreed.
being a competitive player, you need to have that really instant fast charging, because between the games, how long of a gap do you have? 15 minutes just, and it is gonna, you know, replenish your battery to 60% plus in that
Yeah.
little time span, right? So you're always there. You have got your optimum performance locked and loaded up. So definitely check this one out. It's the iQOO Z6 Pro 5G, ladies and gentlemen, available on www.amazon.in. And while we're speaking about Amazon right now, they've got a sale going on, so you're gonna get the best deals out there as well. Now we're gonna transition ourselves back into the maps of Sanhok. Of course, you know, you've been talking about, you know, ruins, one of those areas, but I believe, you know, there were the old days, the long old days that have been kind of forgotten, because it's been ages since we last saw the ruin circle.
Yeah, that's where everything lies. So when you know that the circle is not going to form over there, you have one advantage on you. Nobody's going to be challenging. Nobody is going to be thinking of going to that space. So that is where you get the right kind of farming. You can
Yeah.
go in, get the right kind of guns, get the right kind of throwables, then take a rotation into the circle where you have 2-3 different places through which you can make it inside the circle. One. Second thing, when it comes to Bloodbath, we all know it's going to be boot camp, apart from Paradise. Yeah.
It hasn't been
But
so
yeah,
occupied, right?
I'm speaking about those places which are not Bloodbath anymore and which I expect it to be. Because ultimately, see, you go back to your basics, you go back to your textbooks, you do understand that these are the places most explored, and these are the places where you can actually experience lesser firepower. So I believe that, you know, teams have to choose to go to such places.
You know, the thing with, you know, bootcamp, it's been a long debate going on, and I have really strong opinions at that. The only problem that I really face, you know, while you tend to drop off at bootcamp, is fine. You've got two teams fight it out amongst each other.
Yeah.
But the biggest issue is getting out of bootcamp, because you've got being surrounded by those ridges.
Yeah.
You've got so much of cover from the hills. You know, teams tend to really pile up over there. You've even got those two little compounds just beside bootcamp, and then you've got those warehouses. So a lot of areas to, you know, take down the team that heads over towards bootcamp. It takes absolute precision, you know, if you have to conquer that place. And this is where, you know, Paradise, you know, still retains that little bit of a hotspot. But, you know, we've been talking a lot about ruins, and production has heard us. Now we're really hoping that, you know, we get into these shrines, you know, get inside the temples, you know, have those little bit of fights been erupting out. Because if you talk about the big teams, right, the big guns, there was this one time when we had Team Tamilas go against Team God. Like every single time it was a Sanhok game and it was a ruins area. That is where we had those drop collisions. But now those days are long gone.
That's why I pray for it to come back, and where every single time I pray for a prison circle in the map of Miramar, where I pray for a Thumbung circle in the map of Sanhok. Try to think out of the box and challenge these teams, and this is one of the most beautiful places I've seen in the map of Sanhok, you know. Under the dwelling is what I've heard in one of the saying, and over here we have seen a lot of chances for people to go for a fight. Yeah, Paradise Resort, I do agree that, you know, in the recent lobbies it's going to be a bloodbath, but one question arises, you know, whenever you go into the map of Sanhok, how many times have you seen that the circle does go towards the side of Paradise Resort?
Oh, quite a lot. I mean, we've seen that even happen during BMOC. The initial few rounds where we had those Southern Paradise Resort areas being built up. It's not hardcore Paradise ever, but it's still, you know, kind of goes down a little bit towards that southern side. We've seen a little bit towards that northernish shift as well. But you know what, the current meta has been, you know, around a little bit towards that eastern side, you know, around Bhan, around Quarry. We've seen those circles really coming up, and it's been something that we've been wanting for quite so long. You know, a very southernish circle somewhere around Sami or maybe towards Bantai. but we're just going to be hoping, fingers crossed, that we finally get to see some action around that area. Now, I'm kind of completely in the dark about, any drop collisions that we get to see today, because in Paradise, we had two teams locking horns against each other. Now, Paradise is one of those regions where I would really suggest teams to not drop Clash, because once you do that, once you even tend to survive, we've seen that on many occasions that they eventually get third-partied.
Now, talking about early skirmishes, somewhere I feel that towards the side of Dogs or Kampong, we can expect some clashes to happen, because that's the least visited area when it comes to BMOC itself. So teams will be looking forward for it, and they'll be looking forward to trying to get into that space where no team is going to be occurring, and ultimately get the right kind of farming. Now that is where 2 to 3 other teams will also be thinking the same. Seeing the previous match, seeing the kind of aggression shown by many teams, for example, the side of Greek gods, who have come up to a momentum where they've started to, challenge one another in picking those finish points, because we did see that they were trying to stay away from one another and trying to pick up those knocks and finishes. It was not like they were having a fight together against teams, but rather having a fight within themselves to check how many people are going to get finishes. Such kind of confidence takes a lot of time to brew within a map, and I was very happy to see that at least one team is able to do that now.
Yeah, I mean, one of them has really started off. We're going to start hoping that few of the others really step up. The ones, I think we've seen Vicious Annihilators even in the past, right? The start of have a very slow start, but eventually towards the end pick up pace and somehow tend to qualify. So that could also be the case with them, but I'm really worried about version 1, right? Version 1, one of the reputed names. We've seen Psych OP every single time. One of the very famous names coming out there. And still somewhere down the line, their team not being able to deliver the kind of expectations that we have from them, sort of breaking your heart. And this is sort of where I'm kind of wondering into the fact that, is it the same lineup that they were retaining? Because, if you take a look at the player charts, you've got few new names coming up. So, of course, a little bit of a synergy issue. And this is where they need to understand, they need to fix it really fast, because you've just got the next 4 games that you have to somehow make it count.
Now, speaking about this specific team, somewhere I feel this map is going to be the map for them. This map is where, they'll come out, they're going to be thinking out of the box, because ultimately we have seen that there are few teams who tend to change their fate when it comes to the map of Sanhok, and I'm expecting the same thing from this team because of 2 things. One, all this time I did not see them going in for a close range battle in such extents that, that survived at least to the mid games. But in the map of Sanhok, as soon as you start off the map itself, it's like you're in your 5th circle compared to the map of Erangel or the map of Miramar, because you're so close proximity with one another. So from the get-go, there's going to be senses heightened. So I believe that, they're going to be performing well in this game, whereas teams who have already done the hard work in the first game, let's not forget that, the kind of downfall the team had in the first game, apart from Elite Squad. We have been speaking about Elite Squad a lot, and they're not living up to the expectations. Apart from them, Redemption Crew, the way they performed in the first map and the second map, they are trying to balance it out. But rather, the first game itself went into the hands of Team Glaciers. Team Mist Officials. So Mist Officials' downfall, I believe, is going to be waking them up a lot. As ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the map number 3 of round 3, and this is going to be the map of Sanhok. A lot of questions are going to be arising in our mind. Can this team make it or not? And few of those teams are going to have fans in the chat cheering up for them. Let's see who's going to be making it into the next round.
Oh yeah. And that's going to be really interesting. Now, as we take a look at the flight path trajectory, heading all the way towards Narkham, right? Now, this is where, you've got to start wondering how or where the zone really forms. And it's going to be so imperative for the teams to kind of rotate pretty early on, right? You've got to take the center of the circles. A lot of teams that have done that successfully are the ones who have been reaping benefits. But, we've been seeing this latest trend in a lot of the circle shifting even towards that western side. We've seen circles around that Camp Alpha, the southern compounds over there. We've seen circles going towards the shrine itself. So it's going to be interesting to see what the gods have planned for us. And finally, it's going to be another eastern circle. You've got team The Last Legends heading off towards Kampong, but Camp Bravo, Lakavi, Bhan, Quarry, every single area up for grabs.
Now, we did speak about a bloodbath in the previous vintage BGMI, and we're able to see that happening again over here. this fight, if it brews up better, we can expect the first blood to be drawn. It's going to be the side of Team IS versus the Gods. And I do believe that, the Gods are trying to play a split gameplay, a 2v2 gameplay coming in from each corners. But more important thing for them to realize is that they have to concentrate on Iron Sight right to the center of the map. Too much time they brew over here is not going to help them to perform better in the rest of the map.
The worst part about boot camp fights early on is it's not a good ending for either of these teams, right?
Exactly.
Even if one of them kind of tends to survive, it's surely going to be with a few casualties, and that is something that you really cannot afford while you're playing, especially a Sanhok game, an official tournament at that, where you know that even losing out on one of your players is going to haunt your chances of qualifying into the next round. But again, talking about how teams are positioned, it's going to be Ironside primarily playing around the centers. It's going to be Greek Gods just kind of playing it around the edges, which I believe is a really good approach, because now look at them. They've just instantly retreated back. They went into the fourth rotation. They had the third rotation also covered to themselves, and they all just kind of backed off, got whatever they really needed right now, and they can really make a move for inside the center of the circle at this point.
Very, very wise decision coming in from the side of Gods. The previous game, they got that winner chicken dinner. So it seems like the sense had kicked in inside their heads, and now they're looking forward to capitalize more on this. As we were speaking about the unwanted places of the teams in BMOC, the places which actually need to be taken, like Docks and Kampong. Just imagine if they'd chosen places like that, and that could have, helped them survive for a little longer. But the western side of the map, we can see that there is teams from Tambong, there's teams from Same, there's teams from Camp Alpha. I want to see how they're going to get over the barrier of these teams trying to create right to the center of the map. I know they're going to be gatekeeping them, not going in for some early rotations.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a fight to the finish for the teams coming in from the left corner.
Really, I'm having this feeling in my gut that we're going to see some quotations, ladies and gentlemen. A new term coined in the realms of BGMI, where you gotta take your boats and you're out on your rotation. It's as simple as that. And I do not know, whoever coined it has made just things easier for me, as things get easier when you use the iQOO ZX Pro 5G for yourself now, packed with features. You might want to check it out. It's of course an Amazon special. But Warmania Esports, now this is one of those teams that was absolutely looking lost in the map of Miramar. This is again one of their redemption games, I must say.
I really hope that, it's their redemption game. If they're still warming their benches like this, not getting into the right kind of zone, which they're comfortable taking the fight right to the face of the enemies, this could be the end for them. Warmania is one of those teams which have a lot of fan following as well. As far as I've seen them in the previous game, the chat was a little bit of a, their fans were going bonkers as well. Version 1 is going to be one of the ones. You know this team very, very well. You probably played against them as well. They own this, lobby to an extent, telling that we are the teams to watch out for, and that is going to be the biggest concern for them. As soon as somebody gets a knock against version 1, they're going to push hard to eliminate them out of the game, because they know that once you take down the king, it's going to be easier for you to climb the throne.
But then again, I beg to kind of differ on this, because this is where version 1 are starting to feel the heat, right? They're the ones who've been taking a majority of the punches. They've not been able to accrue a lot of points, right? Out of the 2 games they've played, it's still in single digits, where I'm still starting to wonder if they've exceeded 5. So this is where the added pressure really riles up on you, and this is where you need to know that you need to have to play a very safe game, get a good decent start, at least in Sanhok. You've messed up the first 2, and have a good position points finish, get decent amount of finish points to your names, and you're sort of good to go. And this is where I really do not want them engaging in a lot of fights. I really do not want them to be absolutely going bonkers, but it's all right. They need to understand that, yes, gone are those days where teams are starting to get worried about seeing the big names, right? Talking about the big names lately, we've seen even the fall of such huge tremendous entities. You can talk about teams like, let's say, Godlike. We've seen teams like Team X Park, that are going through a transition. They're going through a change. They've got some new players coming in, and you've got the new blood also stepping in. Teams like TSM. You've got teams like Orangutan, Team Kemin, everybody which we might get to see, ladies and gentlemen, in round number 4. It's going to be really spicy and hot, as the Greek Gods are spotted right out in the open, but somehow they managed to survive.
Obviously, because when you have the crosser set on a person and you're just going to wait him to cross over half of the road and then you try to take the fire, it's not going to help you. Ultimately, he's going to be making into cover once he gets taken down, or else, you know, he's going to eventually survive those slaughter. Now, AWM coming in the drop. I hope that somebody uses this, goes in for a long range fight, because ultimately, this is one gun which has been underrated these days, not being used in most of this professional tournament. I do understand you get a very rare chance to use it in the map of Miramar. Very, very rarely you get to, you know, in the airdrops. But whenever you get a chance, if you make use of this, I somewhere believe that, you know, it's going to be music for ears of the viewers as well as some easy pickings for the teams.
You know, it's so satisfying. It's so soothing, right? And every time I see that big green cannon, I am reminded of one of the players of walkouts. It's going to be Abrar. If you remember that one game in Erangel where he was a madman, absolutely just obliterating every single soul that he did come across. But for now, I mean, it's good, you know, that all the teams have started taking themselves inside the circle. You've got a few trying to contest the center of it, and a few of them are still lurking around the edges. Now, this is where, you know, Warmania have decided, you know, this is the compound that they sort of tend to believe in. They've got a decent spread. They've got a few teams right beside them, but Glaciers, they're finally making a move inside the zone right now.
And nobody who's going to be stopping them, right? So they're going in from a corner which they predicted well. The IGL thought that nobody's going to be there, and gods have blessed them with the right kind of mindset, the right kind of blessings where nobody's going to be camping at the side of Camp Charlie. But we have to see the next zone forming up. That is where everything is going to be challenged. Invisibles on the other side doesn't want to let go of anybody passing by for free, and so will be the side of version 1. They want to, you know, taunt out players as quickly as possible. And could this be the problem is going to be the next question arising from the side of version 1. They do not allow anybody to just pass by. They pick up those unwanted fights sometimes, which has turned in against them. At least they get a knock, or probably sometimes they lose a player as well.
Yeah, I mean, with version 1, we haven't seen a lot of fights out of them, right? Every single time we had the cameras on them, it sort of feels like they've got that little bit of a camera fright, right? Every single time there's a fight going on, and they just get annihilated. And that has been the case. And this could be one of the games where they look towards changing it all, as we have Level 2, another team that, you know, we were expecting a lot of bigger things, you know. We're now in round number 3. I still think they're kind of stuck in round number 2 maybe, as of which they haven't really opened up. But Team Invincible, now this is one of the other teams, right? The second highest fragging team entering in from round number 2 to round number 3. And suddenly Arca, they haven't been delivering as such.
It's going to be hard for you, because people would have known from your lobby that, you know, they are the teams to watch out for. They would have tried to learn the ways they made it inside the circle. So they know to, you know, avoid such teams to be in a close proximity. But ultimately, once you get to know that this is the team in the crosshairs, immediately go in for a finish. If it was someone else, they would have just let go of them and made sure that they come back later. One other team which is also disappointing me a lot is going to be Elite Squad. As we look at them at this point of time, apart from, you know, Miramar, I don't see anybody else who are giving that wow kind of entertainment or the wow kind of performance, because we have been seeing Denny was the person who kind of, you know, kept his crosshairs predictably well in the previous game, but Jord and Godwin in the previous games were doing an amazing job. I do understand that it was Miramar doing most of the job, but he had the right kind of support from Denny, which is missing in this game.
You know, I really have to say, yeah, Miramar has been doing really good in terms of survival, but Denny has sort of been the firepower for his team, especially the kind of ballsy moves that he makes, you know, the kind of risks that he takes, which eventually pays off for them. Now, the last game was sort of an improvement from the first one, of course. The first one, they were absolutely caught with their pants down, you know, Duty with that beautiful grenade and taking just 2 out, and that is where, you know, Team ES were all in shambles, right? So this is again a good recovery from them. What we saw in Miramar, I think a 7 position finish with 7 finish points to their name is sort of a decent stats being on the board, right? But now, you know, this could be a really good game for them, because, you know, they're heading out to the heart of the circle, and if they sort of get that compound to their name, you know, that is exactly what they're going to need. And now, you know, even the players of level 2 even thought that they're also going to contest for that center, but they're now just being hammered down with all that lead.
Now, the point of concern for me is going to be the side of Alchemist. In the map, we just saw them. They were still trying to make it inside the circle. With so many teams still alive, you make it so late inside the circle. Obviously, either you're going to be gate-kept or you're going to be taken down in the rotation clashes itself. So let's see whether they can make it inside the circle safely. RTR is one of those teams with Redemption. RTR is... I want to see this team, you know, Retribution RTR, to actually go in for a challenge against the team face-to-face of a 4v4 battle in an open ground, because they are capable of doing some wonders. We saw that in the previous game itself.
Yeah.
When we saw them, they were the teams to watch out for because they were a little aggressive. But in today's game, probably the first 3 games, they want to remain a little defensive and then pick it up. But ultimately, if you're losing more points than 10, I don't think so it's a good plan for you.
You know, for teams like Retribution, I really felt that the chicken dinner was theirs. Had the circle kind of not shifted away from them, had it not been going towards Greek gods, they could be the ones who had the last laugh. And it's such a difficult time when you kind of are on the lower ground and suddenly the circle shifts towards the team that has that higher ground and even has 2 players alive as Parmar. Now spotting out the players of level 2 does, fire off a few bullets at their direction, just telling them, this is our territory. They've marked that entire land and they're not going to let anybody come into close proximity to them.
I think it's a good thing that they're doing it at this point of time because they need to survive. They need to get those placement points for themselves. But Team Glaciers on the other side, the team which is always good at first trying to get themselves in a good position and then take the fight, seems to be, equating things right over here as they get the first knock. It's just that they won't be able to convert it, but rather they're going to strike fear in the side of Warmania, trying to avoid them to pushing forward. But let's see whether, Warmania is actually going to commit to this fight and try to take it right into the face of Team Glaciers. But Warmania have to realize an uphill battle in the map of Sanhok is almost equivalent to a suicide.
But I'm really getting worried about Glaciers because, you've got a few teams in the nearby fray. And like you said, I completely agree with you. Now, this is not one of those Warmania esports fights to pick up, right? Because they've got to be careful because they have another team right at their tail. And it's going to get so much more disastrous if they do not pay heed. This is where Invincibles have gotten the players of Warmania. Everybody with their pants down as they go on, hammering them down with bullets as they open up on Guru, being knocked out as Mr. Spy and his teammate is sort of going to be looking out for any sort of covers that they have. But at this point, this is where even Glacier, they're just going to chime in and do some extra amount of damage, and Warmania absolutely getting crushed.
This is what we speak about the side of Glacier, and that's what I love the most about them. They stand as strong as a mountain, and that is when they start to strike. And right now, they've found the best spot in the house, especially for this fight. And I know that Team Invisible is going to be taking advantage of everything possible over here. He's trying to spray in the right corner, that is for sure. He knows that the smoke is for the cover, but ultimately he's spraying all this not to get the second knock, but rather to confirm those finishes which has been lying in front of them so that nobody comes in a bit more closer. But Warmania, as I said, an uphill battle and somebody backstabbing them. I don't think so they'll be able to survive a little more longer, but it's going to be Spy. Mr. Spy, the last man probably, as he's probably put down one player and revealed his location. Let's see whether it's the right decision from his side.
I do not know. Staley is going to be going for that grenade. It's being cooked. Finally tosses it over. If it lands, can get the better out of Rango. But Rango is also going to retaliate. Eventually, it's going to be RB who puts the final nail in the coffin. And that being said, Warmania Esports again getting eliminated pretty early into the game. And this is the sort of a curveball that we've been waiting for, right? This is where the Unstoppables should be getting themselves out of Paradise Resort and take those little compounds that they have right beside of it. And Elite Squad, now this is what I'm also wondering, if they're going to make that move, because they're still in a good part of the circle. If the circle takes a little bit of a surge shift, they're going to be in a contention as iQOO figuring out Player 69, getting knocked out towards him, and Strang also gets traded off as Vicious Annihilators. They're looking absolutely lost as the players of Faith keep on hammering them down with those bullets.
I just hope that, Team Faith can actually survive this, because I feel that, right now they've grabbed a lot of attention. There's going to be a lot of teams trying to make it inside the circle or probably trying to rotate around them, and they need to be very, very careful with this. Elite Squad have got their crosshairs on the side of Faith itself. There's player 69 outside knocked off. I don't know whether he's going to be confirmed any second soon, but look at this. Retribution, RTR, again taking an unwanted fight according to me. It's going to be important for them to actually pick up their teammates as soon as they get taken down. They did not choose to do so. that's why they lost a player. But now they picked up some decent finishes for themselves. From here on, if they try to survive, it's going to be good. Alchemist, again getting taken down. Warman and Alchemist do not want to let go of one another in the bottoms of the table. I just hope by next game, they're going to realize that we have nothing to lose, goes bonkers and make it into the next round.
You know, it's so dementing for the players of Alchemist, right? Again, just getting their vehicles exploded. And from the next one onwards, they're like, vehicles, I mean, I'm just waiting for the bicycles to come into the competitive lobbies. I'm just going to use that because that does not get destroyed. As the last legends, now they've got their eyes set at the players of Redemption Crew. Baymax already being knocked out. This is where, you know, Shrioz and Exovic really need to come and rescue for his teammate. But is that going to be a reality? I do not feel so, because I believe the finish has already been secured.
Yes, the one finish is already come in, but right now we'll be looking at the instant reply to see how things have gone out. But yeah, the more bigger picture is on our screens right now. It's gonna be Team Invisible getting paid off by the side of Vicious Annihilators. It's a good thing to see that finally this team is trying to pull the right string. They've lost 2 players, that's a sad note, but ultimately they need to actually hit the right nail in the coffin. No matter how much of hard work they're doing, sticking so close to one another, one knock is more than enough to say goodbye to this team.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Vicious Annihilators, we've seen they're the late movers, right? But now this time it's going ham after the players of Invincibles. Krish getting taken down. This is the whole world breaking down for Team Invincibles. They've got nowhere to run and hide. It's also the circle that has started closing in, and one after the other, Hank is ensuring he gets all those finishes to his name.
Good thing to see that, you know, such finishes have been taken in by the teams which is actually required. Mr. Official, they need to find the right kind of music, or else I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to survive from here on. One good game, I do understand. With the circle shifting far, far away from them, they have a long journey towards the center, but TUB, they have the best spot in the house, and we can expect them to actually perform much, much better. But they have 2 teams rushing in right towards the same hard compound. Let's see how they're going to fight it out. But yes, ES Esports Elite Squad have also got a very good compound inside the circle. This is one team to watch out for, according to me, as they're going to be welcoming a lot of teams by 4 of their late.
Yeah, now it's going to be interesting if Hank's going to get taken down. Indeed, he does. This Fragger is going to be the one who is going to be charging ahead. And look at Pilea, who was on really low HP. And Fragger indeed is on really low HP as well. But it's going to be the players of Faith who are going to take him down from the flank lines. As somehow, Mr. Officials, their roads have been cleared. They need to get into the circle. And it's going to be a 300 meters of mad dash. I'm starting to, you know, doubt even if they can make it to the edges of the zone.
But I don't understand why they're not picking up his teammates and just trying to make it inside the circle. They could have just given him a small ray of hope, heal themselves up, probably allowed him to go in for a heal battle, giving him all those health kits and just try to run away. But if you feel it's a wise decision, let's see whether that's going to be the case. As of right now, Elite Squad have got 2 people in the crosshairs and ultimately poured lead over there. It was just rain of lead, due to which, you know, probably this grenade is going to be the confirmation they were looking out for. But ultimately, we are able to see that, you know, Elite Squad, as I said, they're going to be welcoming each and every team who will be trying to push in from this corner.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, Elite Squad, they're so well prepared. They have that MG3, that Shredder. You know, it can just take down entire squads, you know, not just one, but also 2 in a whole single mag. But Glacier find themselves in a little bit of a situation as Parmar. He's got his eyes set at Daddy, who's apparently creating that trail of smokes over there, who needs to get towards his teammate. And this is what I love about Elite Squad now. Instantly, you know, firing shots from one direction, then instantly changing the position to another, getting a few utilities, getting those few first aids, which could really come handy towards the very end.
I just hope that, you know, they do hold on to their nerves, they be more composed rather than coming out in the open. But Faith on the other side is looking a little stronger than usual, but ultimately had to pay the price for not holding the right corners of the zone. It's going to be Gods who are trying to take advantage of all these things. We have seen the success for Gods has always been this, that they pick up their teammates as they make it inside the circle. I just hope they continue to do so. But as of now, Gods have more than one team towards their attention. One is going to be Mystic, the other one is going to be Faith, and I can see that Mystic is taking advantage of all these things with 3 finishes in their name. They'll be looking forward to pick for more of all these teams walking in.
Oh, this is what I'm loving from Mr. Officials, considering the situation that they're in. They're still going down after players. They're not shying away from every single battle. As you could see, Fragger and his teammate are confident, executing out of their body, getting the better out of Greek Gods over here. 2 finishes also secured, 5 finishes in total for this team. Now the next target sort of shifts towards the players of Faith. But look at Spicy. Can he be the thorn for mistakes? Have they noted him? Are they aware that he's around? And Fragger completely just ignoring him, and Spicy still somehow surviving by the whiskers. And this is the point where he needs to step out of his cover. As Fragger, he's got yet another knock. He's going to charge in as players of Faith over here. Has gotten the better out of Angur over there. And now this is where Sparta gets the final finish. But now he's got to make a dash inside the circle with the 5 zone, taking so much HP out of his body. I barely think he's going to survive. He's done that for now. But is he going to survive for even longer than this?
I strongly feel he is, because he's running from a corner. Oh,
no.
finally Faith sees him. I speak too fast, and the caster's curse probably landed on his shoulders, and that was goodbye for him. Missed official with 6 finishes gone away. TUB elite squad on the other corner. I've got 8 finishes. Finally, the true elite squad has come out in this game. As I said, these are the teams to watch out for. As I speak again, we have seen that, one player gets finished off. It's going to be Parmar, the last man standing. He has a lot of job to do. He has to cross over, get his teammates back on their feet. But at the same time, it's going to be Team LL, the squad which was looking the strongest in the previous game, all because of one man standing. That was Hitman over there. Let's see what they can perform in this game as well.
I really liked how Elite Squad just went after the players of the Unstoppables now, just being survived by Parmar. He's going to try and keep himself alive for as long as possible. If he can sort of steal a few finishes and get them registered in his own name, then that would be really extra points for him, as he takes a dig at the players of the last Legends, but still not getting the better out of anybody for now. As I really like the numbers on last Legends, right? This is all they wanted. This is all they needed right now. 7 finishes, all 4 of them alive. A very good chance at getting a chicken dinner.
Because they have the hard cover inside the circle. They know the locations of the nearest enemies. So they're going to be taking advantage of all these things, as it's going to be Arrow falling back. He's going to be in the crosshairs of TUB. Not the right corner to be pulling the strings from, but ultimately it's going to be finished up as well. TUB versus the side of Team LL Last Legends. Both of these teams are looking as strong as possible. But Team Iron side are going to be the lurking snakes somewhere far away. They're not coming to the picture anywhere, but still, they're pretty much inside the circle trying to play it as safe as possible. Now, we have one man from the side of Elite Squad, one man from the side of Redemption Crew, who could be that unwanted thorn for either of these teams. If they hold on to be silent as long as possible and then try to take the fight, I believe that these solo players can actually do wonders to pick up that winner-winner chicken dinner for the team.
Now, I'm kind of looking out for those, players that kind of tend to stay away from the circle and resort to the healing battles. But now, Trouble causing a lot of trouble for Insane, as Big Six also in the fray, making that dash inside the zone. Is eventually going to get hammered and taken down as the last player for Iron side. Nightmare survives. I'm starting to wonder how many first aid does he have, and 2 is going to be the answer. So he's not going to be making it that far as long as the circle still is away from him. As Shantanu, he's got eyes on Nightmare, even Trouble, even player row 3, everyone sort of looking out for this player. And still now Shantanu, having his attention diverted, has given a cue for Nightmare to really step inside the zone.
Yep, Ironside doing the right things. He did go in for a kill until the end. Now steals a finish and gets it for himself. 6 finishes is what they've raked up so far. Now giving away his location. An unwanted one yet again. This is what I say. Sometimes it's not necessary for you to come out and, steal a finish unless your location is not being compromised in a situation like this. LA squad on the other side. They do hear that grenade being cooked off, and that's why this comes out. But ultimately, Bunny took that advantage of it all, and he knew that there's going to be some footsteps coming closer. Ironside jumps right into the zone, still tries to stay alive, but from far away, from RC, is going to be landing it into his skull. So we have to see whether the Unstoppables are going to pick this up. It's a 2v2 fair fight, which we can look at on our screens right now. Team Ironside is pretty much, the team to get eliminated, but which team is going to take it home?
It's going to be interesting. It's between the Unstoppables and the Last Legends. Last Legends, of course, having a majority of the players alive inside the circle. And for Trouble, He's gonna get pounded with those grenades coming in from Bunny's side, and the Unstoppables, they're gonna have nightmares because of what Nightmare really did to them, just picking up their players when they were kind of caught off guard as Trouble gets hammered with that grenade. Still somehow manages to survive though. But now the biggest task for him is to kind of keep himself inside the circle. It's 1 meter that he needs to travel. It's not going to be difficult. But the moment he steps out, this is where, those grenades, those Molotovs, everything is just going to come at his direction.
Now, Phoenix, rather than going in for those throwables and healing, I strongly feel that he could have just made it inside the circle and tried to grab attention of everybody else. But ultimately, we all know it's going to be hard as Hitman knows the location of Trouble, and all of them are going to be pushing in inside the circle, wanting to see what's going to happen. But a good grenade being cooked up from the side of Trouble is not done too much damage. He's going to be welcoming everybody else with the throwables. He's going to burn himself out as well and ultimately give away his life to the zone rather than giving it to the opponents. And a very, very clever gameplay coming in from his side. I'm really happy for how he could perform the final moments of the game as the winner chicken dinner is going to be gifted towards the side of the Last Legends, and I do believe that they're going to be very, very happy with the performance in this game.
Gifted would be an understatement for what Last Legends accomplished, right? Especially with the way how the things really panned out towards the end. It was the players of the Unstoppables that had the center of the circle who were eventually contested by the players of Elite Squad. Now once that entire fight was brewing up, this is where the Legends did come in and suddenly started racking up all those finishes to their names, as it is well reflected even in the point standings. 24 points. Now this is exactly what they wanted, right? There's something that they kind of missed out in Miramar. This time they ensure that get the chicken dinner to their names.
I did explain about all these teams trying to make it up over here. I told it's Unstoppable, I told it's Last Legends, Redemption Crew, then you'll have Ironside and Invisibles. These are the teams to watch out for in this game, and they've proven me right yet again, because they knew that they had nothing to lose. They knew that the rotations will be working out fine because they're going to be taking those fights head on, and ultimately with the kind of finish points that all of these teams have gained, look at that, 9-3, 9-6, 7-5, 5. So they were on the aggressive side, and they reaped the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, they got the fruits of their labor, right? Especially how they played around in Sanhok. A few of the teams that we were really wanting to see did step up. A few of the teams started getting a little bit more consistent, but I'm still worried about version 1. Warmania Esports still, it's the second time that they finished off with nothing, nada for them as Alchemists. Again, they're just getting blown right into smithereens over there. As ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at who the iQOO MVP of this game is going to be. Is it going to be someone from the Last Legends? No, it is. It's going to be Trouble, who eventually did establish this one fact. I do not get finished by anybody else. I get finished by me.
Myself. Exactly. The one finish point not given is equal to 1 finish point gained, and 3 finishes with a total of 932 damage with 2 assists and an average and a good survival time, to be specific, with 25 minutes. I mean, in case he had another person to support him, I strongly believe that they could have turned the tables and made sure they were on the top. But ultimately, top 5 players, we are able to see that Sparta is there from the side of Mystic, Miramar as always is also there, Arrow from the side of Lost Legends, and Greek God. So all the hard work being done by these players, I have to say this, that the benefits have been reaped by the rest of the other teams who have taken this home.
Even for Elite Squad right now, we're kind of watching them picking up the pace, right? It was not a really comfortable start in Erangel, but towards Miramar and Sanhok, they're being consistent, getting decent amount of finishes, just the way you would want to play in round number 3 right now, as we transition into match summary, ladies and gentlemen. As pretty standard game of Sanhok, nothing really out of the ordinary. It was the team that held on to the center of the circle who eventually managed to win the game. It kind of came down between the Unstoppables and the Last Legends. It was that last shift which kind of favored the players of Last Legends, and of course the Unstoppables did start losing out of numbers courtesy to Nightmare.
But one thing which is a little bit of a shocker for me is 8 finishes for the ratio of 58 finishes for the ratio of 58 knocks.
Yeah.
That comes up to say that nobody had got a chance to come back on their feet as soon as they got taken down. I mean to say that, chances of them getting rev were almost next to nil. And at the same time, no grenade finishes is something which is a bit of a shocker for me, because ultimately we all know that, in the map of Sanhok, you tend to put those grenades inside the compounds and get those finish points. Now, looking at the finish and damage ratio, we're able to see that Elite Squad was the team doing most of the hard work. They did reap 9 finishes for themselves, but ultimately it was all redemption crew for me. I mean, RTR, Team RTR. They did 500 damage and they got 4 finishes for themselves. So they have reap benefits for whatever they've sown.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they certainly have, right? But overall, this game was about few of those teams kind of heading towards that center of the zone. Not a lot were really capitalizing from the edges. I think it was missed officials who did that, kind of dropped off way beyond just around the docks area. They had that little first fight against Alchemist, and from there onwards, they started pummeling their way inside the circle, tried to get every single player that they could annihilate. As a result, 28 finishes already to their name. This is the stats of the overall day. In 3 games so far, a Miramar game was not the way they had anticipated, but a really good recovery in Sanhok.
Yeah, I think they've done the hard work now. All they have to do is concentrate on a 10 average, and I think they'll be making it into the next round, because it's all about being in the top 8, right? So this is the one good thing when you do the hard work in the first step. Now, squad face-off, the most crucial thing for us to see overall until now, it's going to be Retribution RTR versus the side of Elite Squad. Just one game of good performance coming in from the side of Elite Squad, put up to a position where RTR Retribution, who have been performing consistently well, 22 and 20 finishes with a total of damage. I do understand that Elite Squad are on the offensive mode, and 4,000 damage is what they have gained, but still the kind of finishes have been stolen from them, that is going to be weighing a lot for them, and that's going to frustrate them for the rest of the 3 maps, and they'll be looking forward to dominate more.
Oh, they certainly will be, right? And again, if you draw comparisons between Retribution and Elite Squad, now this is a little bit of a rivalry building up. That first game when you have them, just out of nowhere gets those 2 knocks, and then eventually Elite Squad sort of recuperating and getting themselves back into Miramar, and again in Sanhok, a really good game, sort of starts you into thinking that when is that chicken dinner coming out? Because this is the only team in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, Elite Squad, that had managed 3 chicken dinners out of the 5 games that they played. One absolute domination. The way they were playing in round number 2 sort of had built up high expectations. Now, once the day started, we were like, you're not the best in the pack anymore, right? You've got even better teams out here, and they eventually sort of started settling themselves into the fray.
Yeah, now it's important for us not to forget the bigger picture over here. That's going to be the iQOO mobile, which we have over here. So beautiful and so much power packed. I really want to see more about this, learn more about this, as we'll be going in to check the promo of this mobile and see what it's got inside.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
550k for ANTUT score. I mean, for the range of 25k mobiles, it's like you're the ranker. You own the school, you own the college, and sometimes it all comes to a question: how do you rate it? How can you tell us it's so and so? And that this is the clear picture. This is the one sentence which can make you understand that yes, they are the best. 66 watt charging as well.
That's insane. That's ludicrous. Just few of the features of this action-packed, all that smartphone this contains. But, talking about action right now, let's take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, as what really happened in Sanhok. As we head in, and it all started with Elite Squad getting the better out of team level 2 over there, because they were kind of looking lost. They wanted to contest with the similar compounds. Now Elite Squad had their work cut out, right? They were focusing on taking the center of the circle, but we had that little bit of a radical shift up north, where the Unstoppables had an easier route entering in from Paradise Resort, getting the control of that compound, and ever since had a really good game.
Yep, absolutely. Now, at the same time, Team Invisibles, the way they struck in against the squad of War Mania when they were too much concentrated towards the side of Glaciers, and then the kind of fight Fate took over here. You know, it was a three-way Mexican standoff, kind of a three-way Mexican standoff, because of the kind of teams which came in close to them. One was Vicious. They thought that they were almost done with it. As they move forward, they found another one in their way. But yeah, RTR on the other side, this is what we keep speaking about. They were really good with what they had played so far, you know. They exactly knew when to pick up the fights. They exactly knew when to steal those finishes as well. And ultimately, one vehicle blast and 4 finishes in one shot.
Oh yeah, I mean, Alchemists have been having a really tough time. I do not know the alchemies they perform, but I'm sure they're sort of privy to all those explosions in the laboratories as Vicious Annihilators. Again, you know, starting to wonder, when are they going to rise?
I just hope that, you know, they find the right equation immediately, because now nothing to lose, and the next 3 maps is just going to be bonkers for the bottom of the table. They'll be trying to dominate as much as possible. That is when the composed ones are going to be happy with it. But this spray coming in from the side of Elite Squad, oh my goodness, they were just walking into his crosses and getting knocked off.
Yeah, I mean, 11 shot was the highest fragger in round number 2 for Elite Squad. He had managed 20 finishes to his name, you know. And Parmar also, you know, the way he was playing, again, Glacier, they were kind of playing a little bit safer right there, you know, doing everything right. But, you know, one thing that they did not pay heed to was not taking the center of the circle when they should have actually gone for it, had to pay the price eventually. But look at Mr. Official, right? Creating so much trouble for so many of those teams out there. Eventually, I started to wonder what happened to the last player of Fate who was surviving, who had his eyes on them. Did he actually wipe them off?
No, he couldn't wipe him off, because ultimately he came out in the open. He was trying to run down and ultimately got taken down by the side of Lost Legends themselves, I believe. And that is how he got extinguished. But ultimately, there was a time where he could have struck the side of Mystics and given an end for them. I don't know why he didn't choose to do so. But yeah, the final 2 jumps, you know, where his HP was just holding on to that bar there itself. That was, and immediately gets taken down by the side of Fate.
So eventually he gets his revenge, right?
Yeah.
And it was in broad daylight. So purely, you know, the Faith will have that last laugh over there. But again, Faith being one of those teams, have been kind of the ones who've been kind of refraining from entering into a lot of fights. Now, once it comes upon them, they've looked a little bit lost over there in their final moments. Yeah, of course, they got that finish. They had the last laugh. But is it enough? Because if you compare the statistics with the players of Mist Officials, it's, you know, it's not even close.
Yep. See, this is the whole point. You need to know what the kind of strategy your team is playing around with. And there are several points we are able to see that, you know, one last surviving player of these teams. For example, this player right in front of us, Shantanu. It was an unnecessary fight which he took. But if he had survived a little more better in this situation, I think he could have had a fighting chance to get 1 or 2 more finish points for himself. But the final moments of the game came in where both the players of the side of Unstoppable decided to give up their life to the zone, or give up their life to this self-destruction rather than the opponents, so that, you know, they save 2 finish points.
Yeah, you know, again, for Nightmare, I'm going to be defending him over here because he barely had any choice, right? There were just 3 teams alive. It was Unstoppables, Last Legends. He was the lonesome player, did not have a lot of cover, did whatever he could. You know, he was just scavenging for a few finishes here and there. You could see one of those players of the Unstoppables was kind of knocked out. But, you know, talking about getting knocked out, there are some new partners coming up with us, of course. Loco, India's biggest gaming and streaming platform for all you esports enthusiasts out there. You know, you've been wanting to become professionals in the realms of BGMI. You've been looking out for your pros out there. They're all streaming there. And sometimes, you know, there are players like me who think, I feel that I can play better than them. And that is where you can also start your streaming journey. Do not forget to download it. It's available on your app stores, on your play stores, everywhere. So make sure you check them out.
Exactly. Now, don't forget to check this beauty out. Don't forget to check this beauty out as well, because every time I look at her, I get just dumbstruck.
It's a sad fact that you're married, my friend. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we've had all of our 3 games finally ending. It's time for us to take a quick little breather. You know, we're going to be taking a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
ट्रैक्स के छिचक छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी 3 मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now. This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम रीडर ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! Arey scout kar rahe hai yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के समय भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
Well, I'm back once again. My name is Salty in some Mickey Mouse attire, and my friend Arka over there. I'm kind of feeling pity for you every day. He's coming back from the office in his office attire.
I quit today, by the way.
Oh, you did quit? Congratulations.
I just told
for
them
that.
I have a lot of hectic work. So I just told my boss to
Good decision.
lover.
Good decision. Good decision
Yeah.
right there. But speaking of decision, I guess we've had some better decisions coming in from the teams from the second page of the overall standings. But right now, we start the second round of maps, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we've got 2 more Erangels and 1 more Miramar to go. And these are going to be our teams. Now, Arka, you've been casting a lot of games right now. Which team are you looking forward to?
I'll be looking forward for the side of version 1 to perform better because they've
Oh,
not done
man.
so far. And then I have this my eyes set on the side of Redemption Crew, where they're going to redeem every single finish point they've lost. They're going to redeem on everything they've lost so far and make sure that they cement themselves. I have a very strong feeling they're going to do it. But at the same time, Elite Squad is slowly picking up the pace. You know,
Yep.
the graph has been building up. So I feel that in this game, Elite Squad is going to show us why they were the highest finishing team when it comes to the previous round.
Absolutely. I feel like for them, it is very, very important to get their
Yeah.
composure back. But if you want your composure back, ladies and gentlemen, inside the game, this is the device that you really, really need to hold. It feels premium and it performs premium as well. We have our friends over at iQOO who have a small word for you guys. Let's check that out.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Certainly a beauty and a beast. Just like you mentioned, you kind of feel weak for her, but then Fixes, you also mentioned that you're married, so you better be careful.
I still
hope
don't
that
get the point from where you guys get this information that I go to an office, I'm married, I'm getting things. You know, I feel so
Arka is
sorry.
our scapegoat, ladies and gentlemen. Everything we have for ourselves, we just dump it on Arka, and he accepts it
Yeah.
beautifully. I love you, man. I absolutely love you, and I love sharing the desk with you. But of course, you've got some, take your money moments as well. I feel like you've been preparing them for our audience. Do you have one right now?
How many of you have suffered trying to play out when you're going out? Your parents tell you just go out and get something, and you're just on the way somewhere, and you suffer playing out in the sunlight.
Oh,
Have you
dude.
experienced that?
Yeah, me.
Or one of your squad is like, it's time to grind. Where are you? Just come online and stay in the squad. And you go online and you're still outside in the sun. You have the brightest screen coming from this mobile. One of the brightest you could ever find. And the best part about them all, the colors are still visible in the sunlight. You know, there are phones which are bright as well, but you can't differentiate the color. And then this mobile stands out different over there. You get to see all the contrasts. In the sunlight, you're able to play. You can just go out, sit in a park, you know, where nobody's going to disturb you, tell you to shut up and not scream, and then you can play, and that is what you want, and this beast is going to give you everything.
Exactly, the best screen. To put it technically, I feel like this has 1300 nits of brightness, which is crazy, right? It's HDR and it's FHD plus as well. So you're getting the best screen possible in this segment. But coming back to the day, I feel like this is where a second journey begins, Arka. Once again, we get back into the map of Erangel, where most of these teams, they're looking for redemption, right? Teams at the bottom page, you love to talk about them, how the underdog story kind of comes in. We've seen domination from certain teams, but now it's time to see the other teams shine. And speaking of shine, I feel like, of course, the map in itself shines the brightest. You've got the wreckage of a lot of aircrafts, probably the ones who have not successfully landed the players into the map itself in the past. There were a lot of warfares before on the map of Erangel. Some of the planes, they just don't tend to land properly, and the players, none of them survive. This is one of the reasons why you have so much wreckage all over. But I'm pretty sure at the end of this map, once again, there will be that same wreckage.
One thing for the end of the map I'm praying for is a zone to happen towards the side of military base, especially to the southernmost side of the military base, because these amongst those wreckage of the aircraft, we have not seen anything happen, but rather in this zone itself, in this area of the ferry, we have seen few contestment happening, or towards the side, let's consider towards the side of those ruins where some contestant is going to be happening. But ultimately, I'm looking forward for that military base, southern military base fights to take place, where it's going to be a little bit of an open ground, a little bit of a dunes to challenge out with one another. If you were to, select a circle, the final circle to be forming, where would it be?
Let's go towards Spawn Island. Of course, it's not gonna happen.
I know you're out of the box, but right now, man, you're out of the equation itself.
Absolutely. As the big bird, ladies and gentlemen, takes it to the skies, we start match 4 of iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge Round 3 and Day 4. This is Group 2 that we're talking about, and the flight path starts from Novo towards the left-hand side of Hospital. Now, a very southern skewed flight path, which I'm not really a big fan of, but considering the type of circle that you wanted, Arka, I think this would sort of suit a military-based circle.
I just hope that, you know, the BGMI gods do listen to it and just give us the circle over there. But this sudden flight path starting in from the side of Novo is going to make a lot of teams think twice before they jump off at the end of the, you know, flight path itself. Because a lot of them will be jumping right to the center with that element of doubt. There's how many teams have already jumped off in the beginning, tried to challenge one another at the side of Novo. Look at the number of teams in the southern island, which we rarely get to see. I can see 4 squads coming in over there. And one thing, is that VA going in with one person all alone towards the side of Novo. Oh, finally picks up a vehicle and he's going to regroup as well towards the side of Milta Power, and Milta we're able to see one place where you feel it's going to be abandoned.
Of course, the northern parts, Yasnaya would be completely abandoned, even though the circle might be on top of Yasnaya. But looking at the southern circle, again, Vicious Annihilators, yeah, for them, for Shivang, it's a very important task to actually regroup with this team, because we've seen so many players, even today, getting taken down, getting isolated in such situations. But talking about the circle, we've had a rather different circle this time. We've seen a lot of western shifts. The first map in itself was towards that western coast of the map, but this time, it's towards the eastern coast. You've got things back like Lipovka, Milta Power is back in action. You've got a little bit of Novo back in action as well. And thankfully, Yasnaya is there as well. It kind of comes down to where the final circle is going to form. For me, it probably is going to form somewhere in between Mansion and School, where you've got those small ridges completely out in the open. That is where it can go. Or probably it can go towards the northern side and form just south of Yasnaya Polyana.
I beg to differ and say that it might fall into the side of Milta or Shelter.
Okay.
I would love to fall it to Shelter so that, you know, there's going to be heal battle from below.
We've seen one of those.
Yeah, so I want to see something like that happen, but early skirmishes nowhere, but a huge chunk of teams jumping off at the final moments where the flight path is going to be ending, and we can see that, you know, most of them are flying towards the side of Zarki. We can see towards the Jojo apartments there are more than one team fighting it out. So hopefully the first blood will be drawn in towards the western side of the map, where they have a long journey up ahead to the eastern side, and if there is somebody, you know, gatekeeping them towards the side of Pochinki, Rozok, or probably the southern side of Severny, they're going to be blessed with a lot of finish points, because ultimately a lot of hard work would already been done trying to survive this part of the map.
Of course, courtesy to the map feed that we have, we can see that it's entirely empty, the circle. And just like you mentioned, most of these teams, they're congregated towards the Georgopol region and have no reason why. Like, it's probably because they thought they would find good loot over there. But have a look at this. It is Team Iron Inside who are actually going after Team Greekots right now. One player has sort of been pinned down, and poor guy, I feel like Nightmare is actually going after him. Is he? The buggy is actually on the run, whereas Joker is in his car. The spray comes in. This man goes in for some early action. M16 goes brah as Joker falls down to his grave. This man has no way he's going to survive this. Good stuff from Ironside right from the start of it all.
I did tell you, right? Team Ironside, you can expect them to go bonkers from the
beginning
beginning
man.
itself.
You've got some prediction illness inside you. You can actually do those things.
See, it's simple math, but at the end of the day, you do understand that, you know, the teams which are not performing, they go for a do or die situation. They tend to, you know, challenge everything out, and that's what Ironside right now is doing. But at least do they realize amongst all these things, there's nobody at home right now. They're just knocking on the door continuously, burning their resources, and look at what's happening. Invisible on the other side, because of the number of people around in this island itself. They're choosing waterways rather than the landways itself. Krish is going to be coming up quickly to pick up his teammate. A good backup coming in. And this is the kind of things which I love to see with teammates, you know. No matter how hard the situation is, they do come into them. They do make sure that, you know, they take him back to a safe location and then fight together. But yes, the eastern side of the map is going to be blessed just by 2 people, Mystic and Team L2. Both of these have survived well. I did tell you that Mystic can perform a little better, but it's going to be hard for them because L2s will be looking for something stronger.
I mean, I like this bunny headset though. Where do you get them?
It's a little dark.
It certainly is a little dark, probably hasn't been washed a couple of times, but that's fine. I guess we can get that cleaned up. But I really want one
Wait
of those.
until you see the eyes of the bunny, my friend.
Why? What happens?
I think once you look at it, then you'll understand why I said it's a little dark.
Oh, is it scary?
Oh, very much, very much. And that's why it's
I'm scared of ghosts, so probably might just fancy accompanying me tonight because I'm very scared of sleeping in my room alone, you know. The
those
ghosts
dating
haunt
apps
me.
are going to help you out with that. But right now, jumping back right into the game, let's see who's going to be dating whom with that skirmish is going to take place. And I know that it's going to be Novo coming in towards the southern side. I really love the way the Novo is still the part of the circle, giving a little bit of a time for the side of Team GC to actually, the Glaciers to actually, oh sorry, it could be Greek God or the side of Glaciers, and small confusion, but giving them a lot of time to, you know, farm and just wait out for some time. It's going to be easy for them to, you know, make it inside the circle, because ultimately they can choose waterways, they have boats over there. If they choose landways, they have a bridge or a longer rotation inside the circle somewhere or the other to swim it until Lipovka.
But man, I just don't understand. Have a look at this, right? Alchemist, once again, they are a three-man squad. Now, what's the issue today? I'm not really sure if a single game that we started, we had a full man lobby, a full 64-man lobby. Every single time it's a player or two who's just unable to join or probably are just not joining the lobby. And what could be more important? I have no clue, but poor guy Alchemist. I just hope that they can pull off something that Last Legends did. Hitman, for that very fact, getting that third position on the map of Miramar in spite of being a three-man squad. For Redemption Crew, though, I feel like they really need to start going aggressive at this point. They've sort of had good moments, they've had bad moments as well. It's time to double down on those good ones and solidify your position inside the top 8.
I just hope that, you know, solidification happens faster, or else, you know, there's a lot of other teams who want to make it liquid. But the southern side of the map, which I was expecting the zone to happen, seems to be having a lot of skirmishes for itself. It's going to be Retribution RTR versus the side of, you know, VAs playing it out over here. Vicious Annihilators better not take this fight. Just make it inside the circle and then see how things can turn out for them as Retribution RTR is converging towards them. Player RR doesn't realize that there's a person right in front of them as the grenade is going to be cooked right into his face as he's going to be falling down on his knees. The second one might be a confirmation any second soon. Team RTR, as I said, once they start to converge towards you, it's better you escape from their crosshairs or it's not going to be ending good for you.
Vicious Annihilators, the rest of the players have actually fallen back, but elsewhere we have trouble time for Team ES as well as Team Faith, because both of those two players, they've suffered casualties. Players are actually down on their knees. 11 Jod once again, probably the lone survivor, up against player 69. This is when the player leaks out. Beautiful movement, agile, right behind the tree trunks. And this is how Team Faith, they're going to retain all of their players in the lead squad. They've been wiped off the server right at the start of the game. This is bad news for them. This is very, very bad news for them, Arka.
I think sometimes when a prediction goes all tossed out like this, you know, I really thought oh my god, Warmania is picking it up against the side of Alchemist. Two of these teams need to be performing better, and I believe that Warmania is actually taking advantage of all of the ruckus which Alchemist have done so far. But yes, talking back about Elite Squad, you know, I really thought the graph is going to be going up slowly, suddenly drops down. Mafia is looking out for those swimmers in the water in case they come into the crosshairs. It's going to be an easy goodbye yet again for the side of Alchemist. They have two surviving man right now, both of them inside the waters, just not wanting to put their head back up into the horizon.
Absolutely. I mean, you start off with a three-man squad and then a player gets instantly wiped off. The two who are still surviving, they're basically fishes at this point. I mean, this is certainly not the start that Alchemist wanted, right? Poor guy, Future gets taken down, but the play zone aggression is also going to get taken down. What's happening? Alchemist! I thought you would do better. The chemicals certainly aren't working for them, but Warmania, they're actually out on the move. 3 players inside the vehicle, and Mafia has been left behind. Of course, he's a Bucky to actually work with. They only could get one finish from this whole situation, just getting that first player, and they scared Alchemist to that extent where they just could not even lift their head up, just like you said, from the waterways.
See, this is what I mean by saying that, you know, sometimes it's not important for you to finish all the squads in front of you, but allow them to, you know, annihilate themselves, because that is going to give you a chance of a better position point, right? So if that person is not, if that team is getting eliminated, you're going to get 1 point extra because of the position point. So that is what they concentrated on, and that's a good thing for them, because ultimately right now the zone is going to take a southern shift centering Milta as of now. And we have to see whether this time the zone is going to be favoring most of those players who are going to make it inside the circle, because ultimately we have seen that there were just 2 teams inside the circle. The corners, the people who hold the corners of the circle is going to be welcoming a lot of, you know, free finishes towards them.
Absolutely, and at this point, it's like most of the teams, they are on their vehicular transition, right? Moving from the initial loot and now going towards where the circle demands. Team Faith also on their vehicle, sort of crashing against each other. Ego battles right there. How you're going to destroy my vehicle? I'm going to take a new one and I'm going to come right back at you. Wait, get inside the buggy. That's what you want.
And sometimes it's too irritating when you grow close to one another and you tend to get in and you get into the same vehicle.
Especially during fights.
Yeah, especially during fights, you won't avoid that. Now, Faith right now has chosen the right compound, according to me. It's right to the dead center, but there's going to be a little bit of teams rushing in towards them, so they need to be prepared for it. Ultimately, if they shoot at them from the beginning itself and try to evade them to getting closer, I believe the job will be done. But towards the eastern side of the map, from the beginning, we're able to see Team L2 is been holding that spot. Now, Vicious Annihilators in the process of Invisibles, whether they'll be able to survive this. I believe it's the last man coming in from the side of, you know, Invisibles who need to survive. But ultimately, he was also put down as it was Faith who put an end for the side of Vicious Annihilators.
Now I can see most of these teams actually trying to get inside the northern part of Milta, right? Your prediction is sort of turning out to be right, because this is where the circle should actually fall. Most of the teams are starting to huddle around this, and you mentioned it correctly, even Vicious Annihilators, they came in that direction instead, but just the fact that Invincible could not confirm that knock and finish for themselves, Faith was like, thank you for the free treat, and they took it with open arms. Once again, we look at Team Retribution RTR, and what a commotion they've actually set up inside the server all by themselves, just absolutely abominating every single team that comes in front of them. Now, all that they've got to do is play along the edges. I feel like this is what they do in every single map of Miramar, every single map of Erangel, pardon me for that. They love to play it from the edges. They start scavenging in for those finishes one by one. They clean out their left and right, and they start pushing forward.
Now, an instant replay coming in to see, you know, what we couldn't catch off as of now. It was the moments where, you know, good grenade coming in from the side of Team RTR. Look at how it just destroyed the player over there.
Yeah.
And the last man standing from the side of Visual Annihilators had to do something. Alchemist, as I said yet again, got knocked out. It was unnecessary for the second person to actually also, you know, come up. But it was the zone which was doing the damage, actually.
Exactly.
So ultimately, it was either the zone or that. As the circle finally shifts towards the predicted place of shelter, now things can get much more intensified, as it's going to be more teams rushing in close proximity. There's some dunes to work out with. There are some, you know, very less hard compounds to work out with. So let's see who's going to be the strongest in a frontal battle.
Exactly, as we watch the map feed right in front of us, you've got most of the teams coming in, occupying the vicinity of the circle itself, right alongside the edges, because that is where the compounds lie. Right at the dead center, you don't really have much apart from the underground shelter that there is. For teams though, all that they've got to do is to find a good spot where they can hold, right? This is a region where you've got a couple of ridges, you've got the cover of trees as well. You need those 4 vehicles if you want to set up a fortress camp. And that is what Team Level 2 really want to do as well. They've got that region right around prison. They've got the high ground to work with. War Mania also entering the party. It's all about the entrances that happen, right? I feel like it's still time before we get to see the first brutal fight that begins, because this is just the third circle. There's enough space for every single team out there. But right around the corner, I feel like it's Team Ironside who's actually taking a little bit of shots. You've got a couple of teams out there. I can have a look at my map feed, and there seems to be a trifecta that's building up. Yes, it is, exactly. Insane is down right now. You have Greek Gods right on top and Team Glaciers in front of them. But where is the rest of Team Ironside, Arka?
I think they're pretty much far away from one another. They're trying to play the corners of the circle, and that's a very good thing for them to do. And Team Glaciers on the other side, I don't think they're pulling the right strings as of now, because look at that. They're not only welcoming the teams on the top, they're taking an uphill battle, giving out their location towards the side of Team Invisible, who tend to dominate on teams whenever they feel they're weak. And at this point of time, Team Glaciers better rotate from this location, try to get a little bit of a higher ground, or else it might be wrong for you. Now, Vicious, I want to see where is Team L2 holding. Team L2 is also holding a very good ground. Ironside, they started off on a good note, but the teammates are abandoning the one knocked out player, so that it's going to be easy for them to concentrate on the placement points, which is more important for them. On hit is going to be confirming Insane, which happened few seconds back.
Now you've got Team Gods on top, you've got Team Invincibles on top as well. Just like you mentioned, probably not the best place for Team Glaciers, but here, this is a place where they can actually find some cover. You've got the ridges as well, you've got these harsher ridges where you can you certainly take cover behind, but it all kind of pans out to where do you want to actually go on the offense. You go against Invincible, or you kind of let them take it out between themselves. Greek Gods and Invincible, there's a very high probability that those two teams will actually avenge each other, but Circle once again shifting towards the center region. Good prediction by man Arca, but for now though, all of these teams who are fighting along the edges, Invincible, Greek Gods as well as Glaciers, all of them need to make a move. Who takes the right decision? Who actually goes for the rotate fast? That is the question.
Now, the Team Glacier, this is what I was speaking about. Late rotation. They did not choose to go away when the time was right, and due to which they're paying the price very, very heavily. And I just hope that at least one player survives to see a little bit of a more placement points for themselves. But Faith on the other side, slowly they're going to be slithering right into the circle. They had a very good hard cover. I don't know why they came out of it, but ultimately they had to choose to, yeah, the wise decision. Yes, they did come out at the right time, but now they have a lot of teams. One team in front of them and one team behind them. Better concentrate on the team which is outside the circle rather than the one inside the circle, because the chances of you getting backstabbed is inevitable, and they're still not watching their back. They're doing a hard work right now, but one knock against the side of Team Faith is not going to end well for them.
Certainly, but Mist Official, they are sort of down and they are beating the heat at this point. 2 players down, especially when Faith have got another team, that is Team IS, coming in from the backlines. Certainly not an advantage, but Angur with the nade, just blowing one player up to pieces right now. And this is their cue. This is the place where they actually try and reduce the distance between them. Look at all these players peppering in those artillery, and everything is blowing apart right now. It's earthquakes left and right. Floor being turned to lava as Spear is spearheading this attack. Player 99 that takes in some sort of time, but here it is. The knock comes in. He has been burned alive right now, but another player still survives inside the smoke, trying to disguise his presence, but the spray comes in as Faith just wiped the floor with Team Ironside and their existence, but they've got to recover right now, Arca.
This is what I said. Fate did the right thing at the right time. They were looking on towards the side of Mystic, but ultimately when they realized there was a team coming in from behind, dominated them, got that finishes which was required for them, and that is when Mystic, once you know that there's a team which is taunting you, immediately you're going to come and dominate against them. Faith have a very good chance of falling back beforehand, not coming into the crosshairs, but Fragger is not going to let that happen with the 4x. He's going to be spraying the second man down. The third one might be coming into his crosshairs any second soon. There are some grenades also being tossed out here and there. Sparta has gone a bit more closer into the crosshairs of Fate, player 69 at this point of time, and he does get taken down by him. But let's see whether it's going to be the teammate. It's going to be Fragger who's going to be taking them all out and doing a 1v4.
Mist Official, brilliant timing on that, but for them it's not job out for them, because there's Invincible in the backlines just waiting in the shadows. One player Abhay is down already. For Mist Official, it is very important to stabilize from the fight that they just had, heal themselves up and prepare for the next one. Abhay though is still knocked out, and Mist Official, they're actually going on the flank. Saipar has been taken down as well as Krish lies in the backlines. They are looking to go for the finishes, and I love this from Mystic. They've got 5 finishes already, and they're taking every single move well calculated. No real overcommitment. They are not overextending, and this is what I love. The zone comes in, respect the zone, get as many finishes as he possibly can, and move ahead. Abido quite low on HP, gets the first knock for himself, but instant backup comes into the Sparta as he goes after Erangel. It's only one player who remains, and that's going to be Krish from the backline, so he's been doing a lot of damage. Mystic Official, they've got to stay alive at this point, Arca, because they cannot give in to the pressure.
Absolutely, but 30 seconds is all they have to revive, heal, and then make it inside the circle. So far away from them. On the other side, we're able to see it's the guards versus the side of Team LL. This fight cannot go in the ways of the guards as they started to bleed, and that's going to be the end of the guards. And this was a very, very good fight for the side of Lost Legends. If they hold on to this compound for a long time, not allow anybody to come in close proximity, I believe that, you know, they can take the winner chicken dinner for themselves. But let's not forget, Team L2 is still here, Team Lost Legends are still here, Team Glaciers and version 1, the teams which actually need this winner chicken dinner, still alive.
You've got so many teams trying to capture the higher ridges, right? This is the advantageous point. But of course, when the circle shifts towards the lower ground of prison, that is when trouble really lies, because there's no way you can make it inside. You try and jump down, you get instantly taken down. But Phoenix, of course, still taking the spot shots against version 1. Now for version 1, kudos to them that they've actually broken the mark. You can also see on our mini-map that Mist Official, they're still on the offense, and they keep on peppering bullets. I guess some players have been lost over there. Fragger has been lost, and now they're right under the noses of the Unstoppables, and certainly doing justice to their name, they cannot be stopped.
I just hope that, you know, one last surviving player. No, there's no surviving player from the side of Mist Official. 9 finishes is what they've gained, and they're going to be really, really happy with the kind of finish points and the position points they've raked so far, cementing themselves into the next round easily. But Team Glacier on the other side, they have survived the hardest of the fights at this point of time. They have just one man standing on hit. I just hope that he's got the inside of the circle. He's going to be reviving his teammate as quickly as possible. But ultimately, because of the smoke, more grenades are going to be tossed towards him, which won't be visible obviously because of that smoke in front of his face. But let's see who's going to be taking this finish for themselves, because one side is redemption clue coming in with some grenades, on the other side it's the side of the Unstoppables trying to spray some lead.
Team Glaciers, just like you mentioned, the smoke still disguising their presence. Of course, also making it very evident that they are in the general direction. Redemption crew, they look to go on the offense, but they have to be very wary of their surroundings, where version 1 is actually going and taking in some damage. Unstoppables, though, they are on the vantage point. They have got a complete sight lines, reconnaissance over every single team right now. Almost every single team is under their crosshair, be it L2, be it Redemption crew, be it version 1, or be it the teams down below. This region is a really, really boon for them, but they've got to make use of it. Players are being knocked down, they're quite vulnerable, and they're also outside the circle. 70 odd meters is what they've got to traverse. But look at this though, Redemption crew, Striz actually gets taken down, Baymax actually goes bro, but L to recover in style as they put those players back in their grave once again. I feel it's just the last player, Exovic, who can't really do much over there as level 2 esports survive. They live to fight another day, Arca, and they're also inside the circle. This corner can actually be a good fortress for them.
Absolutely, no, but at the same time, those teams which I was watching for to perform better, they have survived longer, but not with the right kind of finish points. And due to that pressure, they come close to one another. They tend to lose, not only lose players, but also take minimum finish points in between those fights. Unstoppable having the best spot in the house. You did say that, you know, once they jump down, they might get taken down, but somewhere with the vehicles, when they do jump down, it's the hit damage which they don't get. And now the rotation towards the northern side of the map and just going to the eastern side of prison, according to me, is a very, very wise decision, because ultimately you're not going to be coming into the crosshairs of anybody, but also trying to hold that hard cover, which is possible. L2 at this point of time towards the side of Unstoppable. They rush in, they slam at the right corner, they start to execute the right kind of, you know, shots, but ultimately one person is already down on his knees. If they pick up trouble and try to concentrate their fire against the side of, you know, Glacier on top, who's doing a lot of noise, that's one more finish point to make it 11.
They had to take that gamble, right? They had to go for the gamble, try and take their vehicles and go all around the cliff. But that is not safe, because you get so many teams right in front of you. It's still a fight between version 1 and RTR. And beautiful nade explodes a Ross 24. Another one actually comes in. And Chonu gets spread apart. Duty is the final player, of course, whose grenades have been causing problems. RTR on the receiving end of their own medicines right now. It's a 1v1. Duty versus Apu. Who comes out in style? Duty, of course, has the better HP, and he makes it count. RTR, once again, all their players are going to come back, and they are going to stabilize to fight in more fights right now.
Version 1 yet again surviving for so long. The composure was the question over there at the final moments. He just put his finger on that, you know, moment button, and then he had to come out in the open and get slayed off. but I really feel sad for the team. The way of their rotation inside the circle, they had 2 finishes for themselves almost ready, but still they couldn't counter on it properly. Unstoppables on the other side are actually looking unstoppable. 10 people alive. They got 10 finishes in the name. They have 3 men standing. Probably this is one of the other teams who have 3 men standing. So unstoppable 3. We have L2 have got 1. Then we have Team LL got 3 and RTR got 3. So good thing to see that all of these teams are kind of equated equally. But at the same time, one last man, what can he do is going to be the big question.
For sure, the numbers are equal, but position is certainly not the case. It tells a very different storyline. Have a look at this. Last Legends. 3 players dead inside the circle. They've got this nice cover of these hard compounds, and also the teams who are surrounding them, they're on top, and the circle is not at their mercy. The fight is still happening. Unstoppables, they take the first hit as Retribution RTR. They go on the offense. Certain players are still visible, but there is still time to get their players back up and running. Shonu would actually lead the charge right now, still going in for those Molotovs, still trying to capitalize, cap in on those knocks possible, but player 3 has been resurrected. The floor explodes as Chonu still progresses further. At this point, nobody knows who's gonna survive. One good nade and can change the direct course of this entire fight, Arca. It's an artillery warfare as explosions are being exchanged as Unstoppables find the first opening.
Yes, absolutely. The second one also falls in. It's going to be the Doddy, the last man standing. He's been doing a lot of hard work previously. Let's see whether he'll be able to survive or carry his teammate for the at least top 2 position. He runs away from that location, tries to make himself inside the circle. Unstoppable do not realize this. They don't have much time. They have to prioritize the zone at this point of time. But ultimately, Doddy is just kind of in the cover, in a dunes, where Unstoppable might not look into it. He's cooking up a grenade. If this grenade connects, I will believe that he's one of the best grenadier of this game.
Might just be Doddy once again in a 1v3 situation. Time and time again, this player has shown his potential in clutch situation, especially with all 3 of Unstoppable just chasing him right now. It's certainly not easy, especially when a nade explodes right at your face. Team Retribution RTR, in spite of 11 finishes, they have been wiped off the server. But I love what Jord is doing. This sneaky little bugger is just keeping on alive, just getting all those placement points for his team. But I guess Bunny has his location, and nades are being popped in that direction for Unstoppable. So I really want to see what they can actually pull off, because trying to come out of that cliff, trying to come down, it's not going to be easy, especially when Last Legends, they know exactly where Team UTUB is.
I mean, I know that, you know, the Unstoppables can actually do wonders here, trying to come in the smoke trail and just make sure they hit the rock bottom of that floor and make sure that they take the fight. But Arrow on the other side has got the right kind of information. By now, the location could have been revealed of Phoenix, but Last Legends also have to come out and tackle one more person who's inside the compound holding it off. He could be that unwanted thorn, and that is why they're not coming out, and that's going to be L2 Jord. You know, he's put up as many spokes as possible, and that could be a little bit of a point of concern where his location can be revealed, and we are able to see that one person from the side of LL actually come out of the compound, waiting to see where he can find out the side of Unstoppable as well. Jord does put up another molly over there, try to avoid Arrow from coming in towards him. Jord has done an amazing job so far to get those finish points, but this could be the end of him as the grenade has been cooked. His location has been revealed. It just goes in and falls right in front of him. No, it doesn't fall in front of him. It was a mistimed or a misplaced one. The second one probably might fall in after it pitches above the compound. It does do the damage against the side of Jord. He's just going to sit and heal himself over there as Unstoppables have not got any more grenades probably.
Arrow trying to lob in the perfect one, not connecting once again. Last Legends, it's basically a fight of trajectory. Who gets their physics right? Who gets that formula right? Jord hasn't been spotted.
No.
The drop shot, he was prone from earlier, but this is not what it matters. Last Legends versus the Unstoppables is the final fight, a 3v4, lower ground versus higher ground. All those debates, all those healthy conversations that we have is probably looking to meet as makers as the Last Legends. They've been forced out of the circle. Phoenix jumps out, but the fence is going to save him from further engagement. 2 players from the Last Legends are down already, and this is a cue for Unstoppable to actually make their move right now. 14 finishes already as they're looking to completely wipe the existence of the other team. Last Legends certainly not surviving last in this one as the Unstoppables do justice to their name to get the winner chicken dinner with 16 finishes, Arka.
I just love the way Unstoppables played that out, you know. They were composed throughout the game. They knew that this is the terrain which is best for us. It looks like they're practiced and their favorite spot is going to be the side of prison by the way they played this game. They knew when to rotate. You told that, you know, they threw a rotation towards the eastern side of, you know, prison, and was that a mistake? They proved us wrong with 16 finish points and 15 placement points. 31. Unstoppable is one of those teams who yet again have cemented themselves into the next round if they get an average of 10 in the next game. Retribution RTR comes in, performing another 19 for themselves. This is also one of those teams who might make it into the next round. Last Legends, again 14 points for themselves. We did see that Last Legends have been consecutively scoring more than 12 points in every single game, so we can expect them also to be there. Level 2 esports performed really well. Mystic again performing well. Faith is also doing well. Version 1 finally on the first half of the table. Oh, you know, somewhere when I saw them all go out, I thought that my predictions would have come in wrong, but it looks like, yeah, to an extent, it's come out perfect.
Absolutely, man. I mean, to be honest, Retribution, Unstoppables, Last Legend, Missed Official, these are the teams who have sort of solidified their position inside the top 8. And version 1, I'm really happy that I've finally broken the shackles to be on the first half of the points table elite squad. Their opportunities are dwindling as a number surely are. 0 points once again, as this is not the outcome that they wanted. Vicious Annihilators as well. So much promise in round 2, but nothing to show for it in round 3. Redemption Crew, War Mania, Greek Gods. There are so many big names that I really want to praise, but the performances kind of state the otherwise. I'm not really sure if I'm going to criticize them, but at this point I really want the teams who are at the top to who are at the bottom to put up a show, because only 2 more maps to go, Arca, and they won't really have any more breathing room.
I'm somewhere trying to connect the dots, and I'm trying to understand this, that, you know, Elite Squad, Greek God, all of these teams. But yeah, before I make my point, let's look at the iQOO MVP of the game itself. It is Blind Dotty coming in from the side of Retribution RTR. Several times he had saved this, you know, team from getting devastated or out of the lobby, and in this game he did a very very good performance, and his share of 6 finishes for the team. His damage of 900 coming in with an assist of 2 and an average survival point of 24.52. If he had one more teammate with him, I think they would have done a good job.
He probably could have, but let's have a look at the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen. Phoenix, Fragger, Dotty, of course, right at the very top. You've got Pop WNL. I probably will figure out how to pronounce that name. You've got Player 3, right? Healthy names right there. Player 2, Player 3. Pop WNL is a little difficult to pronounce, but you look at the finishes, all of them across the board. You've got 4, 5, 6, and that kind of shows the consistency right from the top. You've got RTR, you've got the Unstoppables, you've got Missed Official, right? 3 teams who have performed throughout the day, and that is what you want, right? You want to filter out the best of the squads moving on towards the round 4, especially when the invited teams come in. You've got to perform to your best, and these players are going to be the ones that we are going to look at, especially in round 3 as we move towards round 4. But ladies and gentlemen, we transition to the match summary, and something which kind of stands out is 4 vehicle finishes and 8 graded finishes. What?
Yeah, it did happen throughout, right? When you're going around, the grenades obviously we saw coming in from from the side of Dotty, then we saw from the side of Mystics also happening. The Unstoppables were also unstoppable with the grenades, so I believe that 8 grenades is there. But 4 vehicle finishes, yes, even that was a bit of a shocker for me, as I couldn't witness any of those. But yeah, 41 rescues, yet again a decent one coming in. The finishes have decreased against the ratio of the knocks. That's a good thing to see, that, you know, there are some teammates coming in to pick up their teammates as well. But look at that, only 2 teams did the most of the hard work, and they they did reap benefits out of it. That's going to be Team Unstoppables with 2,416 finishes, a good game for them. Then Team RTR comes in with 2,111 finishes, but the zeros are something which I'm worried about. You know, how many zeros are there for the finishes, as well as one team with double zeros for them?
Absolutely, man. It looks like Mumbai, where there's a stark distinction between two teams. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the squad spotlight. And it's going to be Retribution RTR. Sure, they could not get the chicken dinner for themselves, but they've actually made sure that they get a lot of finishes to actually accompany their position points. 11 finishes to work with and 2,179 points of damage. It's ludicrous, but what a good consistent performance. What a good consistent showing throughout the day did they show, isn't it?
Yeah, agreed. Now, this is not the only map, right? So, when one team is actually performing, not concentrating too much on that winner chicken dinner, but rather concentrating on the right kind of finish points and placement points, this is what you expect from them. But on the other side, Fate slowly picking up their, graph, getting 8 finishes with 1,100 damage, an average of 16 minutes of survival. And then on the other side, you have Mystic Official surviving a little more better and gonna be blessed with the better finish points for themselves, but doing most of the hard work by giving the right kind of damage. Two good teams to look out for when it comes to the face-off.
Absolutely, man. Again, Faith is one of those sides who've sort of proved their mettle when it comes to those 4v4 battles. They're sort of good with their decision making as well, but sometimes in the final third of the game, they kind of start dwindling, especially when the third party situation arises, right? They've done a good job always checking their backlines, always taking care of their backstabbers, but that doesn't really kind of prevent them from going inside the final circle and participating in those final fight. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to participate in the final fight, in the final circles of some scrims, you need a phone which is as powerful as this. Of course, our friends over at iQOO, they have a small word for all of you guys.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Well, you've got the juice under the hood as well, as this one packs a powerful Snapdragon 778G 5G processor, which is 5G enabled. But also you get all that much power that your Antutu score is 550k plus, which is the highest in the 25k rupees segment, which is the highest in the Indian market, to be honest.
Yeah, keep speaking about it and you cannot stop. Not a broken record, but music to your ears.
Yeah.
But now let's get back into the game and, speak more about what has taken, it's a topsy-turvy run for most of these teams, especially for Vicious Annihilators, for the side of... Probably I wouldn't bring the side of Elite Squad into this because they were class apart in the previous game.
Absolutely.
And somewhere when I was trying to connect the dots, I did understand that, when you're the strongest team in the previous game and you're on stream, people tend to read you out. And they do get to understand that, this is how they play, then this is how we need to attack. And I believe that, those teams who perform well in that specific group, they were being watched out, and that is why they're getting annihilated. But let's see how they're going to bounce back, because they'll have a plan B, which they would have not used in the previous game. If that plan B works out for them the final 2 games, and they get one winner chicken dinner with 15 to 16, and an average of 10 on the other one, I think that they might make it to the next round.
Might just be. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the highlights and watch all the action unfold, because there were a lot of them in this map. Right from the start of the game itself, there were finishes and there were vehicle explosions. Courtesy to this, we had so many vehicle finishes in our match summary as well, Arka.
Yep, absolutely. Now at the same time, rotation clashes seems to be the key for most of these vehicle finishes. But yeah, Retribution versus the side of Vicious Annihilators to the most southern side of the map. The unnecessary fight which Vicious Annihilators took out for and had to pay the price for the grenades being tossed towards them, and ultimately losing all their players except for one who had to play for placement points. Retribution had actually done all the hard work over here itself, They had got enough number of finish points, due to which the confidence went on continuing to perform better.
Absolutely, but then again, Faith, right? This is where they start their onslaught. Now, Faith had a lot of finishes in this game, and I was really fancying them getting the chicken dinner for themselves, especially with the way they kind of handle the teams in their backlines, handling the backstabs as well. Alchemist, though, I'm not really the same. I don't have the same vision for them as well, because they were sort of completely starstruck with the presence of Warmania right in front, right? As soon as one player gets taken down, they're like extremely scared to show their face. part of that might just be the fact that they did not have loot. But this is where Faith once again start handling Team Mystic as well, right? They kind of take to the offense against them. They're not really scared about the fact that Mist Official, pardon me for that, had a really good game throughout the day itself. Next up, they handle Team Ironside really well. So one team, they instantly stabilize and they take on the other team. This is good. This is good domination, right? Faith, they were looking so good at one point. I feel like this is the team to look out for. But Mist Official once again, after getting players knocked out, after restabilizing themselves, they came back so well that it kind of feels like, you know, this is a top tier team. This is a team that can come back and recover from the ashes.
Yep, absolutely. Now, Mist have always performed well throughout the day. They have given a ray of hope that, you know, they are the team to watch out for when it comes to the finals itself at BMPS. I just hope that that's going to happen. But at the same time,
BMPS is a long call, man.
Somewhere, you know, these are the kinds of games you need to play. These are the kinds of plays you need to play because you're performing consistently throughout all the matches, and that is something which actually matters. The RTR on the other side, grenades being tossed towards them, and that's a goodbye for them. Yet another, you know, grenade finish which we could witness, but unstoppable. This is where they started to live up to their name. They started to execute as many finishes as possible. They were so confident that they could have rushed in towards the side of Redemption Crew and just clear them out in their faces and ultimately survive with 3 men standing. And from there on, they wrote history towards the side of Prison.
Absolutely, and this region actually was witnessing a lot of action. This is where you probably understand that Unstoppables also come into the fray. Level 2 just tried to hold on to it, but that just didn't really happen. Now, coming back to the point that you made right there, right, BMPS. Now, this is what the overarching target for most of the teams competing in this tournament is, right? iQOO BMOC is all about proceeding and playing against the best of the best in the country. And again, with the level of play that I see, of course, the skill cap between these underdogs is very low, right? Apart from a few decision-making, apart from a few instances here and there, I feel like there hasn't really been any sort of errors. Poor guy just fell from the rock. A very heavy fall for him. But again,
that fall did make him fall into the right position to attain that, you know, third.
Sometimes you have to take the leap of faith.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you're pushed into the leap of faith. That's also a good thing for you.
Pushed into the leap of faith. Well, then, I hope you also push me to my leap of faith. Hopefully, I'll land in the right spot. But coming back to the conversation again, BMPS, I kind of doubt how many teams from Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge would actually be making their way to BMPS, considering the fact that 32 invited teams are coming in. And out of 64 teams, only 24 teams make their way in. So there's not even enough slots for the invited teams over there as well. So this competition just gets exponentially more difficult for all these boys. And looking at teams like the Unstoppables, looking at teams like our Retribution RTR, I certainly have my hopes high, but I'm not really sure if with this level of gameplay, they can actually make it count. They've got to improve, especially in round 4. That is where the largest improvement curves comes in, because that is something which is a completely different level of play. Invited teams, experienced players, you've got to adapt to them, you've got to study them so well. That is where I feel like a lot of these teams would improve so much.
Yeah, as I said, you better have different plans with you, you know, plan A, plan B, plan C.
Yeah.
Because until now, it's just one plan which might be working out for you and a shift out to another one.
Yeah.
But with the professional teams coming in, you have to perform much better. You need to have better plans for yourself, not just one or two, probably a backup plan for the A and a backup plan for the B, because ultimately when professionals tend to see you and they start to execute fight against you, they're going to make sure that, you know, you use your brain more than your fingers.
Exactly, and that is what we always talk about, right? You can have those four fighting skills, and to be honest, the level of gameplay that we see across the country right now, pan-India, it's pretty close. It doesn't really matter if underdogs come in or experienced players come in. We have seen in other tournaments, in third-party tournaments as well, where underdogs are even beating the experienced ones whom we used to consider gods in their own realm. So this is where the gunfights just tend to take the better off of you. It just becomes very similar. But when it comes to thinking with the brain, right, fighting with the brain is all that matters, because what I personally believe is that BGMI is very similar to a chess piece, right? You've got to make every single move count. apart from having like all those characters, apart from having 16 players on the deck board itself, you just have 4, right? You have to place them properly, and you also say this quite often, where you need to place your assaulter perfectly, and the IGL is the one who is calculating all those moves. And this is where thinking with the brain comes into play, right? You have to be experienced, but you also have to study the other teams very well.
Exactly, agreed on this point. But at the same time, for few teams, this could be a boon. We did see Fixes speak about few things, just like telling that, stronger teams like Godel is not able to perform. And this is the time for them to come and capitalize if the downfall of their perform remains the same. I do understand they are the teams to watch out for. Whenever we have seen that a wounded lion is coming into the territory, you need to get scared because its breath is going to be much louder than a roar. But ultimately, that it's a wounded lion and try to dominate against it. It's going to be much more easier for you. That is where the underdogs can actually leave a mark. Just go and slap the king himself, and then you'll be known to the kingdom. So let's see how many of these underdogs can actually walk in over there and try to take the fight towards the face of such big teams. And that is where I feel like Team Mystics and all, with the kind of gameplay they're showing, the kind of maturity they're showing, especially having a person like Fragger who does want to push in just like, one of the strongest assaulters of the game. There's going to be a lot of difference. Yeah, the next 2 maps is going to be revealing a lot of other gameplays of these teams, but there are teams like Alchemist who are not taking the best of what is given to them. This opportunity is not going to knock at your doorsteps every single time.
Absolutely, so and Arka, I'm really happy that you actually picked up the mic. Whether you are an analyst, whether you are a motivational speaker, we'll talk about that later on as we have our matchup ready, ladies and gentlemen. Arka is going to take a break as Fixis is going to come and join me at the desk once again. My Panda brother is back. Of course, I am donning the Mickey Mouse jersey. He isn't. We decided to twin every single day, but he has a shortage in his wardrobe. I got to guide him to getting some better drip.
It's not about the shortage, right? To become a panda, you really need to put up all that, weight over there. And it's going to take you a long while.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not going to encourage you because I'm going to steeping down to somewhere there. The intentions are there, but the actions haven't been spoken otherwise. But, Salty, again, that kind of also, comes down to these particular teams as well, right? The way they've been playing, right? Ironside, I'm kind of getting a little bit worried about them because they've showed those signs of resilience, but they need something like this, a device like this, something from the boys of iQOO that they have to deliver in this beautiful promo video.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh.
iQOO C6 Pro 5G. This is the device. This is the man of the hour. It doesn't really matter if it's the performance that you're looking out for, or is it the cooling? It kind of serves in every single segment. It kind of checks in all those boxes, and that is what we're looking for the teams as well, right? You've got to check in all those boxes. You need to get the finish point right as well. You need to get those fragging power right. You've got to check that box. You need to have good thinking as well. You've got to check that box and everything else. You can tell what is a better requirement, because right now we're sort of coming towards the end of iQOO BMOC and sort of transitioning to BMPS, and we have to keep that in mind. And to qualify, what are the requirements for all of these underdog teams out there? And how many underdog teams do you think will even make the cut?
Very less, and they've got to make it count, right? Because, it's been happening, and we're still in round number 3. Because the moment we transition to round 4, that's where, the battle gets even more intensified. You've got those invited teams coming into the fray. We've seen them time and again. But this is where, you're adding these variables into the mix, and it's completely going to change the equation of how you're going to play your games. Now, this is where, underdogs for these teams, they've been playing in the other lobbies. They've been grinding a lot, as a result of which they're here. But then again, when you're playing against the bigger names, that's when you're starting to feel the jitters, and that is where iQOO Z6 comes in. At least, outside the game, externally, you do not have any problems with your devices whatsoever, because a complete package is what is being offered by the people from iQOO. But for now, I think, again, back into the mix, you've got another fresh new map coming up, and this is where you sort of transitioning into Miramar. And from what we've been observing so far, there've been few teams like Last Legends that have really picked the pace up in those past couple of games. You know, getting that chicken dinner, getting the second position, unstoppables. Certainly are starting to live up to their name now.
They certainly are, and this is when my conversation with Arca was also a similar thing, right? Where a few teams, a few chunk out there, they are starting to solidify their position. We also have to keep in mind the top 8 make the cut towards round 4, so it's not really that difficult. But towards that region of 6 to probably 10, there are a plethora of teams who are willing to actually make it towards the other side. It certainly is a hello from the other side, but I'm not really sure if the calls get answered from the BGMI gods.
We'll have to see, because I mean, desperately at this point, a lot of the other teams, like you talk about VR1. Now, at a certain point, I really felt that maybe in that game of Erangel, this is the game that they were looking for. This is the storyline we're going, that they are up to a comeback in at least those final few games that they had. At least the first half did not go out that well, but it's still a little bit of a resurgence from their side. 7 points collected, still 2 more maps to go, and now if they're going to be hitting some chicken dinners, getting some beautiful finish points to their name, you never know, they might just make the cut. As ladies and gentlemen, yet again we are going to be traveling to the deserts, as there you have it, the flight path trajectory all the way from Impala towards La Trilera. It's going to be a nightmare for so many of those teams dropping up north.
It certainly is, and to be honest, lately we've seen a lot of these southern flight paths, to be honest. And to kind of counter that, I would love to have a look at a northern circle. Of course, I'm not really sure if the gods are going to offer me, but players are starting to take their chumps, right? Players are pretty certain that they don't really want to compete towards the northern frontiers, or instead, let's go towards somewhere down south. Now, you've got 2 major chunks of areas, right? You've got Chumasera, you've got Los Lunas, you've got Impala, very close, you've got Puerto Parazo. You've got La Bendita as well. So a lot of compounds, a lot of cities quite nearby. So you might not have to opt for something like an El Hazar or probably an El Pozo. But still, there might be a slight chance that the circle can be skewed towards the north.
I mean, if that happens, that's going to be preposterous, because that has not really been the tendency when you kind of sort of heading into Miramar. We haven't seen something really mind-boggling that we kind of tend to experience while we're in Sanhok or Erangel. In comparison, it's kind of a little bit more balanced in terms of how the circle gets created. But this is where, we're sort of starting to eat my words. Salty, I believe, has made a huge offering to the gods of BGMI, having his wishes granted, as this circle takes a really ridiculous shift up to its north. I mean, even the circle is not really complete, kind of has spot the map.
Exactly, right? And this is where I sort of get pretty excited. Now, teams suddenly try to get those sand martin as well as water treatment areas to themselves. I'm pretty sure a lot of them will be in their vehicles right after landing, because you don't really want to let those hot compounds go. Now, again, even though we have like a northern circle, it's very rare we're going to have somewhere towards the oasis. Now, that's a big thing that I'm trying to go for.
I would love that.
I mean, I would definitely love that, but for now, Ironside, they find themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation, would need some help from their friends. Now, this is something that we were really anticipating, right? Now, the flight path trajectory is down south, and suddenly the circle takes a shift up north. It's going to be so much of a mix as Elite Squad open the fray up. It's going to be a fight against Missed Officials, who seem to have been losing out on one of their players.
Again. But for Elite Squad, though, I'm not really sure where exactly they are in the overall standings, but I'm pretty sure they're not comfortable. And considering the performances, considering the expectations they had raised up, I feel it's time for a big showing. And what a better start they could have had. A finish right at the start of the game. But this is where we're going to focus, ladies and gentlemen. Ironside, only 2 players up against Alchemists 3. I kind of am happy for a fact that at least 4 players have joined for Alchemist. That's a good start.
That's good for starters. Happening for the first time. And Alchemist finally realized that we need a 4-man squad to, kind of enter into the fray as Flash. Just trying to dish out all that damage with his arm. Does not really succeed, as Insane has already barged into their compound as the crossfires have been created over here, Salty.
Exactly. Now, for Alchemist, if they want to proceed any further, they have to go against Insane. seen first as reinforcements start coming in. Wake 6 still trying to go for this Tommy gun, but not really getting a lot of benefit out of it. Nightmare though has been knocked down, but Ironside delivering more punishment than Alchemist could actually take. Players are falling as only one player is still up on his feet as the manhunt begins.
Yeah, indeed, it has. In fact, right now at this point, aggression, he's not going to show any of those, right? At this point, it's going to be a foolish man if he he's going to be a foolish man if he does that. But a little bit of a BM. We love that those salty moments in the game, you know, just fisting him down as Dante, the IGL, gets taken out of the server with Alchemist. I mean, at the certain point, you know, this is where they kind of sort of have a breakdown, right? We had 4 players fixes into the game this time, but seems like we could not really make it this far. And this is where, you know, it all has to come down to the point that, you know, how the flight path trajectory went and how the circle was formed, completely just throwing every little plan they had out of the window.
Funnily enough, Aggression is yet to show himself today. This is probably the first time he's joining, but thankfully he gets a first knock for himself. I have to bite my words over there. His Flash OP is gonna bite the dust. I'm not really sure if he's gonna succeed though, but Resisting comes in. Finish him, Aggression! Oh my word.
Little greedy, you know, has to pay that hefty price. You know, this is where, you know, this clearly speaks in volumes how broken, you know, Alchemists are right now mentally, because again, you know, you had that knock. We could understand his motive behind that, right? He wanted to get that finish, at least one finish point to work around with, because they know after this it's just that one game. And well, ideally, if they wipe out the entire lobby, it could be a slight possibility. But right now, Greek Gods just passing by and Ivan's side, spotting them out. Insane, not the right weapon to use, but we'll have to just make sure that he gets into good cover.
Are they going to chase him down? I don't think so, really. Greek Gods finally getting together, regrouping once again with their teammates. But somewhere in the background, I can sense that Ironside might just be following them.
Indeed, they can, but I don't think it's wise right now, because, you know, majority of the teams have already started rotating in, right? And this is the you know, this is where problems arise. Now teams are not going to have a lot of loots to their name as we take a look at this replay. Now this one was really nice. Now him going on for a reload at that point, I'm going to start raising questions at that. I could feel that, you know, he was feeling the heat of things, but look at Insane. You know, had this arm, and it's absolutely an insane shot, because, you know, barely from that range, from a low ground to high ground, you connect your shots
with a hollow.
That is how broken this weapon has to be, right?
And how broken Ironside is as well, because these guys, at least now, for sure. Again, they've had good performances throughout the day. They've been that problematic team to go up against in every single 4v4 fights that they've engaged. For now though, for a team like Warmania, what do? You just probably go all out, because 2 maps is all that you have to make a name for yourself. iQOO BMOC, it's not every single time you actually make it this far. You are one of the best 64 underdogs across the country, but your chances are dwindling as we look at Team Elite Squad once again. This vehicle isn't really going to last long as Jord sacrifices it, but thankfully still has his life intact. Oh my god!
No way! No freaking way!
Beautiful!
He hit that, but still gets traded off right off the bat over there, as Miramar is going to ensure that he provides enough cover fire for the reinforcements to come in, as Abhi is taking his way towards Trish, but he's going to get hammered down with all those bullets.
But there is somebody else as well. Team Invincibles. They've not kind of committed all their eggs in one basket. There's Rango in the backstab. Parma still taking the gamble, trying to resurrect his fallen brother. At this point, I'm not really sure if that's a good idea, especially with Erangel pushing in from the back lines. What is this guy going to do? That's a question, certainly.
It's going to be really tricky for Cypher, really, to, you know, kind of get on towards that higher ground, try to create that flank, especially, you know, when they've you know, had one of their players down, but successfully enough, they managed to get their players back up. So that's something really good for Team Invincible, as Abhi finally gets an angle on Jord as he knocks him down, not just for the first, but the second time, and would be looking for the finish. This is where you want Denny to be a little bit of a peeker out there and go in and get the trades. Not really happening. Elite Squad, they're going to deal with the brunt of it, as they can really see a beautiful flank being made by Rango from the far off fray.
Rango already had a good positioning, but he is moving for a better one right now. He has the complete vision of exactly where Elite Squad is. And they've got them cornered from all directions. There is no escape strategy for Elite Squad. All that they are waiting is Invincible to make a mistake while they start pushing in. But it kind of lies the question is whether Invincible are going to commit to it or are they going to fall back? Because Elite Squad, even with a 3-man side, is a pretty formidable team to fight against.
You know, at this point, I would love to see Cyper making those movements because you do not have windows facing at his direction, right? So at this point, when you have Erangel ready providing cover fire from the back lines, you've got Krish and Abhi also trying to, you know, apply pressure from the other side. It's going to really help them out. But now it's going to be those big questions being asked, you know, how do Team Elite Squad get themselves out from this situation? Do not have the right vehicle, have themselves completely cornered around as Godwin.
Oh no.
See how for Team Elite Squad as he manages to get the better out of Abhi and would also reduce Krish into very low HP.
He certainly is delivering right now with the mini and the 3 times. He's done more than is required. He has de-stopped the invasion coming in from Invincibles. For Krish, all that he can do is deploy some smokes and maybe get his fallen brother back up. But I love the positioning from Rango as well as Cyper. You were talking about the movements from Cyper and he's already got that vantage point to work with. But it's all about timing. How do they time in that collaborative effort? The 2-2 split that they are playing. Of course, there's no trade potential between them. But how do they channelize that and sync together those movements? That's what the question is.
It's pretty simple, right? Cyper needs to push, apply those grenades out there, you know, lob them, try to drop a few Molotovs, create that chaos. And that is where, you know, you have the other 2 players of Invincible, Krish and Abhi, really entering into the fray. And this is where I'm kind of thwarted into thinking, what's really wrong? Why is he not really going in for the revive? There was not even a parting smoke that was created. As now, I think Abhi is going to be screaming, yelling for help from his teammate as Krish is like, you know, you're knocked out, just keep yourself shot up over there. And this is what I was talking about. This is what was supposed to happen as Invincibles suddenly start getting rattled off as Erangel is going to be making some new movements as Abhi. He's also going to meet his makers out there. This is an absolute disaster for Invincible.
Their nerves are breaking down for sure. In spite of having such an advantage in this fight, they just let it slip. And now it is a numbers advantage towards Team ES. At this point, is Palma lobs in the grenade, throws out Cyper, but again, a good recovery out there. It is a 1v1 situation, but I guess Denny has been knocked out. I really want to see what Parmar is up to at this point as Godwin and Cyper exchanging bullets between them.
Needs to patch himself up, knows exactly where Godwin is peeking from. Has that little bit of an advantage, you know, the peekers advantage that we talk about as all he needs to do is just peek and get those first headshots loaded on Godwin, and that's going to do the job. But a little bit of a help coming in from Rango. Is he prepared for this enough? Does have the barrel in his hands though. Is going to be instantly lobbing that Molotov, not in the right direction, as Godwin is going to be taking a leap from the backline. It has been well spotted out as Cyper and Rango. Now they decide to push in tandem, but eventually seem to back off a little bit.
It's a 1v2, and there's a lot of responsibility on Godwin's shoulders. Of course, one of his players still knocked out, nades coming in his direction. Cyper looking to make the first move. Of course, cover fire is there to aid that movement, but Godwin is moving very agile throughout this entire vicinity of the compound. Defensive Molotov to prevent any sort of entry, but also inviting in those nades coming in his direction. Denny, of course, has been completely wiped off as the circle moves on away from Elite Squad as well as Invincibles. At this point, they're just beating against the bush. Godwin spotting the first player, but Cyber quick on his trigger as well as his reflexes as he finishes off Team ES. Invincibles finally recover. In spite of having the advantage, I had to use the term recover.
Yeah, Elite Squad did count the chickens too early, right? And had to pay a hefty price for this. And so will Hank. You know, look at him. But, you know, more than that, ladies and gentlemen, this circle is absurd. Now, once we have that map feed right in front of us, and of course, the players of Vicious Annihilators are getting taken down. But for the first time ever, are we really looking at an Oasis circle? Now, what did you offer the BJ? My God, Salty.
I have no clue, honestly. And to be honest, even if it had, I'm not going to give it out, especially with so many professional players and budding professional players. Just looking at this stream and watching and learning the techniques. Swarms! or rather Oasis, just like we said, is here, ladies and gentlemen.
But this could be one of those good games that Warmania have been yearning for so long, right? They've
Yeah.
got a very good high ground advantage to themselves. Their players are so well split out. And this is all coming down to the fact that I'm just hoping that they've got some good loot with them, right? Because if they do not have that, then there's no point of staying right out in the right out at the King of the Hill situation. But there you can see, you know, Trouble getting the better out of Hank. He had no monkey business. All he wanted to do was to secure that vehicle and make a run for the circle, but eventually was stopped over. As now the Last Legends. Now they've been having quite a good run, right?
Yeah.
In fact, the momentum that they've built up, I'm not going to be surprised if they end up having another chicken to their name.
Absolutely. Now, just like you mentioned, Warmania, beautiful position to themselves, but Last Legends are really going to bid for it, right? They are still not giving it up. King of the Hill, you better not, because fights are still evident. For them, though, it's a sort of a time where they can take a breather. They can get the reconnaissance over the entire circle at this point. Or not if the entire circle, at least the neighboring regions. Having control of such a high ground,
Yeah.
it kind of puts them in a situation where they might survive the next 2 or 3 circles, but they've got to eventually move, right? Even though they are the dead center, if the circle moves towards the Oasis, just like I said, well, they would have to move.
No, I really hope so. I do not see any more curveballs, at least, you know, from the player's shoes. It's going to be such a nightmare for them. Imagine if it takes another ridiculous shift towards the north. And Retribution, this has again been one of those teams that loves to rotate late inside the zone,
Yeah.
right? They kind of tend to engage into fights where you've got 2 different teams fighting it around, and then they just come in and Doody and Chonu, the way these 2 labs have been playing, certainly wants to look out for. And just while I was speaking, you know, we're not going to be privy to any more of those redonkulous circle shifts. It kind of lands into the laps of the players of Greek Gods Esports.
Yeah, but for Warmania, once again, they're the ones who
on.
need to make a move.
Salty, I'm really sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah.
Retribution, they're losing out on their players courtesy of the play zone. Do they not have enough meds on them?
Not really sure. Or have they spotted version 1 right in front? Do they fear of getting gatekeeped at this point? I have no
don't
clue.
know. You know, this is
Oh!
something that I really cannot decipher. What's really happening? They've got the first aids. It was not a fight against VR1 because they're still on that lower ridge. There's no chance on earth that they could have just come up and then eventually they could have gotten taken away from the zone. But I would love to know what really happened. It's a mystery, I think, that will go down with them.
It certainly is. Better call Sherlock at this point. But missed official, just like you mentioned, are certainly taking the brunt of damage coming in from Redemption Crew. As we look at Team Faith, right at the edge of the circle, I would really love to shift our focus towards where the fights are happening. But courtesy to all the position and the ridges that they have right in front of them, I feel like Team Faith is okay for now. Of course, Team L2, they might just have to say otherwise as all these nades just get lobbed in. Drago, though, in a very advanced position, but I love what On-Hit is trying to do once again, trying to create that flank, especially with the Unstoppables in the background. They might be a third party, or rather a party pooper any moment.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, On-Hit, he's kind of wetting his pants already, right? the kind of an open area that he has to himself. I do not know if he's oblivious about the players of the Unstoppables right
Gives it
behind his
up.
backs, and finally just gives up that little bit of a stealth that he had to work around with. Now, had he lobbed a few more grenades, you know, this is a perfect compound.
Yeah.
Had he connected those shots, you know, this could have been such a good opening for Team Glacier, who once the most consistent squad in the lobby, suddenly now on the verge of extinction.
Exactly. Right in front of them. Of course, L2 is quite healthy, but looking at the position, I'm not really sure if I really would count out Glaciers at this point, because they still have got movement under themselves. They've got an exit strategy to work with as well, especially with Invincibles coming in from the back lines. Well, take out the exit strategy because they are starting to get sandwiched.
Oh, they certainly are. They certainly are. And this is something that we had anticipated, right? Now, finally, you know, a few of our answers could be given, maybe. But look at this, you know, 2D, S24, both of them just getting finished off the play zone. It was not even a knock secured for VR1 and just giving their life away. And this is where, you know, again, on our right-hand side, you know, the players of Team Glacier, they're going to be making a few movements. Basic form has lost on a few of his edge health points out there. This is something that Daddy should have done a lot earlier, right? Block those grenades, apply that extra bit of a pressure onto his level 2 esports. Now, they've been silent throughout the day. The last game, where they kind of managed to get that P3 position to themselves, is certainly going to give them that little bit of a confidence boost that they were long yearning for.
Speaking of confidence boost, look at all the needs coming in. Daddy just showing his big daddy moves, but eventually is going to fall back right now, giving L2 the space and the breathing room to get XOG back as the circle shift and shrinks. I feel like this is when Team Glacier really need to make a move and prioritize the zone and respect the circle. Team L2 reeling behind, but have to battle that as well as teams coming in. Team Invincible is quite close as well. I'm not really sure how many players from Invincible are surviving. It's just one player from them side, and Glacier has done a pretty good job so far in trying to gatekeep Team L2. So the tables have sort of turned right now, where they're the ones being gatekeeped, and now they're the big daddies.
This is absurd, the way the circle has been shifting, right, again towards that eastern side. But for now, Max Forever finally deciding to toss a grenade. But there has to be a little bit of a concern towards Erangel, who's sort of around the backlines to create a lot of trouble for Team Glacier. If they're not overlooking that area. As Jord, he understands that Glacier trying to be a little pesky over there. But at the same time, they've got to make that hard decision, right? They've got to make their road inside the circle somehow. But with Glacier watching out from the backline, it's going to be so much tougher as Daddy finally gets to have his golden moment. Does he? Yes, he does. Fires on his entire back of air, but still not being able to connect any of those shots. Few did, but not managing to get that knock. That's going to be not so wanted for Team Glacier as they march inside the zone.
Away from Team Glacier, but right in the face of Team Warmania. This is where they are going to face a brunt. Of course, Warmania being surrounded by players from Mist Official. Sparta Jord has a very good vantage point over Guru. Needs being cooked in as the BRI fight in the background. Arthopi just going on the offense against Redemption Crew. Multiple teams being the center of focus for Mr. Official right now. And I love the balls on them as two different players. Look at two different teams. Is it a 1v1? I have no clue, but Art just showing his agile movements once again, getting the first 10 knocked down. It's an entire crew of Redemption Crew who is right in front of him, and he needs to pull off this 1v4. Needs to go for the isolating those guys. Sparta Jord is still burning out.
As action is unfolded elsewhere, it's finally level 2 going up against Last Flesh. Shantanu all by his lonesome as Drago is just going to be going with his M249. But somehow there have been casualties from both these sides as Last Legends finally bite the dust, get eliminated at 13th position already.
Exactly, but Greek God, they have actually made their way in, and what a way to announce their presence as Shreds and Exotic. Both of them get shred into pieces. Toothless Noob needs to save them up right now. What a beautiful entry into that fight. Of course, Nate's not entering that shack where gods have actually found shelter for themselves. A little time to actually bite. One player does bite the dust, but the offense is still there. Nothing to be scared about, but the second player goes down as well. Redemption Crew are suddenly recovering from this position.
Somehow they are certainly doing it as Baymax is going to be starting to toss up a grenade. Doesn't reach its marker. No is going to be the answer. He needs to patch himself up really quickly. Has a little bit of a smoke deployed just to, protect himself from the backlines. But Exotic getting shredded apart by Vic 6 as Ironside of nowhere, they just come in and get those knocks. Now, what's going to be really important if they can get those finishes secured for them, but a little bit of a breathing space for Greek Gods to kind of recuperate once again.
Not for long though, because Ironside coming in from the backlines has made them sandwiched in between Redemption Crew as well as themselves. This is not the ideal situation where they want to be in. Elsewhere, Glaciers though, right in front of Team Unstoppables, especially against a 4-man side. I'm not sure how far or how long can Glacier survive. However, Unstoppable, their focus is on version 1 at this point. Taking pot shots, the smoke's being deployed to try and disguise the Glacier. Yes, he actually has it now. They might just understand that it's a 2-man side.
Oh, but now, again, Greek Gods under heavy fire, but Redemption Crew, I do not know how on earth are they still surviving. As Greek Gods, they're going to be cutting out on the losses because it's the 6th circle starting to close in. Does a hefty amount of damage as Redemption Crew also march their way inside the zone. Have 2 of them fallen players, and they're going to get the cleanup done as Redemption Crew finally getting a few finishes to their name as Glacier also bite the dust with just 1 finish to their names all day.
Warmania inside the circle once again. They've always had the center and they always want to control the center. But with so many teams coming into towards them, it's not going to be easy, especially with version 1. Have a look at them. Team Unstoppables, they've finally invaded their compounds. And Longclaw is going to bite the dust as Trouble is looking for the final remaining survivor. So gets taken down as well. It's just one player. Oh. He's going to bite the dust as well.
Yeah, he was so confused. BR1 really not knowing what to do in that situation. Just got annihilated by the Unstoppables, who are now looking forward to their second back-to-back chicken dinner over here as Trouble. He's going to patch himself up, get those meds and boosters. But right now, Redemption Crew, I do not know how on earth are they still surviving.
I love the fact that Pop has already anticipated the move coming in, and now Redemption Crew, they've got to decide whether they go downhill and take the fight against Greek Gods, or do they take the fight against Unstoppables, which is a much tougher occasion, which is definitely a tougher fight for them. They've got to make this decision right at the edge of the circle. They've got some time to breathe, of course, but Joker OP has got his crosshair perfectly placed, and this prone spray, we know how devastating it is, Fixes.
He has to search for the right moment. He has to wait. He has to show that trigger discipline. But he's just got 40 seconds to work it around, right? He needs to get inside the zone. And this is where I'm starting to get a little worried about them. Because Vicious Annihilators, I believe Cybertron has a slight idea of what's really happening as Shanks. He's just going to be checking out his front lines, ensuring that there's no one around.
Yeah.
As the Unstoppables, they just want blood right now. They're on a manhunt. They want to find bodies, want to take them down for good, as Phoenix is going to be charged upon by the players of Redemption Crew. But with Paw providing that quintessential cover fire, that really good crossfire setup is going to help them up for good.
Absolutely, Redemption Crew being overwhelmed by this presence, this setup, beautiful as Unstoppable. They certainly look unstoppable right now, but gods, for them, that stealth element has been sacrificed as one player takes to the buggies. Cybertron has spotted Shanks already and would want to finish him off. It's not just Shanks though, because he might anticipate that two other players are going to follow him up, Fixes.
Oh yeah, indeed. Now Greek Gods finally found that opening, have made it inside the zone somehow though. But Vicious Annihilator surviving for their dear life, survived by just one player. It's going to be Joker cooking up a grenade and throwing it elsewhere inside the little smoke, anticipating maybe some revivals are in process over there. As he needs to be wary about the situation over there. If he does not, he's going to land himself in a whole world of trouble.
What a decoy that smoke has been. Cybertron though has Joker completely open right in front as the grenade misses by Whiskers. Shanks and Joker just holding on to their dear life by just a bare minimum as Cybertron bites dust with the play zone. It's 4v3, ladies and gentlemen, as Greek Gods prepare to do the unthinkable, that is stop the Unstoppables.
Yeah, they've done a decent amount of damage on the players though, but equally retaliated by the players of the Unstoppables with all those grenades going in. It's all going to come down to where this next circle shift is. Now, at this particular moment, I would love for them to kind of try and hold on to those edges, because that is how Team Greek Gods are going to be making their moves, right? And, I think Bob has already figured that one out. If a Buzz or Shanks kind of push in from that eastern side, they're going to be done for good.
They absolutely are. It's basically an unstoppable force meeting an immovable rock. Phoenix and the rest of his crew still trying to buy time for that opening. His Greek Gods don't make a move. I love this defensive composure. I love this confidence from them. As long as they are inside the circle, they have nothing to be afraid of.
But right now, I'm starting to wonder if they have any grenades at this point, because you need your utilities coming out, because Greek Gods, they just hunker down to that one little position. And few grenades are going to do the job, as finally Hope is going to open it up. Does get the knock though, got a little greedy, hence traded off, but still trades in favor of the Unstoppables. They do have enough man numbers, and this is where I would love to see some movement being made away from their side, which is not really coming as of now.
Do they commit for this? Because if they don't, this is bad news. As Shanks starts making a move over commitment, and here it is, Trouble just doing all the heavy lifting. Joker basically barely surviving over there in the Unstoppables. Get the second back-to-back winner. Again, proving the old saying right. An unstoppable force cannot be stopped.
Yeah, and completely living up to their name, right? Because again, we were kind of seeing them. This was sort of evident from how they started their day off, right?
Yeah.
It was quite, it was quite visible. They've
Yeah.
been playing the higher grounds. They've been trying. They've been getting a lot of finishes to their name. It was sort of inevitable that these chicken dinners were on display today. And to back at that, this is gonna do a lot in terms of how it boosts up their morale. But for now, let's take a look at the point standings and find for ourselves as the Unstoppables 15 finish chicken dinner. It's gonna earn them 30 points, but a really good climb coming in from Redemption Crew. I've always been speaking about them being the late bloomers, and finally they've stepped up.
They certainly are blooming right now. Is it enough for them to make the cut? That is something which we need to find out. But Greek Gods ESP not really close behind. You've got Vicious Annihilators as well. And again, VA has sort of stepped up quite a bit as well. Kind of making it towards the podium finish, towards that top 5 quite a bit. I'm not really sure if they're going to make the cut or no, but the competition certainly is getting fierce. Version 1 once again finding themselves in the first, but it's certainly an improvement, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an improvement. 7 points of the previous game, 6 points now, 13, and maybe let's just have 2 more points. If 15, I think they've got to get something like a 35 plus chicken dinner game in the last one to qualify, because 40 points the mark has sort of been always the cutoffs, right, when we see the top 8 teams qualifying. But as we take a look at the bottom half of the table, again a little bit of an unlucky game for Retribution RTR, because I believe they've done majority of the heavy lifting, but for Mr. Fisher, just barring that first really ridiculous chicken dinner, that looked a little off today.
They certainly did. Now, they've had the good moments in the maps here and there, but majority of them haven't really been quite a big performance coming in from them. Of course, speaking of performance, iQOO MVP of the game is going to be none other than Trouble, with 7 finishes and over 1,000 points of damage with 1 headshot and 1 assist. I absolutely love this guy. It's not just the Unstoppables who is living up to their name, it's this guy as well, always figuring out those flanks and always causing trouble for the other teams.
I love how he gets those entry frags for his teams, right? Especially when they were kind of trying to push in over there, and suddenly he's just finding players left, right, and center, especially that one fight against VR1, where Unstoppables sort of to secure that compound. Had they not done that, then it could have been a VR1 chicken dinner. But as we move on to top 5 players inside the lobby this time in this matchup, again, you're finding a lot of Unstoppables, few of them from Redemption Crew, just 2 teams kind of summing up the top 5.
They certainly are. Trouble, Blair, Toothless Noob, Baymax. Redemption Crew, of course, we need to talk about them because their journey hasn't really been that easy as compared to Unstoppables, right? They didn't really get all those big daddy chicken dinners, those big daddy numbers up, but they've had that steep climb slowly and steadily.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Redemption Crew, this was what we were looking out to, right? And they've done that even in round 2 and still have managed to keep it in the top 4. But as we head on towards the match summary, I'm sort of getting a little shocked because you've almost got those 9,000 points of healing. I think really one of the highest we've had so far, as even, the long distance finish, that 300 plus marker hits, it has been a long one. And exactly this one little game of Miramar really threw me off because I was processing so much, because it was the circle, that's something that I've never ever considered my whole life, and suddenly watching the zone kind of going towards the oasis, then taking a shape towards that eastern side. I mean, it was a roller coaster of a journey in Miramar this time.
It certainly was. It absolutely was. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the FD overview. Of course, there's just one big compound that has been built up by the Unstoppables, 2,698 points of damage and a good amount of conversion over it. I mean, 15 finishes to their name. They've got Redemption Crew in the somewhere in the vicinity as well. But I feel like there are certain teams who are still stepping up, barring a few who are managing to hit the ball mark every single time. RTR has been hitting those big 6s every single time as well. Some cricket references, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, with the squad face-off coming right our way, I feel like this is where you can sort of understand what sort of playing style we get to see from both of these teams, Redemption Crew and Ironside.
Now, there's a huge disparity with how they perform, right? Ironside, one of those teams that was getting a lot of finishes to their name early on.
Yeah.
That one little fight against Alchemist, and that is where that it was all that motivation that they needed, right, to head on in. But this is where Redemption Crew, I really feel, comes in clutch in that average survival time, right? Almost 3 minutes of extra survival shows how good they were in terms of how they positioned themselves. Even in the finish department, they were the better team. So this time you have Redemption Crew turning out to be the real winners, at least in this squad play. So
Absolutely, and survival time plays such a big role, especially when you have something plus 23 minutes. I feel like that's way, way good. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to have a look at the spotlight of a squad, and who better than an Unstoppables? Of course, finishes 15. These are probably overall stats for a lot of teams out there. Unstoppables managed to do this in a single game.
oh yeah, I mean, Unstoppables, especially after what they did in Erangel, they've never looked behind ever after, right?
Yeah.
They've been so confident, especially how they approach the zone, right? Pick up the right fights. Now, I've been talking about this. The tipping point in that particular game, which earned them that chicken dinner, was that one fight against VR1, where they sort of went in. There was the compound really held up strong, and still they managed to come out on top. And not just that, also they were heading on and looking for the other ones out there, having their players perfectly positioned. It was picture perfect from their side.
Speaking of picture perfect, I have a picture perfect device in my hand. Our friends from iQOO, they have something to say to you guys.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
See, I'm not gonna be lying. I'm not gonna be saying any good words about this device because you know how good this is. You just can go to Amazon Special and get this for yourself, because if you're not doing it right now, you're probably stupid. That's not how you're gonna become a competitive player, are you? Just make the right decisions.
Now, talking about competitive players, now we've seen a lot of our competitive players streaming on Loco, India's biggest gaming and streaming platform. You can watch all your BGMI stars perform out there,
Like me.
showcase all those little, nitsy moves, those really nice call-outs that they tend to, give out, and can take some notes out there. And for, for the ones who really think that they've got a huge career out in streaming, you certainly can do that. And not just that, you can earn also while you're streaming your favorite game. So do not forget to check them out as well. Now, everything put aside, Salty, it's just that one final game that remains. Now, there were a few teams, really, I was expecting them to really make a comeback, teams like Warmania Esports, right? And there were moments where they got a few finishes this time. They were in such a good contention, but still could not do much out of how ridiculously the circle shifted, which is going to be visible in our highlights, of course, ladies and gentlemen, as this one little first fight, it kind of was first blood for Elite Squad, but what really followed afterwards was so tremendous.
It certainly was. Alchemist, though, couldn't really survive this for long because Team Ironside, which is so lethal, especially with their movement. And I kind of felt bad for Alchemist, to be honest, because this is a team that has taken a beating from a multitude of teams in the lobby today, and they didn't really have a good day, in all honesty. Even version 1, for that fact, these are the two teams who probably had a very, very bad day in terms of performance.
Yeah, I mean, it all had to do with how in this particular game the zone panned out, right?
Yeah.
A lot of teams did not have a lot of time to get their loot done, did not know if they have their vehicle secured, as a result of which we saw a lot of early battles being unfolded right in front of us. One of which was Team Invincible and Elite Squad, one of the longest battles that we have witnessed.
Yeah,
and I
absolutely.
was kind of like startled as what on earth is happening. Mistakes were being made from both these sides. It was eventually the players of Invincibles that did come out on top. Godwin still did whatever he could, trying to bob and weave, all those grenades coming at his direction. But Cyper has to be the MVP. The way he handled this situation sort of opened it up for Invincibles to just go barging in and get the final finish.
Exactly. Looking at potential teams like Invincible, I also start thinking if they have done enough to actually make it count, if they actually can cross the line today as well, because they've had a good day in terms of performance. You have a look at this, like in spite of having that, in spite of not having that advantage against ES, losing it to some vehicular movements coming in from Rango and others, the way Spider, or rather Cider, not really sure, Cyper, sorry,
You know, these players are getting so crafty these days with their names. You know, I was starting to wonder if it is Cypher.
Yeah.
But then I realized, no, it's Cypher. So,
Cypher.
Cypher. I mean, trendy lays, I'm Pixis, you salty. I mean, I'm not going to complain if it's Cypher, right?
Absolutely. But again, this was another fight which actually proved pretty long. You've got Vicious Annihilators. I guess right in front of them was Team L2 who kind of moved away. But they just got right in front of Team Warmania after making this rotation.
You know, I was rather really confused what happened with Retribution over there because, you know, having two of their players knocked down of the play zone and you know their teammates had those first hits, could have really given that res up, could have avoided VR1 in all entirety of that situation. But even for the last Legends, right, this was a very chaotic fight that they had to take against level 2 esports and did not really end in a good note for them. But this is how Redemption Crew started to step up on board. And while we're talking about Redemption Crew, we have to bring in Glacier into the mix because they've had such a good start and suddenly they're starting to dwindle, right? Like really fizzle out. And this is where it all comes down, you know, in the final game. Do they have what it takes? Do they have they already crumbled down to the pressure?
Not really sure, and I really hope the Glacier actually get that big chicken that they need because they have everything. They have the rotation, they have the thinking capability as well. It's just about finding those right moments. They are probably getting inside the top 8 every odd game, but it's just about finding those finishes when it actually matters. In that regard, I guess Greek God is someone who you can actually praise about what a nade it was. Look at the lamb go flying.
You know, I was really, wondering if it could be a second back-to-back chicken for Greek Gods in Miramar. Because, you know, the first Miramar we had, they were looking really good. But this is what I was talking about, right? This is how Trouble sort of created that entry points for his team, getting those two very crucial knocks and finishes, just wiping out VR1, securing that spot. And this is where, you know, the Unstoppables, I love that crossfire fire between Phoenix and Bob, right? Having, having the players of Redemption Crew right in their crosshairs, just got the better out of them, and eventually landed up with the chicken dinner.
Exactly right, and this is where Team Greek Gods also sort of start overextending, right? And they had no idea where Trouble was positioned, where he was stationed, and that man just absolutely abominated them. Having said that, I feel like the Unstoppables, they've abominated every single team in this lobby right now. But just like you mentioned, there are certain teams whom we still expect that big daddy chicken, right? Getting those big numbers up and running so that they can make a shift, just like Team Cretic did. But ladies and gentlemen, I feel like that's it for me. Fixes, I'm going to hand over the mic to you and just do the honors.
Thank you, dear sir. As, Salty is going to be calling it a night. He's had enough of Unstoppables dominating the lobby and he's going to sit on the sidelines and maybe watch Daddy from Glacier get that big daddy chicken dinner that we've all been hoping for from their side, as Arca is going to be joining this one last game with me as a final game. Now, we've been talking about, the teams that are going to be making it into the next round, but there are still going to be 8 teams, Arca, that are going to be missing out an end to their journey.
See, you can buy anything in this world but not experience. That's the only sentence which I would like to say to them, so that they perform better the next time they get an opportunity like this. It's not like the opportunity just came and knocked at their doorstep. It was like they earned it by fighting all through this. So
yeah,
I feel that
Now you're talking about opportunity, right? We have a huge opportunity from you guys, and our boys from iQOO have a special video message right about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like it's an age-old dialogue by Fixes that you never loses, right? You always learners. Now, this is the experience that they're going to be taking home with them, Of course, they are in their homes itself, in their boot camps, few of those teams. But yeah, it's a learning curve, of course. This time you went this far. Next time you would have keep on grinding. And this is where, I'm all praises for teams like UP50, right? I've seen these lads, even the other titles, their hustle just transitioning into BGMI, entering into BGIS, not getting a lot done, but finally finding that break, that never give up attitude from their side is what is needed if you need to survive in such a tough ecosystem.
No, exactly. Now, after this tournament, after they get out of the tournament, rather, it's important for them to stick together. And that's the only key for success for them in the esports industry itself. We have seen several teams, getting losing out one another and then go in different ways as soon as something doesn't work out for them. But trust me, guys, if you guys are listening to this, just hold on, the team comes full, or the team looks stronger only when it overcomes the harder moments. So this is one of those hard moments you need to overcome, but after that you're going to be cherishing most of it. But right now we'll be cherishing the map itself. That's going to be the map of Erangel for one last time for the day, where we'll be looking at these hard compounds, which is going to be a love story for several teams, as long as they don't have the grenades or the throwables.
It's a love story that's so bitter for all these teams, right? Especially the two Erangels that we had. One of the zones on the western sides and one of the zones on the eastern side. And this time, it's not on the southern side up for grabs. It's been a wild arc. I think we've not witnessed a certain zone. But again, getting back into the conversation that you've been having, I was saving the fact about teams breaking down at least till round number 4, because that's where you have the big names also coming up. And then one bad game and you have people raging left, right, and then you've got those teams, kind of parting ways, few of them being approached by different organizations. We've seen a lot of those players, right? For the last time in BGIS, we witnessed Fearless, one of the very crucial players of I think Q-Dog, eventually found his home at Team X Mark. Now, there have been a lot of players that have been stepping up really individually, and a lot of team scouts are being looking out for them, right? And when the moment comes, when they shine against the T1 lobbies, that is where, you're going to see those big juicy offers coming in, their careers being set at least for the next 6 months at last, if they are still going to be serious about the competitive careers. But regardless, now it's the one final game that I've been talking about. And yes, for one last time in this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken it up to the skies, where there is a really bizarre flight path yet again, all the way from hospital towards Novripnoy. And this is where I'm starting to wonder if it's going to be another one of those eastern circles, though.
I feel that it's going to be the mid circles rather, or probably the southern circle, which we least expect all the time. And I just hope that somewhere the circle is going to be forming up towards the side of military base, the final few circles, so that it's going to be easy, for the teams to actually fight it out when they've chosen military base itself. But rather we can see a huge number of teams, or probably a countable number of teams at this point of time, going for an early jump off. They want to land towards the side of Ruins, Rozok, or probably towards the side of the Jojo Apartments. We have been seeing that is one place which has been continuously contested by several teams, but yet they choose to go back to the same place. And I wonder why, even in the final map itself.
This is a final game, right? A lot of teams that know that they've qualified would be wanting to end up with having some really big, finish points to their name. And Elite Squad, let's see what are these boys up to, because again, they are in pursuit for some blood right from the very start, and it has been their style of play. Now, it has been quite a hefty fall, because considering this is one of those teams that managed to get 3 chicken dinners out of 5 in round number 2, the transition into round number 3 has not been that smooth, but a circle shift up north. So we had that western one, we had that eastern one. We're going to be waiting it out if for the southern one, maybe tomorrow. But for now, a hybrid circle in the mix. And this is going to really start to, kind of thwart me into thinking, where is it going to end? Is it going to go up towards shooting range? Because we've been seeing a few of the circles going there.
Yeah, I hope so, and I feel so. That was the only thing I wanted to say in between, because regularly, as you ended your sentence, right, that we have been seeing a shift towards the side of shooting range. I don't want the zone to go into the side of 70. I have some better memories towards the side of 70 every time I've wrong. It's going to be so hard for you to judge as to from which angle you need to take the fight when it comes to the map of 70. You can't fall back in between the hard compounds. If you tend to fall back, you just give your life to the zone. And if you're going for a frontal battle, you just hope that somewhere it's near the church, so that, you don't have too many close proximity fights happening over there. Yeah, throwables has always been the pain for me over there.
Yeah, I mean, the throwables, of course. I mean, if you kind of tend to lurk around the church area, which is kind of the heart of Siverny, you're going to pay that price, right? Ideally, in those final few circles, you've got to hold on to the edges. That is what I've been always been advocating to the people out there. Because, again, the circle shifting away some moment or the other, it's been since a long, long time. You know, it's barely any moment that we've seen any circle kind of ending down to the center or the heart of a certain city, and has been the case with Siverny as well. But there's still chances that the circle might end up at Siverny. There might be a few teams that really head on there pretty early on. And talking about heading there, I think we already have the boys of VR1 headed off in that direction, because now we've got another one of those fights breaking out. It's going to be a little bit of a revenge story over here, Arka, as Elite Squad are in pursuit to go after the players of the Invincibles.
Somewhere I feel Elite Squad is going to explode in this map if given the right chance, you know. Let's see whether that's going to be happening, because I've seen that these are the kind of squads which all of a sudden in the final map of the day tend to do the unthinkable, you know, and they take down as they move in. Like they're going to be just those road rollers who crush anything in the way. I think Elite Squad is going to be one of those, and I hope that, you know, somehow Invisibles will be able to survive this. In case they try to do anything like this, you know, go for a leap of faith in front of their crosshairs, I think it's goodbye for them.
It certainly can be, but for now, I'm starting to wonder if Invincibles are aware of Elite Squad's presence. I believe Krish does know that Jord is around, and at this point, he's going to do something about it. Still not paying entire attention though, as Jord, he's just going to hide inside the little compound that he has. But finally, Invincible are aware of the presence of another entity in their own area. And this is where, you know, we've been talking about, you know, teams like Kratic yesterday, right? They absolutely just exploded. You know, those sort of damage numbers, those sort of finish numbers that did come on. We had gotten in the players of Elite Squad into the mix, and Avi, his position quite compromised. Parmar did cook up that grenade, but Abhi really hearing those takes over there, did back out, but instead is going to lob a grenade of his own.
I just like the way, you know, Parmar is playing over there. He came in the corner, he opened that grenade, and eventually he heard footsteps and immediately went in for a cancel. And that's the kind of game you need to play in this final map, because ultimately every grenade you throw, every throwable you throw should do some damage or should put some person down, or else it's not going to be easy. Right now, Jord, according to me, is in a very bad angle. I know he's got a visual on the side of Abhi, but Abhi is going to eventually taunt him out. And I just love it when, you know, players taunt out one another. And Parmar on the other side is going to take that long rotation, try to cook up a grenade on the corner to take down Spire. Spire does realize that, you know, there could be something fishy and eventually falls back. There's going to be a push coming in from the side of Parmar, where he sees that Abhi would have heard these footsteps as well. He's going to be prepared to welcome him as well. But Parmar will be able to see his right at the right moment. His helmet is off. He's down to 1 HP. A push coming in at this point of time could be the end for the side of Elite Squad's Parmar, as he's going to be falling back a little more to heal himself up. But let's see whether that's going to be happening, as there's going to be cover fire coming in from the side of Jord.
Oh, I mean, you've got to thank his stars, but look at Parmar. That confidence is exuding out of his body, knowing exactly where Abhi was, and he's still not in a mood to stop right now, as he goes after Cypher, gets that knock secured. Now this is where Elite Squad are getting their revenge, taking down two of the players of Invincibles, Rango and Krish. They've got nowhere to run and hide now. The advantage of the numbers definitely going to favor them as they start marching down at the players, the remainder of the players of Invincibles. But Krish, does he know?
I think he does. I think he's looking forward for an opening, for a pixel to actually strike against the side of Elite Squad. But we did tell you, right? Elite Squad is one of those squads to watch out for in the final map of the day, because all of a sudden they tend to, you know, recuperate for whatever they've lost in the beginning itself. But let's see whether this is going to happen, as War Mania, Team Glaciers, Redemption Crew, all of these squads need to be as consistent as they were all these while. But for me, the team to watch out for is going to be Ironside, Retribution, Ironside, Warmania Esports, The Last Legends, Alchemist. No, Alchemist is again out of the equation. Mist Official or all. You know, these are the teams to watch out for. Parmar is going to be putting his crosshair right at where Krish is going to be peeking yet again. So in case he gets this knock, I know that it's going to be an easy push coming in from the side of Jord as well. He's telling Jord, just go in, let me allow me to do the damage against the side of Krish, and Krish is going to be falling back immediately. Parmar is just going to be pushing in towards him.
Yeah, the ideal setup for the Invincibles could have been, if they had a proper crossfire set up for them. But for now, it's Krish and Rango way far off from each other. But now Rango did spot out Jord, but he cannot really go after those knocks, right? It's again this player's getting back up as finally Rango giving away his position as the push comes in onto its Krish. He's going to be making all those nifty movements in a whole world of trouble right now. Has to take that jump. Let's take a little bit of damage, so instantly stops over there and eventually will turn prey to Parmar, who gets that beautiful knock and will get that finish with Rango. He's taking it to the waters. He needs to survive desperately as the Invincibles. Have they made the mark? Have they made the cut to get into top 8?
Somewhere I feel that, the placement points being gained by one last player of Invincibles can actually take them to the next round. But he'll have a long survival to do. Elite squad on the other side with 3 men, with 3 finish points already on their shoulder. They'll be looking as strong as possible because they know from here on they have to take a rotation towards the side of the northern side of the map. As the circle is going to be shifting more towards the northern side. Only 70 and shooting range in the center of the circle right now. The team which is going to be coming in from the side of Stolber late into the circle and trying to hold that compounds on the northeastern side, I strongly feel is going to be rewarded with a lot of placement points.
Yeah, and I believe the teams have heard you. Faith is already doing that as we speak as the last Legends. They've had a fairly decent day so far. The way they've been performing, got a chicken dinner, they're happy, they know that they've done enough, they've hustled enough to kind of propel themselves into round number 4. But now, while rotating just around the meander, we've got Hitman. He's the star of Last Legends, right?
Absolutely.
Especially that little standoff in Miramar where he spoiled the party for a lot of teams, especially the Unstoppables. So I'm going to look out for this play, but I really love the position that the Greek gods are holding because I have this slight, hunch because the circle is going to shift a little bit towards the southern side, not towards the entire city of Siverny, because we still have like 30 to 40% of the zone submerged in waters.
But at the same time, I beg to differ on the position of Greek gods because of the split gameplay. I know that they're in the right place, but divided between 2 different places is going to be hard because just imagine somebody gets to know that and they just ram in and take down the 2 players. Then things cannot be the same way for them. But ultimately, Ironside trying to use that holographic, a little bit of, a wrong thinking coming in from the side of Ironside to be specific. If they had a mid-range scope just like 2x or a 3x probably, they could have dealt a little bit of a better damage, but I know that this is very hard for them to eventually go around, get the right kind of scopes in the beginning itself, but we have to see how long they'll be able to survive. Ironside has actually done the job according to me.
Ironside, I don't know, man, because again they've been there, got a few good finishes, got good few position points. If they are going to round number 4, I think somewhere around 7th or 8th, but
Solo.
Yeah, because there have been other teams, right, who've performed better than them. Now again, you've got Elite Squad in our radar, have certainly channeled some inner energy from maybe Critic Squad of what they did yesterday. Now they're on a manhunt, right? They're on a manhunt, looking out for as many teams they want. Want to end their day on a huge note as the players of Retribution. They're also going to be starting off with the rotation, getting inside a good position inside the circle. And Elite Squad, I'm having a look at the map, and they're going to be dashing at the players of Greek gods. Now this is where, if they manage to isolate Abbas and Joker, they cannot receive that cover fire from the backlines, from their teammates. And it's such a nice approach from Elite Squad at this point.
Now this is what I said, right? One good grenade coming in from the side of Parmar would have done the damage, but ultimately they're going to be pushing in as quickly as possible to find out where this last player is, and they do realize that he might be hiding behind, and ultimately some tax comes in, and that's going to be from a M24 coming far away. It's going to be Ironside doing the job. Jord is going to be confirming him as well, but ultimately Parmar, this is the push I was speaking about. It's important for all 4 of you to stay in one compound, or the gods, even though they're holding a good position.
You know, if you stay in one compound, they would have already been done by now, right?
Probably push against a 3v4 would have worked
See,
out.
it wouldn't have. Because I'll tell you why. Because the moment
Okay.
those grenades come in, those Molotovs come in, look at the body language of Elite Squad, right? They know where the enemies are. They know what they want to do. Had they all been in one little compound, they would have already been blown into smithereens by now.
Yeah, I'm not telling that compound. I'm telling the compound opposite to it, where there is a bigger space inside the hard cover, and probably that is where.
Adjacent compounds?
Yeah, the adjacent, the red one over there, which
Either
is being scoped in
either ways,
just
they
now.
could have just isolated, right, and started off with one and then gone for the two. Now, this could have been good in terms of positioning, you know, had any teams just crossed in between the road. There was a certain disadvantage with how Greek gods were positioned, but still, the only silver lining is that they're still alive, but now a push comes in from the players of Team Alchemist.
Now Alchemist, they're showing a bit of an aggression, but not in the right corner. This kind of small, mistakes they tend to do whenever they're trying to rush in towards a team always costs them a lot. Look at that. There were 4 men standing. By the time they rotated, they lost a man in between. Now grenades are being tossed towards the side of Gods, but Gods exactly know how to hold this position. Faith is going to be welcoming some more as well, as the Unstoppables have rushed in towards them. A good grenade came in towards the side of Trouble. Oh, the second one connects properly, and that's going to be a big trouble for the side of the Unstoppables. It looks like one equation has come out successful to stop the Unstoppables, and a very, very good gameplay coming in from the side of Faith. Amazing job from their side. There's going to be another push coming in towards them. I think they're also prepared for this, and this time it's going to be the side of Mystics, as Faith has put some more shots against them. One last man standing, Sandy. What can he do? He does see the person, puts the crosshairs exactly over there. It's going to be another one trying to welcome, but Frag OP finally puts an end with that final name in the coffin. But 5 finishes, a quick ones, picked up from their side. If they'd put this man down, I think they could have clutched it out.
Yeah, I mean, this was just, the players eventually of the Unstoppables being a little bit more cocky, just pushing in like that, had to pay the price. Eventually, when Faith was starting to feel a little comfortably, hey, we got a squad wipe, we've eliminated one of the best teams in the lobby, that is the moment where mistakes sort of start to strike in. But as we speak, Parmar, he's met his makers. He's been done for, and now I'm starting to wonder who was the one that dealt the blow. But for now, Warmania in not so good position, because Mafia, he's under heavy fire. Does he even have any health point remaining on him? Because I could see none. Finally manages to patch himself up, as I think it's going to be the boys from Redemption crew that are going to be doing that are dishing out such huge points of damage.
Now Mafia, at any second soon the smokes are gonna just clear off, and it's better he gets into hard cover. And the distances of the smokes he's throwing, he needs to calculate it well, because ultimately Redemption crew BMOC, if he lays flat on his tummy and maintains that recoil perfectly with that 4x, I think that's gonna be a knock coming in to his favor. But let's see what's gonna happen next, as Warmania need to find a very good equation, at least a 15 finish winner chicken dinner, to dream about making it into the next round.
Oh, there you go. Circle playing games with the hearts of a lot of players, especially, for the ones around that eastern side as Power. Look at him around the shorelines, spotting out the players of Glaciers, but look at VR1!
Oh.
They instantly wanted to trample them over, as iQOO is going to be taking massive amounts of damage, eventually finally stopping down to Sparta, who lands that final blow, as VR1 still conversing around. They're going to be counting the chickens right now, as somehow they've just lost one of those players, and now Mystics officials, they're also on the hunt.
I mean, Mystic officials have decided that, they're going to pick up as many finishes as possible. They have done the hard work already throughout the day. They know that they're going to making it to the next round. But right now, they're trying to play it out. Jor is going to be, clutching it out at the final moments, eliminating another squad. That's going to be Alchemist, again walking into the jaws of death at this point of time. They have 2 men on their Niem. This is the most vulnerable time for anybody to take down the side of Elite Squad. But let's see whether they're going to live to say another story, as Retribution RTR from the high grounds is actually doing a hell lot of damage against the side of Team IS. And look at the rush coming in from their side. They're going to be rushing in, clearing off those finish points for themselves, and ultimately hitting the final name in the coffin. Oh my god. Sometimes this kinds of rush
Really works out, and it all did come down to the first knock really coming in over there, right? Getting that knock onto its Nightmare, and then that is where they did not feel like stopping at all. Now Retribution RTR managing to get that little bit of a edgy zone to themselves, now have to face against the last legends. Now Arrow, he's lobbed a few grenades and hasn't really connected, but I'm pretty sure Retribution, they need to find themselves a better compound to hold on to, right? It's because staying around these ditches, you know, you've got those few teams that are on the higher grounds. They are going to capitalize you. They're going to clobber you down to the point you are extinct.
10 teams, 33 people alive, and level 2 esports with just 3 men standing. It looks like everybody are actually trying to pull it and make sure that they do wonders when it comes to finish points. But level 2 esports at this point of time is in the worst possible position because they're going to be distant in all different directions. The first man to get taken down is going to be Shakti. Right behind him probably is going to be Drago, as missed officials are not going to stop until they eliminate this person from the lobby. The grenade is going to be tossed in. Let's look at the feed and check whether the confirmation might be coming in from that corner.
We have to see that, of course, but Drago finds himself in a little bit of a pickle because he's been bombarded with all those frag grenades coming at his directions, you know, it's absolutely deafened. Instantly backs off, a really good decision to make, but then again, where does he hide next? And finally, you know, Sparta is just going to be unleashing all that lead at Drago's direction.
Oh,
somehow
nice.
just barely missing out on that connection. But for now, Mr. Official still have 3 of the players alive with 3 finishes to their name. All they need to do is make it to the top 5, and they have secured the golden ticket into round number 4.
For me, they've already secured it.
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
to ensure
clearly.
it.
Yeah. Just on the safer side, just try to survive for 2 more positions is also fine. They've got 3 finishes, right? But the position points, at least 2 would have come in. A total of 5 is what they've got. And every corner they're looking with this hard compound in their control. We can get to know that, you know, they're going to be easily raking up more finish points for themselves. But an instant replay coming in to check what's going to happen. Drago is going to be dancing and looking out, but ultimately somebody is going to tell him to stop dancing with that bullet going right to his skull.
Oh god. This is the last thing I wanted to see. Right out in the open, celebrating
iQOO
already.
BMOC.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The iQOO BMOC in all its might and glory. As Retribution are on a vehicular manslaughter hunt over there. Just absolutely annihilating every single opposition that comes their way.
I just love the way the confidence has been boosted up for all these teams who have been in the middle bracket of the table. They're like, we have nothing to lose. Let's just go all havoc and make sure that, you know, we pick up as many as possible. Look at this War Mania going right into it. Somewhere I felt that he had done the damage, but ultimately walks in out of nowhere and he's still wondering where the enemies are. But finally, Bullets is going to meet him as the quick ace, and it's going to be Mystic Official picking up 7 finishes for themselves. 1 good grenade. This could be the end of the side of, you know, Mystic Officials. They did put up a smoke to, you know, block the view of the enemies, but ultimately finds it. Another one over there, and it's gonna be that one moment where we can expect Mr. Official Sparta Jor to actually pick up more finishes in his name. What a quick reflex coming in over there.
Yeah, I was absolutely shocked, you know, his sound sets over there, kind of anticipating that smoke, getting that absurd knock. Baymax, however, redemption from this one of those circles that really enjoying, but no, Sparta Jor absolutely ruining their party with all those grenades coming at their direction. The numbers have started falling as Srios and Exovic on the verge of extinction out there. Exovic already losing out on his life, and Toothless right now, he's going to be really feeling harmless because the next moment you see is another grenade coming out from the players of Mist anytime soon.
I think Redemption Crew, if they hold on to this position for a little more period, they might be awarded with that winner chicken dinner. But let's see whether that's going to happen. Elite Squad is still alive, and that is one thing which we have to look out for. LL Bunny is going to be cooking up a grenade, try to find somebody amidst all these things. Elite Squad Godwin is going to be holding on to his nerve, try to survive as much as possible. The number of finish they've raked up is also decent, 7, right? They need 7 more and a good winner chicken dinner to actually think or dream of making it into the next round. Look at the circle. Oh, it's going to be favoring the side of RC. It's going to be favoring the side of a lot of teams. but not Elite Squad. Now let's see whether they can make it inside the circle, which is the hardest part.
You know, I'm really happy that finally Glacier have a circle that they can really play and get themselves that chicken dinner that they were longing for. As Duty, beautiful reflex control from his side. As now S24, he's going to be pushing at Lucas's direction as the Molotov does come out, confirming his presence. He's just going to barge in once that Molotov sort of fades out. As now there you go. Coming in, but both these players get knocked out at the same time. The Molotov doing a little bit of a damage there from Srios, as Craniax is going to make sure he enters maybe inside the little shack or gets that res back up, because Retribution, they're on a whole different run together.
Now, Retribution, one man is still alive. It's going to be Sirox. I really want to see how much, you know, he's going to be doing it over. Is he going to pick up? Is he going to give the right kind of cover fire, allowing the teammates to do the job? Elite Squad, Jord on the other side is just spraying blank towards that vehicle, expecting the explosion to give him the right kind of initial knocks, but ultimately that's not going to happen, as there are going to be more bodies, more finishes to be stolen from the other side. It's important for Elite Squad to actually push into the circle right now. If not, it's not going to be a good ending for them.
It certainly won't be, but they're still making it a run for it, as Baymax finds himself just beside the little airdrop that we do have. Did not get to see a lot of airdrop weapons in action.
Oh!
Finally, Jord gets picked up. It's going to be Vicious Annihilators who are woken from the deep slumber, have made it into the top 6 with all their players alive with 2 finishes to their name. Shivang, he knows that if he could get a chicken dinner out of this one game, maybe his chances of qualifying are still there. And that Norway gets lobbed over to its Baymax as he falls prey, as Retribution are sitting up top with 10 finishes to their name.
I just hope that they pick up this winner in a chicken in a row of a sudden. Oh, Vicious Annihilators by any chance, because they were looking this strong in the previous group, and all of a sudden, as you said, they're woken up from their slumber and the beast has been unleashed. Now, Elite Squad have still got ES Godwin. Probably they'll be looking forward to him to perform the highest in his capabilities, like probably outperform himself with all the performances before. The information coming in from the IGL is going to be very crucial for him. But Godwin is in the corner of the circle, kind of scared to just move in towards the center, and that could be a bit of a problem for him.
Yeah, 16 meters is what he needs to cover right now to get himself into contention. Otherwise, has to resort for healing battles. I'm starting to wonder if he has any. But at this point, you know, for the players of Team Glacier, they've gotten this far. Han does have a slight idea of from his sidelines, but it's going to be Craniax who opens it up this time on the players of Vicious Annihilators, as he's just going to go ham, still trying to go for a few vehicle explosions. He's going to try and take that eastern areas and try and form a flanky angle, but at the same time, Duty is making the movement from the left-hand side.
Snakes everywhere. Which is going to be striking first is going to be the big question. I just hope that, you know, Elite Squad can survive a little more. Probably they are doing the calculation. They do understand that we need just 2 more finishes with a little bit of, you know, placement points. But ultimately, to the center is a group of snakes which are, you know, holding each other's back. I really love the way they're
360-degree covered, right? This is it for you,
covered.
ladies and gentlemen. But you know, at the same time, imagine one Molotov being lofted at that direction. Everybody's just burning. Even a grenade, it's going to do substantial amount of damage. I do not think it's going to be enough to wipe out the entire squad, because you've had a little bit of a nerf going on. But Duty senses someone in the mids. He is going to be going after maybe Godwin, who's going to be proning and crawling, giving away his position. Duty is aware of his presence as both these players march their way inside the circle. But at the same time, they have to meet each other, certainly at some point or the other. But now, for the players of Vicious Annihilators, they're getting surrounded from different directions as Duty opens it up with a grenade. As Cybertron also takes a massive amount of damage. Godwin finally is taking cover from the trees, eventually gets finished off to Hank, who gets traded off right there. And this is where the players of Retribution, they're making a move as Duty gets yet another knock as he is on fire.
I mean, I just love the way Duty is getting things done. He's like, this is business time. He wakes up, he puts up a grenade, then a molly, he covers up everybody else. I think he knows the location of the final player or still scouting out for it. But in case he finds that person, he's going to be doing that 1v4, which we expect from him. And we have been saying this, Retribution RTR has got Duty in his name. The grenades which he lofts, you know, Perfection is the name, and at this point of time it's going to be Team Glaciers trying to make him taste his own medicine, but ultimately shifts it away towards the side of Vicious Annihilators, who also gets taken on because of the squad RTR. The final moments of the game, ladies and gentlemen, the final moments of the day 2 itself, or day 3 itself, where, you know, a lot of these fights is going to get us confused.
Oh, indeed. We're all losing our minds on what's happening right now. But now it's going to be Glaciers, Max Forever, giving away his location from the lower ground. As Duty, he is on a vehicular hunt. Finds that knock onto its Max Forever. It's the last player, Daddy, eventually getting wiped out as well, with Retribution ending their run today with a beautiful winner, chicken dinner.
A very, very deserving one with 16 finishes. And I do believe that, you know, by this they've cemented themselves. Team Glaciers with just 3 finishes did their best. I know they would have put them an average of 15 or so, and they're going to be happy about it. Vicious Annihilators on the other side. This is the kind of performance we were expecting from them from the get-go itself, but they still couldn't do it. The final map, I just hope it's not too late for them.
I really hope so. I mean, for Glacier, I mean, exactly, this is what they needed, 15 points. They had a few good games in Erangel as well. So I think maybe they've made the cut, but it's still in the dark as to what's going to happen. Who are the top 8 teams going to be qualifying? But Elite Squad, after that thunderous start, where I really felt, you know, they're going to do something like what Kratic did yesterday, eventually came to a halt where they kind of got pinned down, even by the players of the Alchemist, you know, taking down Parmar, and then was just Godwin, who tried to survive till the very end, still managed to, you know, accrue those important position points for his team. But a really big game even for the players of Vicious Annihilators.
I mean, Alchemists, Visual Annihilators, Vicious Annihilators, Mystic Officials, Redemption Crew. Apart from Mystic Officials, the rest of the teams, I wanted them to perform at least 2 more maps like this, you know, or at least
If
one
we
more
had.
map. Yeah,
If we had any more,
it's
right?
just that they woke up at the wrong time. And I just hope that it's not going to hinder them. But version 1 is going to be one of those teams I'm going to feel for a really long time.
Yeah, I think this is where, you know, they've got to realize that you've got to adapt to the changing times. You know, you've been one of those good teams that even performed well in the BGIS, but I think something just went wrong with them. Certainly woke up at the wrong side of the bed, and you know, have to pay the price, because eventually in those final 3 games they kind of started racking up a few points that were really substantial. But right now, let's take a look at who the iQOO MVP is going to be. It's going to be 2D, but man, nobody else in him. Beautiful, beautiful, almost 1200 points of damage there. 7 finishes to his name. He was an absolute destruction machine.
Absolutely. Now, I really want to see him alone, how many finishes has he raked up alone, and that is going to give us a more clear picture as to what kind of a dangerous man he is. But the top 5 are like these. We have from the side of Sparta, it's going to be from the side of Mystic Official, Sparta, Jord, and then we have from the side of Retribution, there's no shocker over there coming in from the side of Blind, you know. 8 finishes is what he did with just 500 damage. That shows that, you know, he concentrated more on the lurking snakes here and there.
You know, for Eros 24, I think he was kind of overshadowed by how, you know, dynamic Duty was, especially for RTR, and certainly nothing taken away from him. He was the opportunistic guy, did not have a lot of damage, but the finishes is what really matters, right? That is what is going to earn you those important points. But now, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the match summary, not a lot of healings were done, and I was hoping for a lot more vehicle finishes, because we had all those vehicle knocks definitely, but the finishes did not come through. But
apart from the last one, right, from Dottie.
Yeah, it was still a knock, right? Once you just trample the vehicle over, it's a knock. If you sort of finish someone,
I
then
think
that
it was from the side of RTR only, somewhere at the higher ridge, you know, where they did finish off somebody. Yeah,
it was them for sure, definitely. Nothing apart from that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is one of those, again, Erangel games that have completely, you know, put us off from our boards, and we were all, you know, baffled at what is really happening. But for Redemption Crew, I really felt, you know, this could have been one of those games that they could have capitalized, but it's all right. It's all right. They've done the heavy lifting. I think they've accrued enough points. And taking a look at the FD graph, when we really thought it's going to be Elite Squad going all out bonkers, it was RTR Distribution just came out of the syllabus.
They started off like that, you know. Elite Squad started off really strong. As soon as Parmar gets taken down, the whole squad just scrambles down. But for me, Look at the graph of Vicious Annihilators. 319 damage and 3 finishes, even though they were in the top 3. I expect them to actually, with man advantage, even in the final moments of the game, they still couldn't do it all thanks to one man from the side of Team RTR.
They did not have a lot of options either, right? When you're sort of holding out on the centers, it gets very difficult. And when you have that little bit of a dip also, and you've got so many squads around you, everyone sort of trying to congregate and lob grenades at your direction. Had they had a little bit of a spread, to work around that, this could have been a better game for them. But still, a decent performance from Vicious Annihilators as we take a look at RTR Retribution. A half century completed in terms of getting those finishes done. I'm starting to wonder if this is the team that ends up top in the overall standings.
So. I strongly feel that this is the team which is going to be standing on top from the first map itself. They have a very good average of finish points and placement points, and due to which they've got 50 finish points. Let's just consider one winner chicken dinner itself is going to be 15 to 20 points over there. So there is a high chance that this is the team on the top, but squad face-off is going to give us a clear picture. Somewhere I feel that it's going to be from the side of Faith against the side of it's going to be Mist versus Unstoppable. Somewhere I thought it was Faith and Mist, but still 46 finishes for these two. So we know that the average you need to have so far is going to be somewhere between 40s and 50s, and Unstoppable 46 with 9,000 damage, whereas Mist 46 with just 8,000 damage. Unstoppable did survive for a little longer to gain that, but Mist were a little aggressive.
I think Unstoppables are the clear winner, right? Almost 4 points of extra average survival time shows how consistent Unstoppables were throughout the entire day. This official, of course, they had really 2 good games of Erangel, right? The first one and the last one. Especially in the last final game, I really felt, Sparta really got his Spartan blood inside himself, just channeling all those powers from his ancestors and sort of absolutely clobbered everyone down. Had they had gotten a better position, they could have certainly ended in higher ranks, but it's all right. I believe both these teams either ways have made the cut.
Agreed on every single point you told there, but at the same time, the team which I did not expect to perform so well is going to be RTR Retribution. Whereas at the same time, the team which I wanted to perform was Elite Squad, who still couldn't perform. At the same time, Vicious one was from your side is disappointment. So which is that one team which actually was like out of the syllabus performed really well for you?
To be honest, there were a lot, right? I think it was Unstoppables for me today. The way they've been playing, they were consistent throughout. Even RTR Retribution really stood out for me because, it all comes down to consistency. But, about having high expectations, I really felt Glacier were really starting to feel the heat. They were under tremendous pressure because considering how they played in round number 2 and their transition into round number 3, they were focusing a lot on those position points. They were kind of trying to hinder themselves from all those fights, and eventually they need to realize that you need to get yourself up there. And while we are at it, a huge shout out again to our sponsors Loco, the biggest Indian gaming and streaming platforms, where you have all your favorite BGMI competitive players streaming their gameplay. You get to hear all those call outs, you get to learn a lot of them, and if you feel you could make a good streamer as well, might as well sign in and start streaming as well.
Yep, and one other beauty which I want to speak about before we end today is going to be this beast in my hand. This is going to be the iQOO. The more I want to speak about this model, its specifications, the more it's going to intrude me to keep this in my pocket. But still, I'm going to allow iQOO smartphones themselves to give you a small video.
Show me you got soul.
I just had a selfie clicked, right? And I'm really feeling that, this is one of those phones that Salty could really use for his content creation, right? The vlogs that he goes on for. If you haven't checked it out, don't forget to follow him on his YouTube and also his socials there. He's got some really tasty vlogs coming up, and I'm going to make sure he gets it done with this device.
Exactly. Now, at the same time, one more thing which I love the most about the mobile was the second color. I'm a man who likes black a lot. The finishing looks absolutely gorgeous. So we'll try to bring one color so that viewers will be able to
aggressive for the youth.
Yeah,
right?
the aggressive one as well. So for now, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the next moments of this tournament is going to be even more intense, and I just want you to have a word about it.
2 more days to go. I mean, 2 days of thrilling action, and it all comes down to 2 more days. We will have our final 32 teams moving ahead to round number 4, ladies and gentlemen, where they will be joined with all those invited teams. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, this was the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. This is Fixes along with Arca signing out.